will eventually be known.
Arrested Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, who is at the center for multi-crore school job scam, claimed that the money recovered during the Enforcement Directorate raids does not belong to him. As he deboarded a vehicle outside ESI hospital at Joka, where he was taken for a medical checkup, Chatterjee added that only time will tell who all have conspired against him.
This government, that is BJP-led government in the center, they have used the central agencies like anything. Here in Bengal and also in other states too. So it is known to one and all that BJP-led government in the center, they are utilizing the center force like CBI, NIA, income tax and this ED.
As per the ED, nearly rupees 50 crore in cash along with gold, value of which is still being ascertained, were recovered from apartments linked to Arpita Mukherjee, one of Chatterjee's close aides, beside documents of properties. The TMC leadership has taken exemption to his comments, contending that Chatterjee is himself responsible for his fate.
अब ये जो प्रॉपर जो ऑब्जर्वेशन है पार्टी का, पहले 3-4 दिन का बाद पार्टी ने, ऑनरेबल सीएम ने, पार्टी ने स्टैंड लिया, अभिषेक बनर्जी क्लियर करके एक्सप्लेन कर दिया. अभी पार्थ चटर्जी क्या बोल रहा है, क्या बोल नहीं रहा है, डे टू डे रिएक्शन पॉसिबल नहीं है. वो आज बोल रहा है कंस्पिरेसी है, तो पहले दिन क्यों नहीं बताया? तो पहले दिन बता, और आज बोल रहा है पैसा मेरा नहीं है, काल बोल रहा है अर्पिता को मैं नहीं जानता, परसों बोलेंगे मैं पार्थ चटर्जी है या नहीं हूँ, वही भी पता नहीं है. तो वो उनका पूरा हक है कोर्ट में बात करने के ना. He, as an accused, he has every right to submit his prayers before learned court. तो उनको कोर्ट में जाना चाहिए.
Chatterjee, who's been arrested by the ED, expressed unhappiness over TMC's decision to suspend him. However, he said that it could facilitate an impartial probe on him. His clothed Arpita Mukherjee has also been arrested by the ED. The opposition, however, vehemently responded to Partha's defiance, asking him, who does the money belong to anyway?
স্বাভাবিক পার্থবাবুর উচিত সে নামগুলো বলে দেয়া. হয়তো ভয়ে বলতে পারছেন না, কারণ বললে পরে হয়তো বাইরে তার যারা কাছের লোক আছে, পরিবারের লোক আছে, তাদের হয়তো ক্ষতি হয়ে যাবে বড়. সেই ভয়ে তিনি বলতে পারছেন না, কিন্তু সত্য তো ঢাকা থাকে না. আজ না হয় কাল এই সত্য বাইরে আসবে.
During the day, a rally was taken out by the BJP demanding the arrest of all TMC thieves.
We will ensure that this government doesn't stay. This government falls because this government is a conglomeration of some thieves, some murderers, some mafias. So this government doesn't have any, they can't be in the government anyhow. They have to take responsibility. Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee needs to take responsibility of this entire scam.
The demand now grows that Chatterjee should reveal the secrets behind the organized recruitment scam. Chatterjee had held the education portfolio when the scam was allegedly pulled off. The ED is looking into the money trail involved in the scam. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. World this morning. Coming up on the other side, Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri killed in US drone strike in Kabul. Biden says justice delivered.
About in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. he wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balade State.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Sanjay Raut is being brought here by the Enforcement Directorate. Sanjay Raut's car. Mr. Raut, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी. About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate.
Cash. A lot of cash has been recovered from Raut's residence. 21 fighter aircraft crashed in Rajasthan.
मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
BJP continues to demand answers from the TMC. You're watching World This Morning. The headlines from across the globe. Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri killed in US drone strike in Kabul.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
US President Joe Biden confirms Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri killed in US operations. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to visit Taiwan amid China tensions. Moscow blacklists 39 British nationals, including Labour leader Starmer, ex-PM David Cameron. As the Sri Lanka crisis deepens, the Supreme Court extends a ban on Rajapaksa's international travel. Welcome once again to World This Morning. In our top news story, President Joe Biden has announced that the United States has killed the leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, in an airstrike in Kabul. So breaking news coming in now. Al-Zawahiri, chief of Al-Qaeda since 2011, after the killing of Osama bin Laden, is no more. That's what the United States has confirmed in a statement from the US President's office. In fact, President Joe Biden making that announcement himself. And breaking news now, Al-Zawahiri was an Egyptian surgeon. He had a $25 million bounty on his head. And US officials say now that he was killed on Sunday by a US drone strike.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. He carved a trail of murder and violence against American citizens, American service members, American diplomats, and American interests. And since the United States delivered justice to bin Laden 11 years ago, Zawahiri has been a leader of Al-Qaeda, the leader. From hiding, he coordinated Al-Qaeda's branches and all around the world, including setting priorities for providing operational guidance that call for and inspired attacks against U.S. targets. He made videos, including in recent weeks, calling for his followers to attack the United States and our allies. Now, justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
And moving on to other news stories, Russia on Monday announced sanctions against 39 British politicians, officials, business people and journalists, barring them from entering Russia for supporting the demonization of the country. Take a look.
Russia on Monday blacklisted 39 Britons, including Labour Party leader Keir Starmer and former Prime Minister David Cameron. The list also includes journalist and TV host Piers Morgan. This comes as the United Kingdom has been one of the Kyiv's most vocal supporters after President Vladimir Putin sent troops to Ukraine on February 24. Russia's foreign ministry said the citizens listed, including journalists, contribute to the hostile course of London aimed at the demonization of the country and its international isolation. Moscow has banned several dozen British citizens, mostly politicians and journalists, from entering Russia since the start of its military campaign in Ukraine. The new addition includes several Labour MPs, Scottish politicians and members of the House of Lords. With the latest announcement, Russia has now banned a total of 255 prominent Britons since it invaded Ukraine in February. Agency report, Republic TV.
U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi held talks with officials in Singapore on Monday at the start of an Asia tour as questions swirled over a possible stop in Taiwan that has fueled tensions with Beijing.
As questions swirled over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's possible stop in Taiwan that has fueled tension with Beijing. On Monday, Pelosi held talks with officials in Singapore at the start of her Asian tour. According to the Foreign Ministry, Pelosi met with Singaporean Prime Minister, President and other cabinet members. The Singaporean Prime Minister welcomed United States' commitment to strong engagement with the region, highlighting the importance of stable US-China relations for regional peace and security. The two sides discussed ways to deepen US economic engagement through initiatives such as Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. In an apparent allusion to reports, Pelosi may visit Taiwan. although she did not confirm the reports that she might visit Taiwan. However, if she did visit Taiwan, it is likely to spark fury in Beijing, which regards Taiwan as its own territory and has repeatedly warned of serious consequences if the trip goes ahead.
佩洛西众议长如果赴台，将是对中国内政的粗暴干涉，严重损害中国主权和领土完整，肆意践踏一个中国原则，严重威胁台海和平稳定，严重破坏中美关系，导致非常严重的事态和后果。
But Pelosi did confirm that she will visit Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea and Japan to discuss trade, COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, security and democratic governance. Agency report, Republic TV.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirate said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. And the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa, carrying over 26,000 tons of corn destined for Lebanon. Here are the details.
What? The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain sets out from the port of Odessa. This was carried out under a deal brokered by the United Nations and Turkey that was expected to release large stores of Ukrainian crops to foreign markets and ease a growing food crisis. The cargo ship left Odessa carrying over 26,000 tons of corn destined for Lebanon. Data from the Razoni's automatic identification system, a safety tracker for ships at sea, showed that vessel slowly coming out from its berth at Odessa port alongside a tugboat. Meanwhile, the ship was expected to reach Istanbul for inspection before being allowed to proceed with its journey. A 2020 explosion at its main port in Beirut shattered its capital city and destroyed grains, a part of which collapsed following a weeks-long fire. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in neighbouring Sri Lanka, amid a deepening economic crisis, the Supreme Court of the country has extended its ban on international travel for the Rajapaksas. Coming up next on World This Morning.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow. This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he has now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
And in World This Morning, we now bring you news from Sri Lanka. Amidst the continuously deepening economic crisis there, the Sri Lankan Supreme Court has extended its ban on international travel for the Rajapaksas. Here are the details.
Sri Lanka's Supreme Court on Monday extended the overseas travel ban on former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa and his younger brother until August 4. The two are widely blamed for the current economic crisis in the Iceland nation. The direction was issued when a motion related to the petition requesting the court to issue an order for an investigation against the people responsible for the current economic crisis. The petition claimed that 3 persons, Basil, Mahinda and former central bank governor, were directly responsible for the unsustainability of Sri Lanka's foreign debt, its debt default and the current economic crisis leading to an acute shortage of basic commodities such as food, fuel and medicines. On July 15, Sri Lanka's apex court had barred the trio from leaving the country till July 28. The ban was later extended till August 2, now revised to August 4. Agency report, Republic TV.
Euro 2022 champions England celebrated their historic triumph at Trafalgar Square with thousands of fans as they claimed a 2-1 win over Germany, securing the nation its first major football honour since 1966.
England players celebrated their first major soccer title in front of a packed Trafalgar Square a day after beating Germany in the Euro 2022 women's tournament.
Another trophy, but the best one by far. But there's still one more that we can still get our hands on next year.
Fans Fans thronged streets as the Euro 2022 champions held up the tournament trophy.
I was really proud, just to show the men that the women do count and that they're not just playing around like little boys in the playground, and they are actually doing this as a job and they are good at it.
Overwhelmed by England players' thumping victory, supporters hailed players for bringing the trophy home.
They were incredible, and they just played with, I'm going to get emotional now, such heart. It was absolutely amazing. I'm so proud of them, so proud of them.
The whole team, including head coach and her backroom staff, attended the event in central London.
England have hosted an incredible tournament and we've changed the game in this country and hopefully across Europe, across the world. But we said that we wanted to make our legacy about winning, and that's what we did.
Players lifted the winner's trophy, sang and danced to fans' favourite songs.
Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified.
Agency report, Republic TV.
An Indonesian artist transforms old plastic containers from the streets into wondrous robot creations. Watch this report to see what he does.
An Indonesian artist Yusuf makes robot toys from recycled plastic. The Indonesian inventor has a knack for making gadgets out of garbage, transforming old plastic containers from the streets into wondrous robot creations. The visual shows the Indonesian inventor making robot toys.
Ya, nama saya Yusuf, biasa dipanggil dikenal Yusuf Formes karena memang saya bikin robot-robotan gitu dari barang bekas.
Visuals show his remarkable robot creations. The artist has also been seen at work in his studio as well as collecting plastic from the streets and discarded oil containers from auto repair shops. Yusuf says it is his hobby to transform old plastic containers. He also explained that it had also recently helped him cope up with the stress of becoming unemployed at the start of the pandemic. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A weekend wildfire which broke out in the southern French Guard region was contained on Monday. As per firefighter spokesman, 370 hectares were burned and 2 homes were affected by the flames. Making a splash, daredevil divers jumped from Mostar's historic bridge. In a tradition dating back to the 17th century, visuals show athletes getting ready to jump before taking the final leap into the water. The first recorded jump was in 1664. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
The European Commission has welcomed the departure of the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain from the port of Odessa under a deal brokered by the UN and Turkey that is expected to release large stores of Ukrainian crops to foreign markets. And you're watching World This Morning. Coming up next is the Morning Express. A night to remember for Indian judokas. Vijay Kumar Yadav clinches bronze for India at CWG 2022. All the details. Stay tuned. Also coming up, Monkeypox case tally rises to 6 after Nigerian national in Delhi tests positive for the virus.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Look at the mountain of cash!
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow. This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the...
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुँची, मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया।
अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज़ करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Of cash
when a MiG-21 fighter aircraft crashed in Rajasthan.
मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
BJP continues to demand answers from the TMC.
Finance Minister sets the record straight, but the opposition continues its hue and cry, set to rake up price rise debate in Parliament today. After reports of the first monkeypox-linked death in India, another test positive for the virus, the case tally now stands at 6. Shubhendu Adhikari is in the national capital to meet the Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP's National President JP Nadda. India shines bright and high at Birmingham. Medal tally now stands at 9.
We concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
Al-Qaeda chief Ayman Al-Zawahiri is killed in a US drone attack in Afghanistan. Saudi Arabia and Canada welcome the US strikes. Ayman Al-Zawahiri's killing is a step towards a safer world. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just come in. President Joe Biden has announced that the United States of America has killed the leader of the Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, in an airstrike in Kabul. Now, this, of course, is being seen as a big victory and also a reaffirmation of the US's stand when it was leaving Afghanistan that it will do all it can to protect its asset. So in that sense, this is something that is being hailed in the United States of America. Do remember that Ayman Al-Zawahiri was one of the masterminds of the 20s. All right. I'm going to go across of the 9/11 attacks. I'm going to go across to Major General K.K. Sinha, who now joins me on the phone line. Good morning, General Sinha. How do you see this? Now, at the end of the day, the US says that this is something that is a reenactment of our commitment to fighting terrorism, because there was a lot of criticism that came their way when they left Afghanistan in the manner in which they did. But they say that we have continued to make sure that our interests and our citizens and our, soil is protected.
Yeah, this is a very great achievement as far, their fight against the terrorism is concerned, especially in Afghanistan. When they left Afghanistan, they left under a strategy. And that strategy or doctrine, what they have spelled out is the above the horizon, doctrine, on which they said there is no point of putting the boots on the ground and carrying out the operations that they were carrying out from after 9/11. They were doing it for 20 years. But, this strategy or doctrine in the redeployment which they are doing it, basically, dictates that, it is you carry out with artificial intelligence, with, your assets located somewhere else, and you strike your target with precision. So they were able to achieve it, and this is the second, great achievement that they have now, Biden has said. It was, in Iraq, if you remember, it was Qasim Soleimani was also eliminated, which they had taken that time, Iranian, military leader. They have eliminated by this strategy only, where there is a precision, there is information, there is a strike, and above the horizon doctrine says that, basically they are using the Rafale type of UAV. Now, this happening in Afghanistan, it is a great thing because this is the first. Right. Mind you, it is 1 year it is happening. They left last 15th August, they left. Now this August which already arrived. After 1 year, they are able to achieve something.
All right, Major General K.K. Sinha, appreciate your joining us. Thank you very much for your perspective. Let me also go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi now. Good morning, Major General Bakshi. Major General Bakshi, the US, of course, is hailing it as a huge achievement. They say it will bring closure to the 9/11 victims. But apart from that, of course, Afghanistan says that they did not have the right to do so and essentially to come into Afghan territory and strike at their target.
Look, those are just noises that the Afghans will make. There is nothing they can do about it. The simple fact of the matter is that Ayman Al-Zawahiri was number 2 of Al-Qaeda, and Dr. Saab, as he was called, is an Egyptian, and he was behind some of the most gruesome killings that this group had done. He is especially been targeting Americans, and so this is sweet revenge for the Americans that they have been able to finally knock him out. It was not that he was very active, because Al-Qaeda per se, their ability to act in a concerted manner has been considerably degraded. But nevertheless, he was one of the top targets. And for the Americans to have taken him out 1 year after their catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, when they left in near military disgrace, it was the way it was conducted. And if you recall, they had conducted a strike while that evacuation from Kabul was taking place, and they had claimed that, the Islamic State people who had carried out an attack on the Americans had been taken care of, and then there was a huge embarrassment when it was found they had not really eliminated any terrorists, but there was a family going in a car. So, the simple fact is that when you don't have boots on the ground, getting pinpoint accurate intelligence is a significant problem.
Now,
and then carrying out the strike, you can do it once you get the 6-figure coordinates, the 8-figure coordinates, you can knock anything out.
Absolutely. Major General Bakshi,
is the problem.
What I wanted to ask you was that the US obviously is going to hail this as a huge victory, particularly after the chaotic withdrawal that we saw earlier. Now, what do you think of that?
That's precisely what I'm saying. If despite that withdrawal, despite having no boots on the ground, they can get such accurate intelligence about such a high-value target. Well, that is creditable, because they are now out of Afghanistan. They have no assets on the ground, and of course there are their operatives who are working under deep cover. But whether they've been able to get intelligence of this level, because intelligence about such top targets is not easily available. You have to pay a lot. You have to, there is no way of being sure that what you've been told is not just balloon. And we will also have to keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't turn out that way. But since it has been set at the highest level by the president himself, so this must have been cross-checked, and their source, ground source, must have been an A-grade source to have been able to, get them information of such a high-value target, extremely high-value target, and to be able to locate him when you have no boots on the ground anymore. You don't have, the chances of getting this kind of an intelligence are very slim, very slim. So if they have really done it, it is highly creditable.
Absolutely.
And 1 year, as my colleague was saying, 1 year after the withdrawal, if you've been able to stage a comeback of this order, without putting boots on the ground, you've been able to detect one of the most high-value targets of the Al-Qaeda setup, that he was actually after Osama bin Laden, he was number 2.
Absolutely. And, so in terms of
he was a real operations man.
Absolutely. So as you're pointing out, Major General G.D. Bakshi, in terms of the capabilities of the US to destroy a target. There is no doubt about it. Thank you very much for joining us. For the moment, I think we've got Mr. Sushant Sareen also on the phone line. Mr. Sareen, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Sareen, the US, of course, says that there will be a lot of talk about the fact that after a chaotic withdrawal, for this to happen, the US has incredible intelligence and all of that, and that it's also a great PR exercise for Joe Biden in terms of the fact that there was a lot of criticism that was aimed at them. But the Taliban says that this, in a sense, is against the Doha Agreement. How do you see this?
Lot more to this particular incident than meets the eye. To imagine that the Americans, it is possible, I don't rule it out, that the Americans had their own intelligence networks in place, that they had some kind of boots on the ground to mark the
I think we are running into some audio trouble with Mr. Sareen over there. We're going to try and fix that and go back, get him back in just a bit. But here's the announcement that was made earlier this morning by the US President Joe Biden.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. He carved a trail of murder and violence against American citizens, American service members, American diplomats, and American interests. And since the United States delivered justice to bin Laden 11 years ago, Zawahiri has been a leader of Al-Qaeda, the leader. From hiding, he coordinated Al-Qaeda's branches and all around the world, including setting priorities for providing operational guidance that called for and inspired attacks against U.S. targets. He made videos, including in recent weeks, calling for his followers to attack the United States and our allies. Now, justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the
I think Mr. Sareen is back with us. Mr. Sareen, that was a poor audio connection we had with you, but you were telling us about your view on this incident.
So what I was saying is that people did it on their own, on the basis of their own intelligence. They didn't have to, have any kind of liaison with either the Pakistanis, presumably whose airspace they overflew to take the drones to Kabul, or with elements in the Afghan government. Now, all of that is possible. But I am more inclined to believe that now you will probably see the Pakistani IMF loan coming through. This might have something to do with the conversation which the CENTCOM chief has been having with the Pakistanis and the Pakistani army chief's contacts with the Americans. This could have something to do with the U.S. Special Representative's visits to Doha, where apparently he met the Afghan or the Taliban Defense Minister Mullah Yaqub. This could have something to do with very credible reports of fissures within the Taliban clans between those from the south, the Kandaharis, and the Haqqani network. But I think more than anything else, what this attack tells us is that suddenly, the game has started all over again. It is possible that the Taliban might be playing the kind of double games that the Pakistanis used to.
Oh, yes.
You remember the Pakistanis used to tell the Americans that we will keep protesting, you keep attacking.
Oh, yes.
You keep carrying out the drone strikes, we'll keep protesting.
So it is quite possible that the Taliban are reaching out to the Americans. They need the money, they need the international support, and Zawahiri, in any case, was not such an important figure anymore operationally in many ways.
Absolutely.
So he became the sacrificial lamb for the Emirates. That is also a possibility. And they are playing this kind of a double game. They'll give some of these Al-Qaeda guys, but save the bulk of Al-Qaeda. So a lot of possibilities open up, including the possibility that the Americans can now take out people like Sirajuddin Haqqani, whose face is known, whose whereabouts are known, who's out in the open. So it suddenly makes a whole lot of these Taliban characters very vulnerable. So I think there are many exciting possibilities coming out of this one incident.
So, Mr. Sareen, do you think that the protestations that we see coming in from the Taliban leadership in Afghanistan saying that this essentially is against the Doha Agreement is just for face value? Because, as you yourself said, it's going to help them, get the money that they so much need. And apart from that, for the US president and for his domestic constituencies, this is a great PR exercise, isn't it?
Look, I don't know how much this will impact on President Biden's, domestic politics, how much it will improve his credentials with the American people. That's even not my interest, really. But I think it's the other question which you raised which is more important. And the answer to that, I can only speculate. Look, it is possible that this is a kind of a double game from the Taliban. That on the face of it, they'll keep announcing that we have nothing to do with this attack, that we condemn it, that this is a violation of the Doha Agreement, all of that. On the other hand, it is possible that they are actually very incensed by this attack. Now, if it is the former, that this is just an eyewash kind of a condemnation, then it has one set of implications. It could be that the Taliban are now coordinating in secret with the Americans. We've also heard some talk of Americans releasing about $3.5 billion of the former Afghan republic's foreign exchange reserve. This talk has already been in the air, and I am trying to link it up with this incident which happened last night. So one possibility is that. The other possibility is that this is reflective of the fissures within the Taliban ranks. That the people who are not very comfortable with the idea of the Al-Qaeda making a major comeback in Afghanistan have used this particular incident to deliver a message that the Al-Qaeda is no longer safe, that the Al-Qaeda will not enjoy protection. But if that is the case, then there is another set of implications, second order, third order effects. Does the Al-Qaeda disappear from Afghanistan? Does it lead to some kind of internecine warfare within the Taliban?
Right.
Does it lead to Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which are more or less ideologically quite similar, make a compact, come together? Unlikely, but I'm not ruling it out completely. But I'm just throwing these balls in the air.
Absolutely.
Of the various possibilities which could emerge coming out of this one incident.
Absolutely. Mr. Sareen, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. We've also got Major General S.P. Sinha on the phone line. Major General Sinha, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. To begin with, what do you make of this? The US President, of course, says that 1 year on, we've still been able to go and do this in Afghanistan. The Taliban says that this is in violation to the agreement that was made in Doha. What do you make of it?
You see, the first thing is that it shows that America has a very good memory. It does not forget who its enemies are, firstly. Secondly, it proves the strength of America, that America, if it wants to kill anybody, it can locate and kill. No power on this earth can stop America. These are 2 points. Thirdly, what is in destroying such targets like Al-Zawahiri, what is the methodology? First of all, you have to be very, very sure about the location of that target. Where is the target? How well it is protected? And about the methodology, how to go about killing. So in this methodology, I personally feel that the location has been compromised by some people who are within Al-Qaeda, who are not very positively inclined towards Al-Zawahiri, and they must have leaked out the secret. The CIA has got a very effective network. It knows how to throw money and get the information. So once the target location was known to America, then the question was how to go about killing. So America rightly decided to use drone, which has the capability to go undetected, and and it can violate airspace, go undetected, reach the target, and neutralize the target. So the pinpoint accuracy, that information is of vital importance. Now, what are the ramifications of this kill?
Right.
The ramifications of this kill are that Al-Qaeda has to look for alternate leadership. How good or bad will that alternate leadership emerge is the important question. But what is most important for the world is that how do we get rid of this menace of terrorism from the map of the earth?
Now, Major General Sinha, what I wanted to ask you was that after the US withdrew, do you think this is once again the great game beginning? Because, it's so similar to what the US has done time and again. Now, we have no doubt that they have great intelligence and they can go into any country and pull anybody else. But the point is they would have needed local support. Now, does this also then prove that the Taliban perhaps, is divided in its leadership and the US is at it again?
You see, Taliban has made a statement that it is a violation of airspace. So it means that Taliban is against this killing. But if are the complete rank and file of Taliban against this killing? That is the moot question. So, but the most important thing I would like to say that how do we remove this menace of terrorism from map of the earth? And to me it appears that it has to be three-pronged attack on destroying terrorism from the map of the earth. First of all the terrorist organizations have to be identified. They have to be made leaderless. Then the organization of those terrorist organizations, they have to be attacked. And the most important power that they derive is money. So this source of money needs to be totally closed, tapped, and destroyed. The moment they have no money, they cannot buy equipment. They cannot move around. They cannot train their people. So this is important. So until we have 3-point program, these things are not going to work. And another thing I would like to point out that drone strike is similar to what Israel did it inside Iran.
Right.
Israeli intelligence agencies picked up that top nuclear scientist when he was coming out after meeting president. And therefore, there were 3-4 vehicles. But intelligence exactly knew in which vehicle the top scientists were traveling.
Absolutely.
Other vehicles were not touched, but that vehicle was destroyed. So in such operation, effective, accurate, and pinpoint accuracy of the target is of vital importance. Because suppose there were in that flat there were 3 rooms, and the actual room in which Al-Zawahiri was staying was not destroyed. He would have get reprieved. He would have gone away from there. So you get just one chance to kill such targets, and that is important. So pinpoint intelligence accuracy is a vital importance. Secondly, it shows the powers of America, that what all high technology it has got. It shows the powers of CIA network.
Absolutely.
It shows how CIA network can penetrate in any rigid organization like Al-Qaeda.
Absolutely, and it would also have had support from neighboring countries like Pakistan. Major General Sinha, thank you for joining us for the moment. I think we've also got with us on the phone line right now Colonel Arasan Singh. Colonel Singh, good morning. Colonel Singh, how do you see this targeted attack and the killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri? The US says it's a huge victory and closure perhaps for the victims of 9/11. The Taliban government says that this is a clear violation of the Doha Agreement.
This is a very welcome news for India, because it was Al-Zawahiri who had announced the establishment of the Al-Qaeda setup in Assam. And today Assam, that area of Dhubri and Barpeta, that region is in conjunction with Bangladesh, is serving as the epicenter of Salafism. And feeding terror into more visible areas of the country. So to that extent, it's a very, very welcome development of India. It is, remember one thing, that there is nothing called local jihadism. Every jihadi organization is actually pan-Islamist in orientation. And of course, he was one of the key figures of Pan-Islamism. Al-Qaeda has different chapters in different parts of the world. You saw the Al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda in Yemen and Iraq. Then you have, of course, the Boko Haram. These are all various chapters of Al-Qaeda. And to distinguish between, to differentiate between the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda and treat them as, different organizations would be a great mistake.
All right.
They have more issues of convergence than divergence. So to that extent, it's a very, very welcome development. And
Absolutely.
also, it is an indication of the change in warfare. All of us, there are many people here.
Absolutely, Colonel Arasan Singh, that's a very important point that you bring out, because this was a drone killing. Thank you very much for joining us at the moment. I think we've also now joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, good morning, Abhishek. What we are hearing is that this, was a targeted location. It was in the Afghan capital of Kabul, and a US drone strike that killed the leader of the Al-Qaeda in an area that was really close to the US embassy building. But also, Abhishek, as we've been talking about it would have required a lot of local ground intelligence as well as support from a country like Pakistan, perhaps.
Well, absolutely. It goes without saying that this kind of argument of this top criminal terrorist would not have happened without some elements of the Taliban regime really shielding him, and security agencies in fact believe that the Haqqani network, which is now integral to the regime, might have done that. The interior, in fact, is of the Haqqani group, and support from the Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan always sees Afghanistan as an area of influence, as a nation which is providing it a strategic depth, and whatever happens in Afghanistan invariably has a Pakistan link. So obviously the agencies would be looking at it, but Ayman al-Zawahiri, like in the case of Osama bin Laden being found in Abbottabad, could not have been there on the outskirts of Kabul without protection from some elements within the Taliban regime. We have seen a statement coming in protesting from Kabul, protesting the American drone strikes. Obviously, they can't do much beyond this. What this shows is the American capabilities in the region are still intact, and I would say that it comes in the backdrop of a standoff that the Americans are having with the Chinese. So I think it bolsters their position in terms of standing their ground.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you for joining us. As you're pointing out, of course, the Taliban spokesperson has come out and said that we condemn this. The actual statement says the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan strongly condemns this attack on any pretext and calls it a clear violation of the international principles and the Doha Agreement. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us.
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, when we come back, we'll get you all the latest on how Zawahiri was eliminated by the US using Hellfire missiles. We'll tell you how the missiles is used to carry out precision targets. All that and more on the other side. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Sanjay Raut has no guts. Sanjay Raut has no guts to face the 672 families whose homes were demolished as part of a redevelopment project in Mumbai. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Raut has no guts. Sanjay Raut has no guts to face them and explain how, while the corrupt developer HDIL made over 1,000 crore profit, one of HDIL's henchmen kept putting money in Sanjay Raut's wife's account. Yes, Sanjay Raut has no guts, ladies and gentlemen. And he won't have the guts as he spends tonight in jail to tell the people of the country how his 672 families remained homeless. He was making money from those who demolished the homes and never gave the families of those who lost their homes a roof over their heads. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Raut has no guts, and frankly, Sanjay Raut, who the Lutyens media loves.
संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
Top headlines at 8:30. Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri killed in US drone attack in Afghanistan. Saudi Arabia and Canada welcome US strike, say Al-Zawahiri's killing is a step towards a safer world. Taliban upset with Al-Zawahiri's killing, alleges violation of agreement, says US attacked civilian area. Finance Minister sets record straight, but opposition continues. UN cries, says set to rake up price rise debate in the parliament today. After reports of first monkeypox linked death in India, another test positive for the virus. Case tally now rises to 6. Shubhendu Adhikari in national capital to meet Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP National President JP Nadda. India shines bright and high at Birmingham. Medal tally now stands at 9. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava and you're watching the Morning Express. A lot lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast, starting with breaking news coming in. Now, Republic has accessed the Washington Post map of where Al-Zawahiri was killed. Al-Zawahiri, remember, was taken out really close to the US embassy is what we understand at this point. So remember Al-Zawahiri, who was eliminated late last night in a US drone strike, where Hellfire missiles were also used to carry out the precision strikes by the US there. Al-Zawahiri was head of Al-Qaeda terror outfit. He carried out several terror attacks as well. In fact, what we understand is that Zawahiri was eliminated in the heart of Kabul, is what we are given to understand. The attack was carried out using precision strikes, precision airstrikes by Hellfire missiles by the US forces. He was killed in the heart of Kabul, is what we are given to understand. He was killed late last night at around 9:30 p.m. ET is what estimated time is what we understand. A lot of information trickling in. Remember, Zawahiri was head of Al-Qaeda terror outfit. It was on September 11, 2001 attacks, for which he was also the mastermind. He was Osama bin Laden's successor as well. And on your screens right now is a map of where Zawahiri was killed. As you can see in that map clearly, he was killed in the heart of the Kabul city there. The attack happened using precision airstrikes by the US. And the attack was carried out using an air-to-surface missile, Hellfire, used for precision strikes. And we have a guest also joining in right now. Major General Rajan Kochar is joining us. Major General, good morning. A big win there for the US, in fact for the world, because Zawahiri, as we understand, was one of the most wanted terrorists. If you could give us your first reaction.
You're absolutely right. This is a major strike and a major victory for
Biden, because his popularity has been on the decline for quite some time now. And this action of his is likely to, first of all, improve his rating, and secondly, it was at the right time because Al-Qaeda was regrouping, and Al-Zawahiri was a master strategist. After 2011, he was heading the Al-Qaeda, and he was trying to get close to Taliban. There were reports of his increasing communication with the Taliban, as well as extending the reach of Al-Qaeda in Western Africa also. So it was a very timely strike, and it also brings to focus the relevance of the United States in Afghanistan today. We had practically written off, or the media had practically written off the United States from Afghanistan, but this clearly shows that United States is closely monitoring the situation in Afghanistan, and whenever it so desires, it can launch a strike without getting into a warlike situation. And the role of Pakistan in helping the United States also cannot be discounted at this stage, because Pakistan is already on the grey list of the FATF and according to reports is likely to come out in the next meeting of FATF. So possibly this intelligence sharing between Pakistan and United States, because we need to understand one thing very clearly, that without intelligence, this strike could have been carried out so successfully. So the role of Pakistan will always be under a scanner in this, and I'm quite positive that the kind of cooperation Pakistan would have given the United States in carrying out the strike would be extremely relevant for the Indian subcontinent also.
Yes, Major General Rajan Kochar, please stay with us. We also have Major General S.P. Sinha joining us. Sir, thanks for speaking to us. If I can get your response. A big win there for, in fact, the world. Zawahiri, as we all know, was one of the most wanted terrorists. If we can discuss more about the Hellfire missiles that were used to carry out these precision strikes to carry out this operation by the US.
You see, first of all, this incident proves certain points. Firstly, America has not forgotten 9/11. America does not forgive any terrorist organization which created Twin Tower attack, and so many Americans were killed. That is second. Third is, it proves availability of very, very sophisticated high level of technology with America. It proves the effectiveness of CIA network, intelligence network. It proves CIA can at will penetrate into inner core group of any terrorist organization. Because if you want to target Al-Zawahiri and kill him, and therefore you have to know the exact location of Al-Zawahiri. Where is he staying? In which room he is staying? And once, so for carrying out any such operation, there are three important factors. What is the location of target? How well he is entrenched? How well is he protected? How to break the shield of that protection? How to go about killing? And then with what methodology you use? Which weapon system do you use? So location was known by effective intelligence network. How to kill? America chose to use the drone. And let me tell you, drone is such a powerful platform weapon system that it can go undetected and reach the targets and destroy the target at its own will. Yes. So these three important factors have played a very important role. It also goes to prove that all is not well within Al-Qaeda, because maybe America must have used money power to ensure that exact intelligence network and location of Al-Zawahiri is known to them. Once location is known, then the operation planning gets into action. But the most important thing I would like to mention is that yes, you have removed Al-Zawahiri, but for Al-Zawahiri, instead of Al-Zawahiri, somebody else will assume the command of Al-Qaeda. You see, if you really want to destroy the terrorism, the menace of terrorism from the map of this earth, then you have to go about in a very, very deliberate manner. And it is my belief that that there has to be 3-point program how you can remove this menace from the map of the earth. Firstly, make terrorist organization leaderless. Secondly, you get after all this terrorist organization and continue weakening them. Thirdly, you ensure that money power, that terror funding does not take place, because from somewhere these terrorist organizations are getting money, and that is the source of their power. That is why they can buy weapons, they can train their jihadis. All these factors accrue from the fact that they have money. So until unless the whole world, all the powerful nations of the world get into action like this, I think this is one important chapter which America has achieved. But there are many important chapters to be achieved.
Yes.
The single achievement should not give consolation to America that all is well. The battle has just started. It's a big battle, long battle, and then America has to prove its worth, because this terrorism which arises out of the very strange concept of Islam, this has to be neutralized. Until unless that is done,
that's right, Major General. And also the fact the Taliban condemning the attack that has been carried out by the US, does it only point out to the fact that Taliban along with the Pakistan of course could be shielding Zawahiri when this attack was carried out, and given the fact that the attack happened in the heart of Kabul city?
You see, there are two angles to it. Firstly, it's my belief that Taliban, by making this statement that their airspace has been violated, Taliban, the Afghanistan government is trying to show its concern and trying to show its support for Al-Qaeda. They don't want to annoy Al-Qaeda, otherwise it will have serious ramifications within Afghanistan. But it's my belief that there are few elements within Taliban who are happy with this development of this elimination of Al-Zawahiri. So this, if you feel that Taliban as an organization is 100% one team, I personally feel it may not be correct to interpret this. And let me tell you one thing, that until unless all world superpowers combine, things are not going to improve. Because you replace Al-Zawahiri, Osama bin Laden went, Al-Zawahiri picked up the command.
Yes.
Al-Zawahiri has gone, somebody else will pick up the command. So this baton, power of baton will keep shifting. You have to kill the snake. You have to kill the snake by
well, that's right. Major
snake.
General, yes, appreciate your point there. Just stay with us. Let's once again listen into what President Joe Biden had to say on carrying out this attack in which Zawahiri was eliminated. And before, in fact, we play out that soundbite of President Joe Biden, remember the US used Hellfire missile to carry out this particular strike in which Zawahiri was eliminated. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek also joining us. Abhishek, if you could talk to us more about the Hellfire missiles that were used by the US to carry out this attack in the heart of Kabul city.
Samiksha, it's Hellfire R9X missiles, also very many of them, and we hear that this is a missile which is specifically tailored for human targets in a manner that it sort of reduces collateral damage. It is essentially a variant with kinetic warhead and blink and moves with a remote. It can be taken on a remote, and it doesn't have explosive, so just hit the target and kill the target on the spot. Why this is important is that, as reports suggest, Ayman al-Zawahiri was in the balcony of the house. He was hit, and that the family was there in the same compound, but they were not harmed, and that's significant because which means that which indicates a very specific intelligence and information that the CIA had before carrying out this strike. Also remember, President Biden in the statement which will play has clearly said that he was shown a model, a scale model of the house which was hit, where Ayman al-Zawahiri was hit in the Situation Room in the White House, which means they had expressed this dream for them, and that shows that the over-the-horizon capability of the United States, which was put under doubt. Remember when the United States was exiting and after an Al-Qaeda strike at the airport, which killed 7 U.S. Army personnel, a strike had gone haywire and some civilians were hit and killed. So I think in that sense, this really brings focus back on the U.S. capabilities and seeing them still on top of things despite not having boots on the ground. Remember, there are no soldiers of the United States in Afghanistan now. In fact, only last week, the U.S. has opened its embassy in the Sharjah place, going there like everyone else is normalizing the relationship, given the fact that the Taliban regime is going to be there for a while. But what is important is that Ayman Al-Zawahiri had moved into Kabul during the Taliban regime, and that really raises doubts about the intent of Taliban, or you can question their intent when they make statements like their soil is not going to be used for terror. The fact that Ayman Al-Zawahiri moved into Kabul only after Taliban took over.
Yes.
There are clearly elements within the Taliban regime and the Kabul government that are shielding terror and facilitated Ayman Al-Zawahiri's very protected stay in Kabul till the US Hellfire missile.
All right. Yes, Abhishek, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So the top focus now, the role of Pakistan as well as Taliban, which is now under scanner with regard to shielding of Zawahiri, who's now been eliminated by the US forces. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue to get you all the latest reactions after Al-Zawahiri was eliminated by the US forces in the heart of Kabul city.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
At 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to explain?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
Sanjay Raut is being brought here by the Enforcement Directorate. Sanjay Raut's car. Mr. Raut, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी. About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Well, tracking the big story this hour of the big win there for the US as well as for the world as one of the most wanted terrorists. Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda chief, has now been eliminated in a strike that was carried out by the US in the heart of Kabul city. And in the latest, what we are learning is that the Taliban has condemned the killing of Al-Zawahiri, who is one of the most wanted terrorists. As I just mentioned, a lot of reactions as well trickling in. More information that is coming in that the attack was carried out just 13 minutes away from the Pakistan embassy as well. Let's once again listen into what President Biden had to say on the big operation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. He carved a trail of murder and violence against American citizens, American service members, American diplomats, and American interests. And since the United States delivered justice to bin Laden 11 years ago, Zawahiri has been a leader of Al-Qaeda, the leader. From hiding, he coordinated Al-Qaeda's branches and all around the world, including setting priorities for providing operational guidance that call for and inspired attacks against U.S. targets. He made videos, including in recent weeks, calling for his followers to attack the United States and our allies. Now, justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Now, being a very short break, we'll get you all the latest on the other side as a big question arises whether Zawahiri was given a safe haven by the Taliban in Kabul.
Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow. This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence has come out.
after he was eliminated by the US forces. There are a lot of information that is just coming in. Question now arising whether the Pakistan as well as the Taliban provided a shield to the Al-Qaeda chief who was eliminated late last night by the US forces. Given the fact that he was eliminated just 13 minutes away from the Pakistan embassy, and the very fact that he took shelter in Kabul after Taliban took over Afghanistan. In fact, we are given to understand that that the Al-Qaeda chief had taken shelter in Kabul just earlier this year, which means after the Taliban took over Afghanistan. So the question arising whether Pakistan as well as Taliban were shielding the Al-Qaeda chief, one of the most wanted terrorists by the world. And in the latest, we are also learning how the Hellfire missiles were used by the US to carry out the precision airstrikes. We are also given to understand that the Haqqani network role is also under scanner with respect to shielding Zawahiri in Kabul. We are told that Zawahiri moved to Kabul only earlier this year after the Taliban took over the Afghanistan. And the role of Pakistan, which is now under lens, the attack was carried out by the US forces just 13 minutes away from the Pakistani embassy and very near to the Iran embassy as well. So a lot of questions arising at this point. Remember, Zawahiri was the head of Al-Qaeda terror outfit after Osama was eliminated. He was also the mastermind of September 11, 2000 attacks. He was in fact Osama bin Laden's successor, as I just mentioned. He played a key role in the 1998 US embassy bombings as well, in which he was said to be the mastermind. He plotted the 9/11 attacks as well, and one of the US most wanted terrorists. So President Biden also giving his first response after the Al-Qaeda chief was eliminated, saying that justice has been delivered. The Haqqani network, which is also now under lens, so the Pakistan-backed Haqqani network role is also under lens with regard to shielding the Al-Qaeda chief, all this while given the fact that Zawahiri was eliminated in the heart of Kabul city. So several questions arising whether the Taliban was also, in fact, if Taliban also played a key role in providing a safe haven to the Al-Qaeda chief, who's now been eliminated in a US airstrike that was carried out late last night. So what we know so far is that that Zawahiri was in fact one of the most wanted terrorists, was the head of Al-Qaeda terror outfit. He was behind the September 11 terror attack as well. The big lead coming in at this point is whether Pakistan backed Zawahiri and if the Taliban was also in cahoots in providing a shelter to Zawahiri in Kabul city. So remember that Haqqani network, whose role is now under scanner, is said to have deep ties with Pakistan. In fact, Haqqanis are seen as ISI handmaidens in Afghanistan. So several questions arising at this point whether Pakistan as well as Taliban had all the knowledge as when Zawahiri was in fact hiding and had taken shelter in Kabul city. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as a big win there as the most wanted terrorist, Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri, who's now been eliminated by the US forces.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी। About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Sanjay Pandey has been arrested and many more arrests are now going to follow. This was a conspiracy by the rest of the media to black out the news about Sanjay Pandey.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
Successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Al-Zawahiri.
A mega crackdown on terror. The Al-Qaeda chief, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, is killed in a US drone attack in Afghanistan. Zawahiri is taken out kilometers away from the US embassy in Kabul, but upset with the killing, the Taliban alleges a violation of the Doha Agreement. The world welcomes the US strikes as Al-Zawahiri's killing as a step towards a safer world. After Osama bin Laden, it's Al-Zawahiri. Pakistan's role in the protection of Al-Zawahiri becomes a top focus. After reports of the first monkeypox linked death in India, another test positive for the virus, the case tally has now risen to 6. And India shines bright and high at Birmingham. The medal tally now stands at 9. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with what we are getting as the inside details of the US strike that killed Ayman Al-Zawahiri in the heart of Kabul. Now, what we are given to understand is that the weapon that was used was a Hellfire missile, but this was improvised over the standard Hellfire with a kinetic warhead and pop-out blades instead of an explosive. That's why also it's called the flying Jinsu. Now, intended of course to reduce collateral damage when aiming specifically at human targets. That's why it eliminated Zawahiri when he was standing in his balcony and others in the compound were not hit. So these are details that are now emerging in terms of what went into the taking down of Al-Zawahiri. Just to recap the details, we heard earlier this morning that Ayman Al-Zawahiri, the number 2 at the Al-Qaeda, was killed in a missile strike in the heart of Kabul. Now, this home where he was staying was just about 1.5 kilometers away from the Pakistan as well as the US embassies. What is being talked of course, is the precision airstrike that was made using a drone. Niranjan is also joining us right now. Niranjan, what we are learning right now is that this appears to be an improvised version of the standard Hellfire with a kinetic warhead.
Well, there's so many details that are now emerging, Nupur. I'd like to also go across to my colleague Shersha Nawabi. Shersha Nawabi has been reporting for us from Afghanistan. I'm trying to check if we have Shersha Nawabi, one of the most reliable reporters in Afghanistan, been working with us through the entire Kabul coverage, the takeover of Kabul, and Shersha is live with me from an undisclosed location. Shersha himself had a threat to his life during this entire switch in Afghanistan. So Republic is live from Kabul. Shersha, we're picking up these extremely critical details of Zawahiri's location and where he was eliminated. What are you picking up, and how close was it to the heart of Kabul? Shersha.
Yeah, thank you so much. As you said, yesterday there was an incident that took place, and according to the information that I have got from the sources in Kabul, this incident has taken place in an area which is almost 2 kilometers away from the presidential palace of Afghanistan, where the Prime Minister of Taliban is based. So this incident has taken place in an area that in the past it was completely diplomatic and green zone. But now, after that, the Taliban has taken the control of Afghanistan. They have got those guest houses that belongs to the foreigners and also to the diplomats, and instead of those foreigners, Al-Qaeda members are based in there. So it shows that the Taliban are misusing the world commitments against them, and also they are giving shelters to the Al-Qaeda group.
I'm putting sign.
Oh yes, absolutely. Now, any more details that you can share with us in terms of the weapon that was used, as well as talk of the fact that perhaps the Taliban may have been divided over this?
Dear colleague, as you said, in this attack, actually US has used its most high-tech technology, which is the drone attack. And also, Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of Taliban, has also confirmed this incident, that this attack has taken place by a drone, and they have condemned this attack. At the meantime, the Interior Ministry spokesperson has said that this incident was just a rocket attack in Sherpur, and there was no casualty reported because there was no one in that house. So generally, at this moment, this difference between the organizations and government institutions in Kabul shows that the Taliban are divided so much on this issue, and they have lost everything that they had. Also, the commitment that they were giving to the world in the past 11 months, that we are not supporting the international terrorists, including Al-Qaeda. It has created a new environment and also a new phase of relationship between Taliban and also the world. So possibly, some of my sources say that this attack and also this incident can harm the relations of the Taliban, and also it can increase the sanctions on the group. At the meantime, this incident may put more pressure on the group to somehow take a clear stand against the international terrorists in Afghanistan.
Right now, what we also understand is that the Haqqani network is supposed to have been behind moving him back into Kabul, and that happened about 11 months ago. So what are you hearing on that part of it?
Take the windows more. Well, there are some unconfirmed reports that I have got from different sources. They are claiming that Ibn Al-Zawahiri was transferred to Kabul, and he was given shelter in this guest house that mainly belongs to the Interior Minister Salahuddin Haqqani. And also there are some unclear reports that in this incident two PA or personal assistants of Salahuddin Haqqani has been also killed. So it's clear that Haqqani has a clear relations with Al-Qaeda from the past, and these ties has created a new era and after taking power in Kabul. My sources also say that in this incident, they have also witnessed this issue that currently Salahuddin Haqqani, the Interior Ministry of Islamic Emirat, is not on his duty, and also it shows that probably he has also gone away from Kabul and he has gone to one of his hideouts.
Okay, now we are hearing that there was a possible role of Pakistan as well, and Pakistan will also sort of have to be a little responsible for what has happened here. We are hearing that the Haqqani group's role is also under scanner. Can you confirm or tell us more about the role of the Haqqani group and the possible role of Pakistan in shielding Al-Zawahiri? Now we know that Pakistan has been extremely active in Afghanistan, especially post the Taliban takeover. Of course, things may not have been all right at the border, but you've been tracking the story and you know the role that Pakistan plays here.
Well, in this regard, I don't have any clue to say that there was a major fact or there was some kind of discloseness about this issue. But what I can say is that this incident has taken place, and there is no doubt that several groups that in the past they were mainly recognized as an terror group, they have turned to power, and it extremely shows that now they are going to rebuild their relations and ties with the international terrorists, and several sources claim that they have already made these ties and also these relationships. So killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri in Kabul indicates that, well, the ties were so deepened, and also once again the Taliban were looking to change the environment and also share the power with their international partners from different countries who are mainly terror groups. So it's a clear sign that his killing would bring a new phase in war against terror, and also in the relations between the Taliban and the world.
Yeah, just stay with me. I think we have Dr. Raghav Sharma and also Augustine, Group Captain Augustine Vinod joining us on the broadcast. Nupur, as we get more breaking news updates. In fact, we are told we are picking up some details of how he was taken down. Around sunrise Sunday, Al-Zawahiri walked out on the balcony of a house. In Kabul, Afghanistan. He lingered outside on the balcony, is what a US intelligence official had noted he often did. And on this Sunday morning, a US drone fired 2 Hellfire missiles at the Al-Qaeda leader as he stood, according to US officials, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss the strike. His presence in Afghanistan has been widely speculated for some time. US officials learning this year that Zawahiri's wife and other family members had moved to a safe house in Kabul. Zawahiri soon followed. US officials were joined by top leaders all the way up to eventually Biden, who spent careful months confirming his identity and his fateful practice of standing alone on that same balcony. He stood on a balcony and he was taken out. Group Captain Augustine Vinod, if I can come to you to get your views on this entire operation and the way it was carried out.
See, the operation was a precision strike. I mean, there is a version of Hellfire, which is 9 Bravo. This R9 Bravo. R9 Bravo, instead of explosives like Nupur covered, has blades all across. The main reason was that Hellfire missile was an overkill missile. In fact, there were attacks where you couldn't find a human remain for DNA analysis. It was that kind of a missile, and rightly brought out by Nupur. Collateral damage was huge. So there was a movement to remove Hellfire missile from Predator drones altogether. But that would have costed them money. So instead they went and removed the warhead and put the blades, also known as the Ginzu, the flying Ginzu or whatever. But the major problem, if you remember during the Osama bin Laden's attack, was identifying Osama, which took them 120 days to identify, and they identified it through secondary means, not primary. Secondary means was that polio doctor went and got the DNA analysis of the children with whom they identified, yes, probably the tall man inside this safe hideout was Osama bin Laden indeed. But then they couldn't use Hellfire at that time because they wanted to confirm. In this case, Zawahiri made a mistake of coming to the balcony, and once you show your face, it is very, very easy for any intelligence organization to identify you because your face has typical identification points like nose, cheekbones, tip of your nose, etc., etc. Sorry? Yeah, madam, okay.
Right, please continue, Dr. Group Captain Augustine. Please continue.
Yeah. So with these identification points, now it became easy for the intelligence agencies to identify him and take him down. But most important thing that we need to understand is the Predator drones are flying without any issues over the FATA regions as well as over Afghanistan because the air defense is missing. That is what our viewers need to understand. That Predator drone strike or any drone strike is only possible when there is no air defense. Such kind of attack over a contested area is impossible. So that is what we need to understand how important air power is for any country. I mean, Taliban has now come to power, but they are not investing enough in air power, which is why the US is having a field day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Stay with us. Dr. Raghav Sharma from the Jindal School of International Affairs is also with us. Dr. Raghav Sharma, I just wanted to ask you, what do you make essentially of how important is it for Joe Biden's domestic constituency as well? Because look at the statements that have come out from the US. We've had Kamala Harris come out and say, we are standing by our commitment to protect American citizens wherever they may be. On the other side of it, obviously, to go into a country with the protestations that we see from the Taliban now and actually take down an important target, that does send a signal to the world as well that the US is as strong as it has always been.
Well, I think it certainly is a short-term win for the Biden administration. It gives a boost in the arm for their claims of, carrying out counter-terrorism operations over the horizon. But it doesn't take away from the fact the US, withdrawal from Afghanistan was chaotic. It was humiliating, and it has dented American capability and credibility. It is one of the most significant strategic defeats that the United States has suffered. It also doesn't take away from the fact that, the Taliban have been violating several provisions of the so-called Doha deal. One significant provision of which was that they're going to break ties with all foreign terrorist networks. And there's been ample amount of evidence prior to this counter-terror drone strike that, the Taliban have not broken off ties, not just with the Al-Qaeda, but they host a plethora of other terrorist groups. So you have groups like the IMU, the Jamaat Ansarullah. Look at who the Taliban's chief of army staff is. It's Qari Fasihuddin, who is actually a member of the Jamaat Ansarullah, and the Taliban essentially made him chief of army staff, who essentially co-opted him into the governing structure of the Taliban and denied. It gives them plausible deniability that we don't have foreign fighters. And, the fact that Zawahiri is being found in the heart of Kabul underscores the fact that, how shallow the Doha deal was and how naive it was to own Taliban assurances that they're going to break ranks with foreign fighters. So yes, it gives a shot in the arm. Politically, it gives the Biden administration a little momentum, so to speak.
Yes.
But in the long run, I think it doesn't take away from the fact that, the Al-Qaeda is back in Kabul with full force, and that's a disturbing development.
Oh yes, absolutely. Dr. Raghav Sharma as well as Group Captain Vinod, thank you both of you for joining us. We are of course waiting for that address to come in from the US President Joe Biden. We are continuing our broadcast of what the US claims is a major win in Afghanistan with the killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri. He was the number 2 as far as the Al-Qaeda was concerned. Now, there are reports that seem to suggest that the Haqqani network had managed to move him back to Kabul just about 11 months ago. Just to give you more operational details about this precision strike that took down the Al-Qaeda's number 2. It took place earlier this morning at about dawn Afghanistan time, and we are given to understand that this area where the house where he was being kept, a safe house, was essentially just kilometers away from the Pakistan embassy. What we are given to understand also is that this was a guest house that actually belonged to someone who was connected to the Haqqani network, and the US guided missile that was dropped using a drone was able to target him specifically. It also does mean that the US agencies, of course, were very closely tracking Ayman Al-Zawahiri's movements. He was in his balcony when a precision guided missile actually took him down. Pictures on your screen are from the heart of Kabul where this attack took place. The US President Joe Biden, of course, did speak out earlier this morning where he said that this has been an attack which was extremely successful in taking down Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Now, Major General K.K. Sinha also joining me on the broadcast. Major General K.K. Sinha, I wanted to understand from you how much of intelligence would the US have used on this? Because look at the details that are now emerging. They've been obviously tracking him for a while. They knew exactly what time he comes out in the balcony, and then they used a precision guided missile to target him.
Acknowledge and it is only him by your artificial intelligence on the ground and collected based on some source over and tracking him over a period of time. I was told that about 11 months back, Haqqani network actually moved him in the outskirts of Kabul, and then having gathering information, and I think artificial intelligence to great extent has been used. If you remember what happened as far as Qasem Soleimani was concerned, the artificial intelligence to that extent has been used where face recognition has used to eliminate. So if there are say 8-9 people are there in the bucket, it has got a ability.
I think that's a very poor.
You can.
General Sinha, that's a very poor link that we've established with you. We'll just rework that and come back to you in just a second once we fix it. But as we are pointing out, of course, this appears to be a precision strike that has taken down the Al-Qaeda's number 2. Were on the FBI's most wanted list for many, many years. It took place at dawn this morning when in the heart of Kabul, the US special operation was able to take down this number 2 of the Al-Qaeda. It took place as he stood in his balcony. The US intelligence, of course, was tracking him for a while because it has now been reported that he often came out in the mornings and thereafter he was taken down. I think Niranjan also has more details on how this attack actually took place. Niranjan, it does become very clear that not just precision weapons were used, but also that the US intelligence had been gathering information for a while now.
Well, absolutely. This is the first video. By the way, we just had the first live report from Kabul, and we just have the first video of the area of the strike on Republic. This is an exclusive global lead on Republic. Global lead, we're getting you the first video. This is the first video on your screen of that area where he was eliminated, and I'm just getting you the details right now on your screen. On your screen, Al-Qaeda leader Al-Zawahiri eliminated in a strike. Republic, we just got you the first live report. We got you the first live report from Kabul. We're getting you the first video of the area where he was hit by a drone strike. He was taken down by a target, a precision strike by America. And this is the Sherpur area. I'm going to describe this area for you. This is the Sherpur area where, according to the Taliban statement, Al-Qaeda's Ayman Al-Zawahiri was hit by a US drone strike. These are tracking shots from the Sherpur streets. And let's go back to the video, please. Let's stay with the video. I think people just want to see the video, and I'm going to stay with the video of the area. And let's tell you that he was taken down in an area, according to intelligence officials, according to the US, he was taken down. When he went to his balcony, he was standing in his balcony when a precision Hellfire missile struck him. Now these are shots from the area. This is the Sherpur area on your screen right now. So when you were watching our coverage of the takeover of Kabul by Taliban, these streets look so familiar, because this is also the diplomatic enclave, very close to the diplomatic enclave where many of these embassies are located. So he was technically, he was in the safest area in Kabul. He was hiding in the safest area from Kabul, and the US president approved the operation last week. It was carried out on Sunday. Al-Zawahiri and Osama bin Laden, both of them plotted the 9/11 attacks. Osama was eliminated, and for the first time you have the video of and the confirmation coming in of Al-Zawahiri being taken down. I'm going across to Group Captain Augustine Vinod as well. While we stay on these pictures, I'd like to go and ask Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Okay, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi is also joining us. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, sir, if I can get your expertise on how such operations are carried out. Osama's deputy has also been wiped out. We are hearing the role of Pakistan also being established in this. The Haqqani group especially, and the roots going all the way to Pakistan, and their role in hiding Al-Zawahiri here. That question, sir. Why don't you tell our viewers, Group Captain, about the nature of such operations and the precision with which they've carried this out?
Are you asking me?
Yes, you can take that. You can also take that, Wing Commander Bakshi.
Now, what is your question? You were talking about the precision.
Yes. I was talking about what goes into the planning of such a strike. So because we are hearing. Yeah. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
The question is, the location of the target was known to America. They knew the person, they knew his location, and they had planned it out. They were in no hurry. They only wanted to make sure that he is in the right place at the right time where they want to attack him. And that is what they do. They are not bothered about world opinion or who will say and radical elements, etc. They have decided there is a policy that he has to be eliminated. He shall be eliminated. The equipment which they have got, the Predator with the Hellfire missiles and AH-11 and AH-19, all those missiles which they have got 7 types, they can attack 1 feet, 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet target from 36,000 feet. They have no problem. The loiter endurance of that Predator is over 32 hours. So they have no problem. And that's why they located him and carried out the precision strike. They can strike from a window. As you have seen, the right and the house is still standing intact. The room is intact where they attacked him. And the neighboring people who are in the neighboring room, nothing happened to them. That is what the strike is all about. This is only possible if you decide to do a thing and you have a will. They can do it. They can do. Actually, people have done it with the non-precision guided munitions also. If they want to attack from the window, as in 1971 war, Indian Air Force did it on Dhaka Governor's house. This can be done. But what you have seen is it is a serious blow to the radical element all around the world. And this is what has been proven, that all the right thinking and democratic countries have got their hands strengthened after this. It is a serious blow to the radical elements, especially there are the Al-Qaeda elements. There are a lot of factions in Afghanistan, but they have got a faction of Shia Sunni. They have a regional faction. Pakhtun element who is friendly to them, non-friendly to them. It is all the aspects are now being considered, but America is very clear. America knows Pakistan gave lip service to them. Al-Qaeda gave lip service to them. They are not bothered that they have been let down by them, etc. As I said earlier, I repeat, there are no moral responsibilities in this game. What is good for America? America considered is right, and that's what America has done. Luckily, it is good for democratic and peace-loving countries, so we are all happy about it. This aspect, India must now realize that our fight with terrorism, whether within our country, whether the terrorism is originating from Afghanistan or any other neighboring country, we have now know how to do it, and we can do it. Yes, people will try to tell you they violated the airspace, they violated the Doha agreement, etc. It's all nix. They will be told that you violated the humanitarian laws, you violated the laws of the land and the basic rights of people. Nobody will support them, whether ICJ or IIC, anywhere the matter can go. America's hand is very strong, and Biden has proven what he can do. They did it to Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad, exactly how they did, and they proved to the world that Pakistan was paying lip service to the peace and anti-terrorism operation, and this they have proven again. So the ball is in Al-Qaeda's court. America is absolutely clear. All the democratic countries are also clear. And we in Asia Pacific area are very clear, because the fight is now shifted to this region. All the world powers' attention is in this region, Afghanistan down to southeast. You will see these activities now will increase.
Yes, I'm staying with these pictures, sir. These are exclusive pictures. Once again, I'm repeating, these are exclusive pictures from the heart of Kabul. That video that you're seeing, that's from the Sherpur area, exclusive pictures of where Zawahiri was taken out by the US forces. And that video has just come in a few minutes back, and this is a big blow. I also want to go across to our experts and get their view on why this is so critical. This is also very, very critical because Al-Zawahiri, until a few weeks ago, was issuing threats to India. I think we'll go across to Group Captain Augustine. Can you hear me, Group Captain? Are you there? Okay, so I'm trying to see. Okay, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi is with us. Who else is with us? I'm just trying to go across to our panelists. Major KK Sinha, you want to take that? Al-Zawahiri, until recently, General Sinha, was issuing threats against India. He's the same Al-Zawahiri who was saying that they will target India, they will target India's leadership. So this is a big blow.
Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent, AQIS is very, very, now they have organized themselves, and basically Haqqani network, on the behest of Pakistan, was able to reorient them and reorganize them in the area of Kabul. And as far Al-Zawahiri was concerned, he may be the mastermind of 9/11, but what of late he was doing, he was concentrating on India and Indian subcontinent, what they call it, AQIS. What any module, if you just keep it, say what happened in Punjab, even in that area, what happened in Delhi, what happened in UP, every time Al-Qaeda's name and Al-Zawahiri was making a statement. They have taken out the official, announcement that these are the models which they were going to hit India. So from our perspective, it is a very, very, good thing which has happened, and America has taken the lead and tried to eliminate them. See, as far the Al-Zawahiri was concerned, they were trying to have initially. They tried to have with the IS Khorasan model. Khorasan is working against Afghanistan for the time being,
So the Haqqani network, about 11 months back, organized them and put them. The diplomatic enclave of Kabul, in that area where he has been hit by the precision, in my mind, it is the MQ-9 rapid drone which has been used. We'll come to know how it has been done, where the artificial intelligence play a great role. Face recognition, because he has been hit in balcony. It shows that the precision is absolutely, and it is 100%. And they have ensured that it is Al-Zawahiri who has been killed. If you remember, the Qasim Soleimani, when he was hit, he was also hit in the open when he came out and moving out of the airport in Iraq, and his cavalcade was hit by a similar precision attack, where in that, the Intraj, it was only that time Qasim Soleimani was eliminated by Americans. So this is the second time which has happened, and I think it is a great thing as far as America is concerned, and also something which we feel that and AQ, Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent getting beat, we will, threat because of the realignment of the.
Just staying with those pictures, sir. Just staying with those pictures. In fact, what I want to show you is how he was taken out. Let's go full frame to that house. And I want you to look at that house. Look at that house very closely. I'm going to tell you what happened here. I'm going full frame to that picture. That's the house in the heart of Kabul. A house in the heart of Kabul where he was taken down. He was taken down from this house, sir. And let me tell you, this is what we know. He was at the balcony. He was not in the jungles or in the hills or in the mountains or in the caves, as was the case with Osama bin Laden, who would go from different one cave to another, one hill to another, one mountain to another with his army. In this particular case, he was in his balcony. One of the world's most wanted terrorists was in his balcony. And on Sunday morning, Al-Zawahiri walked out on the balcony of this house in Kabul. He walked out on the balcony of this house in Kabul. He lingered outside the balcony. The US intelligence knew about this. And a US drone fired 2 Hellfire missiles straight at him as he stood, and he was taken out. So it tells you how brazenly this entire operation was carried out. Wing Commander Bakshi.
Absolutely right. This is what the precision-guided munition is all about. 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers away, the controller may be sitting. They have got various other inputs. They have inputs from satellite, direct communication. When the conflict becomes little serious, they have J-star elements, joint stars element aircraft, which is AWAC aircraft and AEW aircraft, which give the input and help. Actually, in tactical battle area, similar things can be done. But the survival of the drones in tactical battle area are different. This is a low-intensity conflict, and here it is sure shot. There was no air defense element, nothing is there, nothing to stop the drone, and that is why the precision strike took place. Believe you me, in case they had to decide to change the window, they could have done it. They could have changed the direction of a drone and carried out an attack from the other side. They could have done it. You can see. And this was done, I repeat again, this was done in the governor's house in Dhaka in 1971 by rocket attacks. This was done by Indian Air Force. This sort of a precision attack requires training. But when you have an equipment like Hellfire, missile, totally controlled with laser-guided munitions, then there is no problem at all. And that is what is the death knell of the terrorist operations. They have now realized that their days are numbered. And mind you, even if the finances are coming from various Islamic countries to these people, everybody is now going to think twice after this has happened. After Osama bin Laden, and this is the second one, which has come into such a limelight. And let me tell you one thing, this will continue. The precision-guided strikes will improve their precision. There's no doubt about it. You may not even require a Predator's drone. You may even launch it from space and it will happen. So this aspect now has to be watched. Artificial intelligence has stolen the day, and this is how artificial intelligence functions and precision guided munition functions.
Stay with me, sir. I also have Shersha Nawabi joining us on the broadcast live from Kabul. Shersha is also reporting for us. Shersha, tell us a little bit about this area, Shersha. We're looking at the videos and pictures of this area. This is the Sherpur area in Kabul, where he was taken out by that drone strike in a Hellfire drone strike. And we are hearing that he would often come out and stand on his balcony. Perhaps he felt it's one of the safest areas for him to hide in. Al-Zawahiri was in the heart of Kabul, we are hearing. About this area, Shersha, why don't you tell us a little bit about how secure this area was for him?
Well, to be honest about the area, I must say that in the area where Zawahiri was killed, it's the most diplomatic and secure area of Kabul. In the past, during the Republic government, also it was the green zone, security zone, and also currently it's the most secure zone. So, for a group that can launch attacks worldwide, living in such an area is completely normal, and also mainly these people are targeting the areas where is high profile and also with full security. So as my sources also say that this area was one of the safest areas and also one of the safest safe houses in Kabul where Emir Zawahiri and his family was placed.
Just stay with me, Shersha. Stay with me. Staying with the pictures there from Kabul. Shersha's reporting live for us, and those are the pictures from Sherpur in Kabul, where Al-Zawahiri was taken out, eliminated by the U.S. intelligence following a U.S. intelligence operation. He was taken down on Sunday. Joe Biden making the announcement today, and the role of Pakistan-backed Haqqani group also back in focus. We're getting an exclusive leads also from the Indian intelligence apparatus. I have to take a short break at this point, but I request all our panelists and Nupur, stay with us, Nupur. We'll just take a short break and we'll come back and we'll get more breaking news inputs on this story. Live from Kabul. We should have a live coverage. A reporter outside that house where he was taken out. We are right on top of that story, requesting you to stay with us, please.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Sanjay Raut has no guts. Sanjay Raut has no guts to face the 672 families whose homes were demolished as part of a redevelopment project in Mumbai. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Raut has no guts. Sanjay Raut has no guts to face them and explain how, while the corrupt developer HDIL made over 1,000 crore profit, one of HDIL's henchmen kept putting money in Sanjay Raut's wife's account. Yes, Sanjay Raut has no guts, ladies and gentlemen. And he won't have the guts as he spends tonight in jail to tell the people of the country how his 672 families remained homeless. He was making money from those who demolished the homes and never gave the families of those who lost their homes a roof over their heads. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Raut has no guts, and frankly, Sanjay Raut, who the Lutyens media loves, deserves to be hauled over the coals for what he has done. And that is the fact, viewers. You can attack the ED, you can question the ED all you want for the rest of your life, But the question is very simple. Did Sanjay Raut or Sanjay Raut's family make the money? Did they make the money? That's the only question. Did he or his family take unsecured loans from the scam kingpins? Did they or did they not? Did he or his family buy land parcels and flats in Mumbai out of the money that they had received? Did they do that or not? These questions are elementary. The ED is doing its job. All this ridiculous stuff about why is the ED catching the corrupt? What a stupid question. It's an impossibly infantile thought. Why is the ED catching the corrupt? Should we ask the same question in the case of Partha Chatterjee? Should we ask why the ED worked so hard to find 45 crore rupees in cash from flats?
Back with the breaking news story. We're tracking live from Kabul right now. Live updates coming in from the area where Al-Zawahiri was taken out by America. I want to go across Major General G.D. Bakshi, joining us on this broadcast. General Bakshi, getting in some very, very shocking details, sir. And this is what US experts are also suggesting. General Bakshi, this is a very, very big allegation being made, and I'd like to get your views on it. And the allegation is that, General Bakshi, there is a person called Charles Lister who's a senior fellow and director at one of the think tanks, and he has confirmed that Zawahiri was taken down in a building owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani. The building was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani. And Haqqanis and Pakistan, the connection is well known. General Bakshi, this is a huge, huge allegation and a lead coming in. Sir, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi is also with us. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, sir, you want to take that question, sir?
That's right. Pakistan has let down America earlier. When the Iraq war was on, Afghanistan war was on, it was Pakistan was helping the attackers, the terrorists, to attack their convoys, their aircraft, their everything. The question is, nobody can be trusted, and America has realized that Pakistan cannot be trusted, and that is what Pakistan was playing the double game. Their game is up, and this building belonged to Haqqani, very friend of Pakistan, there's no doubt about it. And so America's decision is absolutely stands loud and clear, and everybody supports that. And this is where Pakistan gets a little jolt, a big jolt, and that is what the lesson for India is there, that how much to trust now Pakistan and how much to trust the area. Now we also know India with security must realize that this entire area is becoming a very hot area as far as the security is concerned, with so much of weapon systems already in the hands of lawless elements in Afghanistan. India has to watch out, change its security policies, and watch out again and strengthen our stand in the Asia-Pacific area. And this is now a lesson for the world, the democratic country, India, and America has stolen the march over everybody.
Yes, sir, I request you to stay with me. I need to take a short break, sir. Please stay with me, Wing Commander Bakshi and also General Sinha. I need to take a short break. We're coming back. In fact, I want to tell our viewers that we will be live from that spot where he was taken out. And that exclusive is coming up in a few minutes from now. I request all our viewers to stay with us. We are reporting live from Kabul. Republic TV is reporting live from Kabul in just a few minutes. We will be live from Sherpur in Kabul, where he was taken out. Stay tuned.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirate said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success.
Here on Republic TV, a few seconds back, we had another lead that came in. And the big lead on the Pakistan angle, we are hearing that the house where he was taken out, the house where Al-Zawahiri was taken out was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani. Now we are hearing that this house and US experts going on record are to say that this house was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani. This building where Zawahiri was killed was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, whose son and son-in-law also died reportedly in the strike. We are hearing that the son and son-in-law of Sirajuddin Haqqani were also taken out in the strike. Now he's the face of the Taliban. Sirajuddin Haqqani is literally the face of the Taliban, and this could be a huge flashpoint. General Sinha, Major General Sinha is on the broadcast, sir. This could be a huge flashpoint, sir, if it is indeed Sirajuddin Haqqani's residence, then I think this is getting much bigger than what we initially thought.
Yeah, Sharon, what we are now telling and bringing out that probably it was Haqqani. Mind you, he is the Interior Minister of Afghanistan. His name is there in the FBI list. See, not only that, his name is there, they have put 10 million, which has been a new development. But but you are saying that his house building was owned by him, and Haqqani network was working, because in about 11 months back, it was the Haqqani which moved the Al-Qaeda, the present chief, to in that area. If his son and son-in-law has also been eliminated in the strike, that is a huge development. Because, the way Al-Qaeda has been, saying, now it is a direct confrontation between United States of America and Al-Qaeda. The agreement, Doha Agreement, which is of 2020, which was signed there, though America, America have been saying that, that Haqqani network and the Taliban, they have not abided with anything with what they said in this agreement. So they have carried out. This is a great decision which has been taken. Elimination like this is absolutely a precision elimination, where there must be absolutely joint intelligence of CIA also operating. Mind you, this is the third, if I remember, where a precision strike has taken place. 2 against Iran, that is your Qasem Soleimani, and then their scientists who were eliminated, where they've used it, artificial intelligence, where the face recognition is one of those, where these missiles, where they only fire when they are clear. America messed it up, an operation like this, just when they were withdrawing from there. Where this missile which they have fired has hit a building where the children were there, and they had a lot of backing because of that. But this precision attack, I think, where now it has been confirmed. Also, I think the way the Taliban has reacted, I believe that is absolutely correct, that, your Johari has been eliminated. And if the son and son-in-law of Sirajuddin Haqqani is also gone, then I think it is a big, development which is taking place in Afghanistan.
Absolutely. Sir, I want to tell our viewers that in just a few minutes from now, anytime now, we are going to have a reporter live. I repeat, we are going to have a reporter live outside the residence, and we are taking a short break right now. I request you to stay with us on the broadcast. We'll take a short break and come back with the live coverage.
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern.
Very interesting tweet that just came in, a tweet that was put out by Charles Lister. Charles Lister, an expert in global affairs in America, part of a think tank, has just put out this tweet saying sources in Afghanistan are now confirming that this building where Al-Zawahiri was killed was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, whose son and son-in-law also died in the strike. Stunning. He's the Taliban's de facto deputy leader. And that's a breaking news update now coming in. Sources in Afghanistan now confirming, according to Charles Lister, he's confirming, citing his sources, that the building in which Al-Zawahiri was taken out was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, someone who is right on top of the Taliban leadership. These are stunning details emerging. We, however, don't have an official confirmation of this. We don't have an official confirmation of this, but it shows that, in fact, if we can take off the top part of, this is a tweet by Charles Lister. Charles Lister has just said, citing his sources, a global affairs expert based in America. Now he claims that the building where Zawahiri was killed was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, whose son and son-in-law also died in the strike. Now that's a claim. We don't have a confirmation of that. We're purely going by what he's tweeted and what he claims. And I will take a short break. If it is true, this could be massive. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with the live coverage from Kabul. Stay tuned.
Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. A weekend wildfire which broke out in the southern French Garde region was contained on Monday. As per firefighter spokesman, 370 hectares were burned and 2 homes were affected by the flames. Making a splash, daredevil divers jumped from Mostar's historic bridge. In a tradition dating back to the 17th century, visuals show athletes getting ready to jump before taking the final leap into the water. The first recorded jump was in 1664. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
Mega crackdown on terror. The Al-Qaeda's chief, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, is killed in a US drone attack in Afghanistan. Zawahiri is taken out kilometers away from the US embassy in Kabul, but an upset Taliban alleges violation of the Doha Agreement. The world welcomes the US airstrikes as Ayman Al-Zawahiri's killing is a step towards a safer world. After Osama bin Laden, it's Al-Zawahiri. Pakistan's role in the protection becomes top focus. Initial input says that Zawahiri was housed in a home owned by the Haqqani network. After reports of the first monkeypox linked death in India, another test positive for the virus, case tally is now up to 6. And India shines bright and high at Birmingham. The medal tally is at 9. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, of course, more details of the US airstrike that killed Al-Qaeda's Ayman Al-Zawahiri are coming in. We are now getting to understand the manner in which he was taken down by the United States of America. It was improvised over the standard Hellfire with a kinetic warhead and pop-out blades instead of an explosive. Also, we're getting to know more details in terms of the safe house where he was being kept. This is in the heart of Kabul. I think Niranjan is joining me from the news pit. He has more details on this. Niranjan, it's extremely interesting to see how, of course, the Haqqani network first brought him in to Afghanistan, then housed him in a place which, was like a safe house owned by the Haqqani network itself, and thereafter the taking down by the United States of America.
Yes, and there is a very interesting tweet that is tweet thread that is just come out, and I want to pay attention. I want to take the attention of our viewers to that tweet. This is put out by Charles Lister. It's on your screen. Now he says sources in Afghanistan now confirming that this building in which Al-Zawahiri was killed was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, whose son and son-in-law also died in the strike. Stunning. Now here's what he has said. Now let me tell you, in a few minutes from now, we will be having someone live from there. I'm going to put a full a thread of tweets that were put out by a journalist based in Afghanistan on Sunday. I don't think even he knew it was Al-Zawahiri inside. But it tells you how this entire story has sort of exploded. Right? let me just go up to Bilal. Let me put the tweet of Bilal Sarwari, who's an Afghanistan-based journalist, and I'm just walking up to the Surface device, and I'll show you the entire thread of tweets. The entire thread of tweets, if I can go across to the tweet of what Al-Zawahiri, what Bilal Sarwari had put out a few days back, right? Now he put out even a picture of, here it is. Here it is. This was a tweet, in fact, very interestingly put out on the 31st, right? And he also put out a picture of the drone that was allegedly spotted. Now look at this. If my video journalist can zoom in here, can you zoom in on this? If you can zoom in on this, you can even see the drone that was reportedly used in the airstrike. And I don't think anybody knew at that point about who was struck, the house that was struck. And it was Bilal Sarwari, who's a journalist based out of Afghanistan. He says, I'm told this was one of the homes hit. Photo of a drone shared with me, hard to confirm. There were several pictures that he put out. Several pictures that were put out. And he also said the Taliban official WhatsApp audio message, 2 drone strikes targeted a house in Wazir Akbar Khan close to Ghazanfar Bank where Mauli Zianullah also resides, as well as Taliban Kabul police chief Mauli Hamza. We are not being allowed, but Mauli Hamza told us no one was hurt in the strikes. So look at this. I mean, let me go across to Ray Locker as I stay with that picture of the drone that was tweeted so interestingly on Sunday when nobody had an idea about, if my video journalist can please focus on the drone that was tweeted by the Afghanistan-based journalist. Let me also go across to Ray Locker. Ray Locker is on the broadcast right now. Ray Locker, defense analyst, former national security editor of USA Today, joining us live from Utah. Ray, this is huge. I mean, looking at, joining the dots, hearing that this house was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, according to experts, also hearing that when it happened on Sunday, nobody had a clue. They were told it's the house of the police chief in Kabul. Police chief resides somewhere there, and then you realize, and there are reports doing the rounds that it was actually a building owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, and then the Pakistan link becomes clear. So it takes us back all the way to when Abbottabad, when Osama bin Laden was taken out, and it's so eerie, Ray. This operation and the details that are tumbling out.
It's fascinating. I mean, this is the capital of the Taliban-run Afghanistan, and a U.S. drone went over there, circled around, found the location of Ayman al-Zawahiri, who's been on the run for decades now, and took him out with a drone strike. I mean, it's pretty breathtaking when you think about it. And it goes back to what President Biden said years ago about what the United States should do in Afghanistan, which is fight against terrorism, and we did not actually have to be in there with troops on the ground to do that. So at least in this case, that turned out to be true.
And what do you think are the repercussions of this, Ray? Looking at the manner in which this operation was carried out, they've taken out another Al-Qaeda boss, someone who was evasive all these years. And hearing that he was on his balcony when he was taken out, that picture of that house where he was taken out, if you see that, there is a balcony on the other side. It was a precision strike. Hearing that Sirajuddin Haqqani's son and son-in-law may also have been killed, according to some of the reports. We cannot confirm that because Joe Biden, the US president, has only spoken about Al-Zawahiri. Maybe more details will tumble out. But what are the repercussions as you see it, Ray?
Well, I think what it does is tell the Taliban, you may have told us one thing about what you're going to do about terrorism. We don't really believe you. We're watching. We're looking for these people, and we're going to act accordingly if we have the right information. So I don't know what the Afghans are going to do about this. My guess is probably not a whole lot. I don't think they have a whole lot of fondness for the Haqqanis or al-Zawahiri. They'll make the requisite noises, just like Pakistan did in 2011 after the bin Laden attack, and then things will revert to somewhat status quo.
Right, Mr. Locker, what I wanted to understand from you is, it was an extremely chaotic pullout that we saw from Afghanistan. And there were a lot of questions asked about how the US dealt with it. Do you think that this particular strike will make a huge difference in terms of the popularity of the president? Because just look at the kind of statements we are getting. You know, the US president and vice president both maintaining that this is a success of the American administration. So how do you see it in terms of the local constituency of the president?
I don't think it'll have that much political impact. I mean, it's better to have done this than not. I mean, there are other issues that are in play during this upcoming election season. But when you look at what President Biden has done in terms of this strike, with building the coalition against Russia and Ukraine, and other steps, I think it somewhat is raising pain of what happened with the collapse of the Afghan government. Which in many cases, look, that was probably going to happen anyway. It was stunning how quickly it happened, but after all, the Afghan government bears much of the responsibility for what happened in its own country, and it failed to keep itself in power.
There's a tweet by Amrullah Saleh. Let me see if I can just open that up here. Amrullah Saleh, after the Taliban made headway, was forced to sort of. If I can open up the tweet of Amrullah Saleh here, if I can request my team to open the tweet of Amrullah Saleh. He's just tweeted saying that Osama bin Laden was killed in Pakistan and Zawahiri killed in GHQ occupied Kabul. He's speaking about Pakistan occupied Kabul. The Pakistan Army occupied Kabul. If the price tag for use of Shamshi airbase or an overflight is this high, then thumbs up to Directorate S. For one shot, two birds, another 10 million, and head ISK was born before this. Connect the dots. Ray, can you weigh in on this? If you look at this tweet, Amrullah Saleh has just tweeted saying Osama bin Laden was killed in Pakistan. Zawahiri was killed in, he's talking about GHQ occupied Kabul, that is Pakistan Army occupied Kabul. If the price tag for use of Shamshi airbase on an overflight is this high, then thumbs up to Directorate S. For one shot, two birds, another 10 million, and head ISK was born before this. Connect the dots. He says this was perhaps an insider job as well. Perhaps, is that what he's hinting at?
I don't know where the information in this came from. It's possible it came from an insider. After all, people are not immune to the lure of money. So if somebody put enough money on the table to get them to turn in Al-Zawahiri, that's very possible. I mean, that guy's had a bounty on his head for a long time. These things are incredibly complex operations. People have sifted through reams and millions of papers of intel and all sorts of documents to get an idea of where Al-Zawahiri must have been. So, I mean, this is one of these things. Success has 1,000 fathers, and I think this is definitely one of those cases.
Nupur, I think you had a question.
Yes.
Jen Sinha is also live on the broadcast with us. You can take a question with him.
I think, I think we've also got the general live with us. What do you make of the fact that, the Haqqani network was actually housing him? Now, this obviously may perhaps indicate towards the Al-Qaeda actually being supported by the Taliban, and not just by the Taliban, but also by the Haqqani network, which essentially for us is extremely important here in India because, the links of the Haqqani network to the establishment of Pakistan are very well known. So how do you look at this from our Indian perspective? Major General, that question was for you.
Your question is for who?
Okay, I don't think we've got... Wing Commander Praful Bakshay, if I could come to you for that question. How do you see this with India's perspective? Because given the fact that, for India, the Haqqani network has been extremely important. We've been talking about, how it's essentially overtly working. Now for us to know that this gentleman was housed in, a property that belonged to the Haqqani network. He was actually brought in by the Haqqani network back into Kabul, and that is where he was taken down. From India's perspective, how do you see this?
It's very important from the India's perspective. For one thing, we must understand, I'll start from there. They have said that Doha agreement has been violated. What was Haqqani doing hiding a person in a protected area? It is a civil area. When you hide a person in civil area, you are expecting attack on him. It means you are ready to sacrifice the civilians. This is violation of humanitarian laws. The people who take defense have to remove the defenses from the civil area. They purposely hid him there, thinking that American forces will not attack them. This is wrong. The question is they made a mistake out there. Secondly, India's perspective is very clear. Now India is absolutely clear as to what is the role of Pakistan, what is the role of Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda. If we still do not analyze, then nobody can help us. The whole area is very clear. All equipment left by Americans is out there.
Yes.
The terrorists have handled the equipment. Jammu and Kashmir is in trouble and they're out there with so many equipment. And when this aspect is taking place, Al-Qaeda is helping Al-Zawahiri to hide in Haqqani's house. And Pakistan knows about it. Area is under GHQ. What all evidence you require?
Absolutely. Wing Commander Bakshi, what I wanted to talk about, when we were covering this at that point in time, one of the major concerns that India had was that, Afghanistan will once again become the bed of terrorists. And that's what's happening once again. What we see today is actually giving voice to our fears that we had at that point in time.
Absolutely. If you can take out our recordings, we said it exactly the same thing. That now Afghanistan is going to become the hottest bed after America has vacated it. Everything is out there. China is playing right next door. All the finances are coming from the Middle East. Everything is available. What is not available? Russia is playing second fiddle to China. Afghanistan is the hottest bed at the moment. And here the fight of the Southeast Asia-Pacific Union will start from Afghanistan. This is what is going to happen right from our next door. India must know how we must tie up with our liaison with Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh against these forces. We have to be very clear in our policies. And America has taken the lead. America is helping us to fight this in the Asia-Pacific Union. We must now take the clue from it and prepare ourselves for it. Our doctrine must spell it out very clearly as to how Afghanistan and how it means to us.
Mr. Loker, if I could come back to you on this one. Mr. Loker, for India, obviously this has been a great deal of concern, and we now look perhaps at, Afghanistan at being the hotbed of terrorism once again. It does go on to prove our point. When at the point of the US was withdrawing from Afghanistan, we were talking about how difficult it's going to be for India to have, the Taliban in its neighborhood, and then, now as it proves, the Al-Qaeda top leadership being brought back there.
Right. Well, I think that was a legitimate concern last year about Afghanistan becoming a haven. Obviously, people have taken it seriously. The White House, Biden administration, the Pentagon, the intelligence community, they've all been tracking this very carefully, and they were prepared to act. So somebody was listening to what the Indians were saying. Glad that happened. And I think if this provides some comfort to the Indian government that was concerned about this, obviously their concerns did not fall on deaf ears.
All right, do stay with us, gentlemen. I think Niranjan has some news that's just coming in terms of the operationality of this strike.
We'll try and go across to Abhishek Kapoor as well, our senior executive editor, who will be joining us live. But we've been able to pick up some news from our intelligence sources, our top sources in the Indian intelligence establishment, also giving us some details of the manner in which this operation was carried out and what we know. That is what the Indian agencies know so far. Ray, if I can get you right now, breaking news now we are getting in that it's not just Al-Zawahiri. More people may have been killed because obviously he was not there alone. He was there with his with some considerable amount of manpower with him. He was there with security detailing. He was there perhaps with his guards. We are hearing that more people may have been killed. Some reports suggesting that Haqqani's son and son-in-law were also killed, though I can't confirm that. We will have to wait for more details, but we have a confirmation now from top sources, and Abhishek is joining me on the details. Abhishek, over to you. What are you picking up from your sources in the agencies? Abhishek.
Well, Ranjan, I have spoken to top sources in the agencies that track the region, track India's external intelligence, and collate a lot of data, real time. And this is an information that I can share with our viewers, that this safe house was provided to Zawahiri and his family early this year, sometime in February. And in fact, sources tell us that it's not just Zawahiri who has been killed. It's likely that apart from him, other occupants in the house, numbered anything between 8 to 12, might have been killed. And that's why perhaps there might be a follow-up information coming in from the U.S. Agencies as well, because remember, as of now, they have only claimed the killing of Zawahiri and that nothing has happened to the family. But it's likely that either people from the family or some other occupants, since it was a guest house, might have been killed. Just hold on, Niranjan, I'm getting an important call.
Far is that Ayman Al-Zawahiri was killed in a targeted, tailor-made airstrike this morning. The US President Joe Biden has confirmed this death of Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Details that are now emerging seem to suggest that he was housed in a safe house that belonged to the Haqqani network, and thereafter there have been questions raised about the Taliban government, because do remember that the Interior Minister of Afghanistan is Rajuddin Haqqani. So that obviously is going to raise a lot of questions as to whether the Taliban is back to harboring terrorists within its territory in contravention to the Doha Agreement, even though we've had the Taliban come out and say that the US's airstrike on its soil is completely against what was agreed at Doha. I think I'm going to go back to Mr. Locker on this one. Mr. Locker, a lot has been said about the Doha Agreement. We've had the Taliban come out and talk of the fact that this is in contravention to what was agreed upon. But the fact also is that from the Taliban government side also, there have been a lot of missteps in that sense. The fact that Ayman Al-Zawahiri, the man, the number 2 from the Al-Qaeda, was found in a safe house over there, obviously, supported by the Haqqani network, does raise a lot of questions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's logical to assume that the Taliban government, that Al-Zawahiri was living in Afghanistan, probably living in Kabul. That would not surprise me. Can we guarantee it? I don't think so. You never really know with this kind of thing, but I think anybody who's looking at the situation would rightly conclude that the Afghan government knew that he was there. And if they knew he was there, they supported him being there. And they're not, I don't think they're also so naive to think that if the United States intelligence community, military knew that he was there, that somebody would do something about it. So I don't think anybody had any illusion along this whole line over the last year and a half about what would happen if the terrorist leader was found in Kabul.
Oh yes, I think we've got Colonel Shailendra Singh also joining us on the broadcast right now. Colonel Singh, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. To begin with, how do you see the operation militarily? Because the details that are now emerging are of the fact that obviously US intelligence agencies have been tracking him for a while, and they exactly the time that he comes out at his balcony, and then a guided tailor-made strike was used to take him down. So militarily, as well as, in terms of intelligence, there is little doubt that the United States of America is still in control of, what many would have doubted with that chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Jai Hind, good morning. I can only tell you one thing, that such military covert operations are of a matter of patience. You would have actually known, the US would have actually known, here is the man. They would have actually rehearsed it, that yes, here he comes out, generally at a particular time. They would have even rehearsed that yes, their drone would have flown over at a much bigger height so that it's not detected. All those things are part of the military operation. And striking is the final clearance by the US president that yes, please go ahead. Now, I heard that there's a lot of talk about that Doha agreement and this agreement and that agreement. Yes, indeed, worldwide, I respect all agreements, but the agreements are for respectable people who will respect that particular agreement. If Kabul, Haqqanis can support this man by giving a house, giving a safe house, because it is impossible that this man can survive on his own. And who's the so-called biggest well-wisher of Haqqani? Who's in a honeymoon with Haqqani? That should never be forgotten by the US. It is the Pakistan. That anger needs to be seen. Because after Bin Laden, this is proved fact that unless you have a government support,
yes,
whosoever, unless you have a government support, you cannot survive in such safe houses.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I request all of you gentlemen to stay on with us. You are watching Republic TV's continuous broadcast of the big news that broke this morning of the killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri in a targeted strike by the United States of America. Stay with us.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Welcome viewers. Sanjay Raut has no guts. Sanjay Raut has no guts to face the 672 families whose homes were demolished as part of a redevelopment project in Mumbai. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Raut has no guts. Sanjay Raut has no guts to face them and explain how, while the corrupt developer HDIL made over 1,000 crore profit, one of HDIL's henchmen kept putting money in Sanjay Raut's wife's account. Yes, Sanjay Raut has no guts, ladies and gentlemen. And he won't have the guts as he spends tonight in jail to tell the people of the country how his 672 families remained homeless. He was making money from those who demolished the homes and never gave the families of those who lost their homes a roof over their heads. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Raut has no guts, and frankly, Sanjay Raut, who the Lutyens media loves, deserves to be hauled over the coals for what he has done. And that is the fact, viewers. You can attack the ED, you can question the ED all you want for the rest of your life. But the question is very simple. Did Sanjay Raut or Sanjay Raut's family make the money? Did they make the money? That's the only question. Did he or his family take unsecured loans from the scam kingpins? Did they or did they not? Did he or his family buy land parcels and flats in Mumbai out of the money that they had received? Did they do that or not? These questions are elementary. The ED is doing its job. All this ridiculous stuff about why is the ED catching the corrupt? What a stupid question. It's an impossible.
संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
Included an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
World's most wanted and Osama's number 2 taken out by the US in Kabul airstrike. Sources suggest safe house provided to Zawahiri in February. Clear role of Taliban regime now out. After Osama bin Laden, it's Al-Zawahiri. Pakistan role in protection becomes top focus. Pakistan Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri housed in park-backed Haqqani owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? World welcomes US strike, says Al-Zawahiri's killing is a step towards a safer world. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for staying tuned to Republic, tracking the big story this morning of how Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri has been eliminated by the US forces. In fact, more details that are now coming in of how the Hellfire missiles were used by the US forces to carry out this precision airstrike. In fact, those are the visuals also in which you can see the finer details. The particular house where Zawahiri was attacked. In fact, he was killed in the heart of Kabul city. We have our executive editor Niranjan, who's tracking all the latest on that. Niranjan, if you could help us explain how Hellfire missiles are used and the precision airstrikes that were carried out by the US with respect to this attack.
Yes, our experts will be able to tell us more about the Hellfire missiles. Actually, we have a video of the Hellfire missiles and how they are used. If I can put up those videos, we've sourced it from the US military system. Which is a content generator on YouTube. So this is a video that I'm putting out with courtesy to them, just to tell our viewers a little bit about the Hellfire missile works. We'll just tell you more about the video of the Hellfire missiles, and we are hearing there was a strike on Sunday morning. The US intelligence officials and the entire intel security apparatus in America had an idea about Al-Zawahiri being present here. And our own sources in the security agencies are saying that he was there since February this year. He was in fact given that house in February this year. This is how the Hellfire missile system works, by the way. That's on your screen right now. That's a little about the Hellfire system that was used by America in this operation. So while we stay on these pictures, I just want to tell you that our reporter is there, our correspondent who will be on the ground getting us all the details, and he's in fact at the location. And in the next few minutes, you should be able to get the first report from there. That's how a Hellfire missile works. That's a Hellfire missile in operation. So eerie that when it happened on Sunday morning, nobody knew what was going on. Some journalists in Afghanistan also tweeted pictures of the house that was targeted, and they also put out, they said this is a picture that was a picture of a drone that was captured, when the operation took place. It's a very hazy picture. Bilal Sarwari, a journalist, has put up that picture of that drone as well, though he says that he can't really confirm, but he says people on the ground managed to somehow catch a picture of that drone as it was leaving that area. It's a very hazy picture, but nonetheless, what it does tell you, that there was a great level of planning in this operation, a precision strike. And if you look at the picture of that house, now let's show you the house. There are 3 or 4 pictures of the house, not just one. 3 or 4 pictures of the house where Al-Zawahiri was targeted. It's a bungalow, it seems like, and it's got high walls, clearly, meant to be a safe house. And the journalists from Afghanistan who are tweeting, or who tweeted after the attack on Sunday, say that, look at that house. This is typically a safe house with high walls. Not too much visibility, but there's a balcony. If you look at the right side of the screen, there is a balcony there. And you see the rear end. What you're looking at is the rear end, and the rear end is clearly damaged. And there are more pictures now that are coming in that shows that there is a tarpaulin or a sheet that is completely covered this house and this portion. Perhaps a cover-up job with the global attention now being paid to Al-Zawahiri. So that's a little bit about how the attack took, how he was taken out, how Al-Zawahiri, one of the world's most wanted terrorists, was taken out. Let me go across to Ray Locker, Colonel Shailendra Singh, and Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, who continue to stay with us. Let me show you that drone. The drone, if one of our cameras is focused on the drone as put out by a journalist in Afghanistan. If our producers could take that picture of that drone on surface, look at that. Very hazy picture, Ray, of that drone that was captured. When it happened, when the attack happened, we are told that was a picture that was captured. Very hazy, can't vouch for it, but put out by a journalist in Afghanistan. But the level and scale of this operation, and I think they really waited to really take him out, and they've struck him in the heart of Kabul. Some reports saying it's Sirajuddin Haqqani's house, de facto leader, the man who's ruling Afghanistan. He was hiding. The world's most wanted terrorist was hiding in the house of Al-Zawahiri. I mean, he was hiding in the house of Sirajuddin Haqqani, we are told. Right next to that house is the house of the Kabul police chief. And exactly how Abbottabad happened, exactly how Osama bin Laden was taken out in Pakistan, in the military headquarters, close to the garrison area. He was literally in the heart of Kabul, in one of the most safest and secure areas of Kabul. Ray.
Should the intelligence service of the United States long that there are people even in Kabul, Afghanistan, run by the Taliban, who are willing to cooperate, probably for money, and that it's hard to hide for as long as Al-Zawahiri was able to hide. Eventually, the bill came due and was taken out.
And one of the world's most wanted terrorists has been eliminated. I think we're also being joined right now by Hayatullah Haqzai. Hayatullah, can you hear me? Good morning. Can you hear me, Hayatullah?
Thanks, sir. Good morning, yes, sir.
Good morning. So Hayatullah is a senior journalist joining us live from Afghanistan. Hayatullah, what can you tell us about this area, this location? We'll show that area and the pictures of the house where he was taken out. What do we know from local reports about this area and where Al-Zawahiri was hiding?
Yes, as I heard from TV media, Ayman Al-Zawahiri exists in a diplomatic area in Kabul. The name of that area is Shirpur. This area is a very secure area. But today, last day, he was killed by USA military. So it was impossible for people of Afghanistan, but the United States of America intelligence did it, and they killed him.
From the local reports, Hayatullah, what do we know from the local reports about who else was possibly killed? Who else was possibly killed?
As you know that in media, a few hours ago, the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden, announced that we killed Ayman Al-Zawahiri in Kabul. So it's right. 2 days ago, they attacked in Shirpur area. Shirpur area is one of the most security area in Kabul. It is a diplomatic area, but they had information about Ayman Al-Zawahiri because he joined Kabul to meet his family. His family as well exists in Kabul. So therefore, they attacked and they killed Ayman al-Zawahiri. I mean, Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed by USA spy or intelligence military.
Okay, so Hayatullah, what is the Taliban saying on record? What is the Taliban saying on record on this particular strike? Have they made any comments about or acknowledged whether it was Ayman al-Zawahiri?
Finally Taliban accept it, but before they reject it, they told there was not attack by airplane. They rejected it, but finally they accepted, that Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed by United States of America. But at first they don't accept it. They reject it, and they told that it's wrong report. But at final, when the United States of America announced it and they accepted, Ayman al-Zawahiri was exist in Kabul and he was supposed to meet his family in Sherpur area, but he was killed by the United States of America military.
This is huge. This is huge. Now you're saying that that they've acknowledged. Was it a statement? Was it an announcement? Who from the Taliban has acknowledged it was Ayman al-Zawahiri?
One of the spokesmen of the Taliban, General Mubin, he is an active person in Taliban government, and he accepted, it happened.
Development. In fact, we now have the first report from the area. I'm going to play out that report in just a few seconds, and I'm just going to play out that report in just a few seconds right now. But I want to get in a word also from our panelists who stay with us. Colonel Shailendra Singh, you're listening into what's been going on. Hayatullah has just said that even the Taliban has been forced to admit that Taliban, which was in denial, has been forced to admit it was al-Zawahiri.
Yes, definitely.
Their character, they would have actually not accepted it. It is only now they are slowly and steadily progressing towards the acceptance, because they don't have a choice, because they know. And a good strategy could be that yes, we should hold the Taliban by their collar slowly and steadily and ask them that you better join the world of anti-terrorism. Don't be a terrorist state. You may have a character of that kind, but you have no choice because the world is against you. Same goes for Pakistan. I can only tell you, India must bring that correct pressure, correct strategy in US, that why are we not going to hold Pakistan role in this responsible? There has to be a role. You take my word on it, because that is what Pakistan is all about. If you are the so-called boyfriend of Haqqanis, then you know your girlfriend very well. And without you as a boyfriend, Pakistan, Haqqanis, cannot actually work on military affairs. They don't have an organized military the way ISI is. So I feel Pakistan need to be taken on board as a strategy that we will help you. We will help you overcome terrorism, which you have been crying. You are already under pressure, because when such a person can be killed who was under strict best of the protection at Kabul, that means there are world targets, world terrorists who are staying in Pakistan also. I think India needs a covert diplomatic offensive with US, that we will bring out those people also who have been officially sheltered in Pakistan.
Yes, and Ray, even the Taliban has. I mean, you just heard what Ray Locker. You just heard what Hayatullah said. Even Hayatullah saying that Taliban has been now forced to admit they were in denial, tried to hush it up over the weekend, but they haven't been able to do that. And the way I see it, and with the details emerging of Sirajuddin Haqqani's links, etc., there's going to be a huge fallout of this. I think for the next few weeks and months, this is going to be a top story, Ray.
And believe me, it doesn't end here. I mean, this is a victory for the U.S. terms of war against terrorism. But there will be other people who will follow Al-Zawahiri and take up his cause. I don't know how it's going to play out in the future. This is obviously a big win, but I'm not sure how active he's been in terms of fomenting terrorism lately. But it's a big win, and we're going to see a lot of things shake out in the next few weeks and months. There's no doubt about it.
Make an announcement. Republic TV is live from the location where the strike took place, and I'm just going to put out the first video. I'm not giving out the details of my correspondent there. Of course, he fears for his life, but I'm going to put out the report. I'm going to ask my teams to just put out his first report. He's recorded for us. In just a few seconds, I'll have the report on screen. I will have the report on screen. And we're just going to put out the first report. From that area. We have the pictures of the house as well. The first video, and I'm just going to put that out. In fact, we are the first network, the first global network to get you a report from Shirpur in Kabul. The first global network to get you the pictures of Shirpur in Kabul. In fact, one of the houses that has been demolished, but which has been completely destroyed. We're getting in that video as well. But okay, let's cut to the newsroom. That's my colleague. That's my colleague. Let me just call him Zabi for now. Zabi, who sent us this report. It's a Republic Global exclusive. Republic Global exclusive from Shirpur. Let's play that out.
Drone strike, but still Taliban official denying that there was no casualty of their high official. So it was the biggest blow after their first leader Al-Zawahiri has been killed in their strike. And welcome everyone to the Republic World from Afghanistan. As you know that on Sunday at early morning around 6 a.m. there was a drone strike in Shirpur, one of the places in Kabul, on the residence of Al-Qaeda organization Al-Zawahiri. And after that, today President Biden announced that he was killed in the drone strike, but still Taliban official denying that there was no casualty of their high official. So it was the biggest blow after their first leader Al-Zawahiri has been killed in their strike. And welcome everyone to the Republic World from Afghanistan. As you know that on Sunday at early morning around 6 a.m. there was a drone strike in Shirpur, one of the places in Kabul.
What I will also do is my colleague Zabi also sent us a video of the building right next to the house that was taken out. Let me put that video as well. Let me put that video, the third video of the house. Can I please put that video out as well? There was a video that he shows where the drone strike took place. There is a third video. There were two reports and also a video that shows how that house was struck. This is a report from the site where Zawahiri was taken out by the US drone strike using Hellfire missiles. Can we please show that third video, please? That's a video. I'm going to put that out on the Surface device in just about 10 seconds. The alignment, sorry about the alignment. We'll just straighten that out. But this is the first video that is coming in from the site. I'd like to play that video out, please. That's a video that's just come in from Kabul, from the site where it happened. If my producers can take that as well, that's a video. If you can see that, we'll fix the alignment on that. But you can show this video for now. The first video that is come in. From the area where Zawahiri was taken out, and Republic is reporting live, getting you the ground report and also the videos of the house from where Zawahiri was taken out. He was standing in a balcony. I mean, you should have some courage. Global terrorist standing on the balcony and he was taken out. Colonel Anil Bhatt is also joining us on the broadcast. I'd like to go across to him. Colonel Anil Bhatt, if I can get you on this. Colonel Anil Bhatt, if I can get you on this, on the fact that you know, he perhaps found it safest to be at a safe house, owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, and what a way to go. The Taliban shielded him. He was right next to the house of the Kabul chief, and he's been taken out. Yes, Colonel Bhatt, go ahead, sir. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
So a lot of details coming in at this point. In fact, the report that we are playing out is from that very same area where Zawahiri was eliminated by the US forces using the Hellfire missile, which is said to be one of the highly most sophisticated precision missiles that has been used by the US in the past as well to carry out the strikes. In fact, the Hellfire missile, we are told, uses extended blades rather than explosives to target specific targets that the countries have. It is used against specific human targets, and it hits target, avoiding civilian casualties as well. The visuals on your screens are from that very same location where Zawahiri was eliminated by the US forces using the Hellfire missile that was that struck the terrorist using the US drone as well. So a lot of details coming in at this point, and remember, this attack happened in the heart of Kabul city, which points to the fact that there is a clear role from what it appears of not just the Taliban but the Pakistan as well, because the attack happened very close to the Pakistan embassy as well, which is just 13 minutes away from that location where Zawahiri was eliminated. Slipping into a very short break for now. We'll get you live coverage from Kabul on the other side.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone.
Staying with the live pictures, in fact, we're getting in the first report from the attack site, from the drone strike site. I beg your pardon, where he was taken out. Ray Locker, Shailendra Singh, Colonel Shailendra Singh, continue to stay with us, and let's show you the report. This was close to the area. We have a report from that area as well, where our colleague, correspondent in Kabul, is getting us the latest details, and we should be able to get you more details. Let me go across to Colonel Shailendra Singh as well. Colonel Shailendra Singh, Pakistan. Can Pakistan get away from this?
Pakistan will not be able to get away, though there will be denial, open denial in diplomacy. I think US and India should be very magnanimous to allow that to happen. But from the side, behind the curtain, we can definitely hold their collar and ask them that this is the proof, this is where you are. Choice is up to you. You further want to stay in the grey list and come into the blacklist of FATF. Well, your economy is where it is. Everything is against you. You better come on board for anti-terrorism. That is the only choice. Now, as far as this house destruction is concerned, which you were talking about, I must inform you, Hellfire is a beautiful weapon. It was never made actually for a house. It was made for bunker busting. It was made for tanks. Any armor it can destroy. Now, as far as your question was concerned earlier to somebody, that what could have been the collateral damage. Well, Hellfire has got a precision strike capability. And that is why out of 100 pounds of the complete bomb, only 20 pounds is kept as high explosive in it. So that there is least possible collateral damage. As far as its radius of destruction, casualty, not casualty, the killing area, that is only 15 meters. Why? It has been deliberately kept like that for precision strike, where you do not want collateral damage to take place. So that is commendable, very responsible of US that they have used such a weapon system, which will ensure that there is no civilian casualty other than what you were aiming for.
Yes. Yes, and that's my colleague Zabi, who's outside the location, very close to the location, a few meters away from where the US drone strike took out Ayman Al-Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda chief. He sent us this report. If I can play that report out, please. I'll just play that report and go across to Ray Locker as well. Let's play out the report. Let's play out the report of what Zabi has sent.
One of the places in Kabul on the residence of Al-Qaeda organization, Ayman Al-Zawahiri. And after that, today President Biden announced that he was killed in the drone strike. But still Taliban officials denying that there was no casualty of their high officials. So it was the biggest blow after their first leader, Osama bin Laden. This is the biggest blow for them. That Ayman Al-Zawahiri has been killed in their strike. As of today, the spokesperson of Taliban, Zabihullah Mujahid, has tweeted and said that this drone strike has been against the protocol and the agreement between Taliban and America, but he did not name any kind of casualties and he did not mention the organization.
A short break, and we're getting you more exclusive leads from Kabul. I request my panelists to stay with us. This story is going to get big. We're still skimming the surface because we are hearing that the house was owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, the de facto leader of the Taliban in Kabul. If the Taliban gave Zawahiri a safe house, and if Sirajuddin Haqqani is involved, the story becomes bigger. Pakistan's role is out. Stay tuned.
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirate said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris
संजय को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
The world's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 is taken out by the US in the Kabul airstrike. Sources suggest the safe house provided to Ayman Al-Zawahiri in February in clear violation of the Doha Agreement. After Osama bin Laden, it's Al-Zawahiri Pakistan role in protecting terrorists now become a top focus. Pakistan Taliban role is out in the open now. Zawahiri was housed in a Pakistan-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did the ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? The world welcomes the US airstrike, says that Al-Zawahiri's killing is a step towards a safer world. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. As we continue our broadcast over the killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri by the United States of America in a drone strike, we are now getting in leads on how the entire operation took place. We're also getting reports that Al-Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda's number 2, was housed in a building that was owned by the Haqqani network. Reports also seem to suggest that the safe haven was owned by the Pakistan-based Haqqani network. network and in fact actually belong to the Interior Minister of Afghanistan, Sirajuddin Haqqani. Joining us on the broadcast currently are Niranjan Narayan-Swamy, our executive editor, Colonel Anit Bhatt, who's a defense expert, and Colonel Shailendra Singh as well, who's also a defense expert. Good morning, all of you. To you first, Niranjan, any new inputs that we have right now? We are also now getting more details as to the fact that the home that Zawahiri was brought to in about February this year actually belonged to Sirajuddin Haqqani, who of course was the Interior Minister of Pakistan.
I just want to welcome Zabi live from Kabul. So we are now the first global network live out of the attack site right now. Zabi is at the attack site. I'm going across straight to Zabi Nupur. He's at the attack site. Let me go across to him. Zabi, you brought us those pictures. Let's go full frame to Zabi. He's at the attack site in Kabul, showing us what happened, the area. Zabi, over to you. Over to you, my friend.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house, and I will try. So you can see the back of the place where this is called the Sherpur place. And here is the drone strike was done. You can see at the back of that tall building that there was a drone strike done. So here in Kabul, especially around Sherpur place, there is not a normal situation, and anything is not normal.
Zabi, you know this area well. You know this area very well. Why don't you tell our viewers in India about how critical this area is, or rather how heavily guarded, how secured is this area where Al-Zawahiri was taken out?
So you can see that this was the place where the previous government high official was resident. They live there, but now this is under the control of the Taliban high officials. So after the situation or after the bomb attack struck here, the security situation is very high. And every road and every sub-road, there is a security, there is a Taliban fighter that they are not allowing people to go there. So it was really a high official places there, they live there. So now no one is allowed to go near to see the place targeted house. So the security is very high there.
Also, Zabi, now just in terms of where this is for our viewers, can you describe, that this is the heart of Kabul, and obviously the distances to the US Embassy, the Pakistan Embassy would not be quite that much. So for the Taliban regime to come out and say that they did not know he was hiding here, will not be believed by anybody, will it?
So this is, as you said, this is the heart of Kabul. This is a place where a lot of ministries are located here. The presidential palace, or we can say Ark, is here near around 1 kilometer or little there from here. And also a lot of embassies, Turkish embassies, Pakistan embassies, the embassy of US, and other embassies are here. So this is the place where you cannot say anything that they don't know or he was hiding here, or because this is the place where the high officials are indicated in my previous talk.
So does that also indicate the kind of support that he enjoyed from the Taliban regime over there? There are also reports that seem to suggest that he was actually being hidden in a safe house that was owned by the Interior Minister of the Taliban government, of the Taliban regime, that is Sirajuddin Haqqani.
Yes, this is obvious support for them, because US said that President Biden said that they have killed this organization leader, and they are denying that. So if they are denying that, so it means that they support the situation.
Right. Now, what's the word that's coming in from the Taliban government? They seem to say that the US has violated the Doha Agreement, but the US in return says that, it was the Taliban regime which had promised not to house these terrorists, but they seem now to be back in the heart of Kabul and, not on the porous borders, but in the heart of fortified Kabul.
Yes, as tweeted by the Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of Taliban, tweeted morning today. They said that this is against the agreement between the Afghan government, or the Taliban government, and the American officials. They said he said that this agreement is American is violating this agreement, because they said that they will not airstrike or they will not damage the Taliban government, but they are now doing that. So he did not name any casualties here, but just they said that this is why the Americans are violating the agreement at the heart of Kabul.
Ask you one more question. We were hearing from the US that there was only one person who was killed in this airstrike. That was the intended target, that was Ayman Al-Zawahiri. But we're also hearing now reports that seem to suggest that there could have been other people who were killed. Any confirmation on that yet?
Yes, there were a lot of other targets too. Besides this airstrike, there was another bomb blast in Casino place. There was another one in Dimazan. So and another one also in the Sherpur. So this was not the just target one place targeted. A lot of 3 or 2 more houses were also targeted on that the same day on the same time.
All right, I think Niranjan also has a question. Niranjan, over to you.
Yeah. No, but no, I just wanted to check with him because my colleague, Zabi, has been reporting from Afghanistan for Republic. He's seen the Taliban regime change when they took over Kabul. He was live from different parts of Afghanistan when it happened. So he's seen all of this. Now, is there a divide within the Taliban, Zabi? Is there a divide with what is going on? Do some feel that Pakistan has got a free hand?
As they denied, as the Taliban officials denied that they have the separation between them. But it looks that there are 2 or maybe there is 2, we can say, the separation there between Haqqani and another.
Yeah. Okay, stay with me, Zabi. Stay with me. Zabi is live from that site. He's a few meters away from where the house from where Zawahiri was taken out from a balcony by America. Colonel Anil Bhatt joining us on the broadcast as well. Colonel Anil Bhatt, if I can get you also on this. Fahim Sadat also joining us, political analyst from Germany. Before I go across to Fahim, if I can get a word from Colonel Anil Bhatt. Colonel Bhatt, how close has it come home to Pakistan once again, sir?
All I can do is, give America a compliment with my tongue in my cheek. They're brilliant. It took you all 22 years to kill Al-Zawahiri. It took you all 10 years to kill Osama bin Laden. And yes, it was a very well coordinated attack by by use of drones, fine. But whether it was Osama bin Laden in 2010 or Al-Zawahiri in 2022, both have a very, very strong Pakistan connection. And on that, US has always been, conveniently silent, conveniently giving the Nelson's eye. That there are so many US soldiers who were killed in Afghanistan at, because of because of the Pakistani connection, because of Pakistan Army, who were running with the, hares, running with the hounds and hunting with the hounds and running with the hares.
Yes.
You cannot deny, and you cannot just keep on. You cannot just keep on, giving the Nelson's eye about Pakistan.
Yes.
I wonder what it will take. I wonder what it will take for the US to catch Pakistan by the neck at long last and say, okay, let's sort you out.
Sir, stay with me. I'm going across because, we are the only channel, only network globally live on the story from the spot, and Zabi doing a fantastic job. Zabi, thank you for that. And I'm going across to Zabi. Zabi, I'm going to ask you a few questions in Hindi because हमारे जो दर्शक है रिपब्लिक भारत के दर्शक वो भी ये देख रहे हैं, और हमें थोड़ा बताइए ज़बी, आप जहाँ पे हैं क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे, और वो जो जगह है काबुल में उसके बारे में हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए। ये जो एरिया है यहाँ पे कितना सिक्योर एरिया है ये ज़बी?
ओके सर, तो आप जैसे जानते हैं कि ये वाक़या शेरपुर में हुआ। शेरपुर जैसा कि हार्ट ऑफ काबुल इसे कहते हैं, क्योंकि ये वो जगह है जो पिछले गवर्नमेंट के हाई ऑफिशियल जो थे वो सब यही रहते थे। ये वेरी हाई सिक्योरिटी एरिया है, यहाँ सिक्योरिटी बहुत ज़्यादा थी, अभी भी ज़्यादा है। फिर जब ये जो तालिबान रजीम यहाँ आए तो उसी घरों में ये हाई ऑफिशियल ऑफ तालिबान यही रहते थे, यही अभी रह रहे, अभी यही रह रहे। तो ये बहुत ही ये वो प्लेस है जहाँ में एम्बेसीज भी है, फॉरेन एम्बेसीज भी है, मिनिस्ट्रीज भी है यहाँ, और यही वो जगह है जो संडे के 6 बजे, सुबह 6 बजे यहाँ एयर स्ट्राइक हुआ था, और अल-कायदा की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का लीडर अल-ज़वाहिरी यहीं पर वो किल हुआ था।
और हमें ये खबर भी आ रही है, अभी ये खबर आ रही है ज़बी कि अब तक तालिबान ने इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया था। उन्होंने इनफैक्ट डिनाई किया था। ये जो खबर आ रही थी संडे सुबह जब ये स्ट्राइक हुआ था, ड्रोन स्ट्राइक, इस खबर को डिनाई किया था, लेकिन अभी तालिबान भी एक्सेप्ट कर रही है कि वो ऐमान अल-ज़वाहिरी ही था उस घर के अंदर।
हाँ, अभी तक तो तालिबान ने ये एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया था कि ये वो अभी तक तो ये भी एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहे थे कि यहाँ ड्रोन स्ट्राइक हुआ था, मगर आज जब प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन ने ये अनाउंस किया था कि उसने एयर स्ट्राइक में ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ अल-कायदा के लीडर जो अल-ज़वाहिरी थे उसको मार दिया था, अभी वो एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं। इसके पहले वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहे थे, वो डिनाई कर रहे थे कि यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं हुआ था, मगर आज वो जब प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन ने जो अनाउंस किया है तो उसके बाद ये भी एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ वो मार दिया गया था।
ज़बी, एक और चीज़, ये जो जगह है यहाँ पे काबुल के जो शेरपुर जगह है जहाँ से आप रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अभी, कितना सिक्योर लोकेशन है ये? यहाँ पे कौन कौन रहते हैं? क्योंकि अभी तक जो हमने देखा है, ये ओसामा बिन लादेन हो या ज़वाहिरी हो, इनका हाइडिंग प्लेस दूसरा जगह पे होता था, लेकिन अभी ये काबुल के बीच में जो बंगलो था वो एक सेफ हाउस भी था।
हाँ, यही वो जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था कि यही वो जगह है जो सारे काबुल में या सारा अफगानिस्तान में सेफर इलाका यही है। यही वो जगह थी जो पिछले गवर्नमेंट की हाई ऑफिशियल भी यही रहते थे, क्योंकि ये हाई सिक्योरिटी इलाका है, यहाँ सिक्योरिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, सिक्योरिटी कैमराज, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज, anything was there, and now they live here. Taliban high official like Haqqani leaders, ministers और high और गवर्नर भी यही रहते हैं। यही वो हाई ऑफिशियल जगह है जो संडे के सुबह यही जो वाक़या होता है, यही वो जगह है, ये हाई सिक्योरिटी इलाका है।
अभी हमारे जो कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट है ज़बी अभी उसी जगह पे है जहाँ पे ज़वाहिरी का ड्रोन स्ट्राइक हुआ था, संडे सुबह को हुआ था, और जब ये स्ट्राइक हुई थी हमें ये बताया गया था कि उस घर पे शायद कोई नहीं था। इनिशियल रिपोर्ट्स जो आया था ज़बी, वो रिपोर्ट्स में ये बताया गया था कि कोई मरा नहीं था वहाँ पे, लेकिन अभी जो रिपोर्ट्स आ रही है हमें ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि वहाँ पे सिराजुद्दीन हक्कानी भी था, सिराजुद्दीन हक्कानी का बेटा था, सिराजुद्दीन हक्कानी का घर था, उनका बेटा भी था वहाँ पे। क्या इसके बारे में हमारे दर्शकों को आप थोड़ी जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
हाँ बिल्कुल, यही वो जगह है जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि ये सारे हक्कानी नेटवर्क यही रहते थे। ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि इतनी हाई सिक्योरिटी जगह में कोई घर खाली हो, कोई भी नहीं रहता। यही वो लोग थे, यही लोग रहते थे। उसी वक्त जो ये टारगेट हुआ था वो उसी दिन वो बहुत सारे लोग थे जो शायद और लोग भी मारे गए हैं, क्योंकि वो घर था जो ऐसा नहीं था कि कोई भी नहीं था वहाँ, भी था,
हमारे कोलीग नुपुर भी है यहाँ पे। नुपुर, यस, आप भी थोड़ा पूछ लीजिए।
जी ज़बी, क्या आप हमें बता सकते हैं, जो एक खबरें आ रही हैं उनमें कहा जा रहा है कि तालिबान ने कहा है कि ये वायलेशन है दोहा एग्रीमेंट का, लेकिन ये यूएस कहता है कि दोहा एग्रीमेंट के हिसाब से यहाँ पे टेररिस्ट को नहीं होना चाहिए था, लेकिन हमें जानकारी आ रही है कि ज़वाहिरी वहाँ पे मौजूद थे।
हाँ, जैसा कि दोहा एग्रीमेंट में ये बताया गया था कि अमेरिकन फोर्सेज और अमेरिका ये तालिबान रजीम को वायलेट नहीं करेंगे, वो एग्रीमेंट को वायलेट नहीं करेंगे। और अमेरिका ने ये शर्त रखा था कि वो तालिबान अल-कायदा को सपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे, मगर इमान ज़वाहिरी जो कि अल-कायदा के लीडर थे वो यहाँ पाया गया था। तो ज़बीउल्लाह मुजाहिद अभी तक भी डिनाई कर रहे थे कि ये कह रहे कि ये दोहा एग्रीमेंट के खिलाफ कार्रवाई हुई है, मगर अमेरिका फिर कह रही है कि आप यानी तालिबान दोहा एग्रीमेंट की वो रूल फॉलो नहीं कर रहे, क्योंकि उस वहाँ पे ये भी था कि आप अल-कायदा को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे, मगर ये जो अल-कायदा को सपोर्ट कर रहे तो अमेरिका कह रहे कि हमने किसी भी एग्रीमेंट को वायलेशन में नहीं डाला और वायलेट नहीं किया।
जी, और ये भी खबरें आ रही हैं कि जो इंटीरियर मिनिस्टर हैं अफगानिस्तान के, उन्होंने सिराजुद्दीन हक्कानी उनको लाए थे ज़वाहिरी को, और उन्होंने इनको रखा था इस सेफ हाउस में। क्या आप इस बारे में हमें और जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
शायद यही हुआ था, क्योंकि ईमान ज़वाहिरी जो था वो एक छोटा आदमी नहीं था, वो एक बड़ा आदमी था, वो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का लीडर था। अगर वो यहाँ आए तो लाजमी है कि कोई हाई ऑफिशियल उसके साथ होगा और यहाँ लाया होगा।
Stay with me. Stay with me, Zabi, stay with me. That's a live shot. Zabi, we'll stay on the live shot. We'll keep that live shot on. I'll keep that live shot on. He's outside. He's at Sherpur, where Ayman Al-Zawahiri, one of the world's most wanted terrorists, has been killed in a drone strike. I have Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us on the broadcast. I also have Captain Alok Bansal joining us on the broadcast. Fahim has been waiting on, so let me take a question from Fahim. Fahim Sadat, a political analyst from Germany. Fahim, when you look at the developments of what has just happened here, and look at how brazenly this was done. You've shielded a global terrorist. You've given him a safe house in the heart of Kabul. And reports suggest that this could have been the house of Sirajuddin Haqqani. And in the heart of Kabul, right next to the chief of Kabul's residence, it's got every imprint and that eerie, uncanny similarity to what happened with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. Fahim.
Yeah, I think this shouldn't be strange, but this will definitely put serious doubts on the Taliban's claim that they are trying to cut their ties with other terrorist groups, and Afghanistan's soil will not be used against any other country by any other groups. This is gonna have a long-term impact on that claim of the Taliban. There was already gap and distrust between the Taliban and the international community, and this will further strengthen that. But what is strange is that the Taliban first denied this attack, which means that whether in coordination or with no coordination, the Americans over the horizon operations are active in Afghanistan. And if this incident has not happened in coordination with the Taliban, then I can also not reject the assumption that looking at the economic hardship of the Pakistan security establishment might have coordinated in the whereabouts of the Zawahiri with the Americans in return for the Americans' help on the IMF and other economic hardships that they are facing. So this is already complicating the situation over the Taliban, and this will hugely damage their claim for legitimacy and recognition by the international community, because Zawahiri's presence in Sherpur area of Kabul, which is a highly secure and elite resident area, means that the leadership, presumably the leadership of the Al-Qaeda, has already moved to Kabul, and Taliban are not in a mood of cutting their ties, or not able to cut their ties with the groups such as Al-Qaeda for the moment.
Let me get a word from Captain Alok Bansal and Major General J.D. Bakshi also on the broadcast with us. General Bakshi, it's got Pakistan written all over it, with Sirajuddin Haqqani's role coming under scan, and we know who his godfathers are, isn't it, General Bakshi?
Absolutely. We know who went to Kabul to install Sirajuddin Haqqani as the Interior Minister of Afghanistan, right? And now it is a replay of what happened in Abbottabad. There, the Pakistani ISI had ensconced Osama bin Laden in a 3-story house, fully replete, equipped with VCRs to play, pornographic films for him, and they spread the canard that he was in a cave in the Tora Bora mountains. He was under dialysis, whereas he was enjoying himself with his 3 wives. 800 meters from the Pakistan Military Academy, Kakul. This is even worse. In the best neighborhood, most elite neighborhood of Kabul, this man is staying in a safe house which belongs to Haqqani, and apparently, as per the reports, Haqqani's son and son-in-law were staying with him. He could not have been a more honored 5-star guest. The man who is responsible for 9/11, who was number 2 then to Osama bin Laden, is now number 1 to the number 1 of the Al-Qaeda. He is plotting against India. The hijab controversy, he was sending messages. This man is one of the most dangerous terrorist leaders in the globe. Absolutely. He is now an honored guest of the Taliban. What about the Talibani assurances not to support terrorism on its soil? It has gone out of the window. There are a whole lot of people in India who were deeply impressed with Taliban 2.0, who wanted us to be the first to recognize him, the Taliban. Thank God that madness has been stopped, and now that the Taliban has shown its true colors, I think it's about time that the international community come down upon the Taliban like a ton of bricks and make sure this regime, which has reneged on each and every one of the promises in the Doha Agreement, the promise to have an inclusive government, the promise to give Afghan women their rights, especially the right to education, the promise that they would have no truck with terrorists. Each one of them, we have been characterized by flagrant violation.
General Bakshi, as you're pointing out, those promises of the Taliban went out of the window quite a while ago.
And took action. And India, if nobody else takes action, we should be quite clear on what we have to do, what exactly this regime means to our national security.
Right, I wanted to bring in Captain Alok Bansal, who's been waiting for quite some time now. Captain Bansal, do you think this attack once again proves that the US can still protect its interests despite not really having boots on the ground? Look at the coordination that went into this attack.
See, let there be few issues which must be clear. While this attack by itself showed the technical prowess of the US, because they could eliminate Ayman Al-Zawahiri standing on the balcony of that particular house without targeting anyone else in the house. His family members were believed to be there. They have not been affected. And if your reports are true, then Sirajuddin Haqqani's son and son-in-law were there. But we need to understand, why was it that US could not identify Ayman Al-Zawahiri for last 20 years? It was because Ayman Al-Zawahiri was in Pakistan till 15th August 2021. Till there was a responsible government in Afghanistan, this dreaded terrorist who was actually being the brains of Al-Qaeda was hiding in Pakistan under the protective custody of ISI. It's only after once Taliban was ensconced in Afghanistan that he was brought to Afghanistan, and they thought they were secure because Taliban and Al-Qaeda have symbiotic linkages. Very often policy makers in India who are in a great haste to make relations with Taliban, establish diplomatic relations with Taliban, forget the theological connect between Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda has always talked of waging a global jihad under the leadership of Taliban leader, that is Amirul Mu'minin. Now, with that sort of connects, Taliban could have never let go Al-Qaeda. It was providing them all a safe haven. Not only Al-Qaeda, every terrorist organization in the globe is provided today with a safe haven in Afghanistan. Now, this particular incident has proved to the world that Taliban, the promises made by Taliban are not even worth the paper on which they have been made. Every single promise they have reneged on, whether it be women's education, inclusive government, sectarian inclusion, religious freedom, and now you can see terrorism emanating from there. So the fact is that these linkages that we have between Pakistan's ISI and Taliban now are there in the open for everyone to see. But there are people in India who believe that we can play Taliban against Pakistan's ISI or Pakistan. I think they are living in their fool's paradise. So I think this is a clearest manifestation that Taliban is committed to the ideology of Al-Qaeda, and that Al-Qaeda's ideology is nothing but global jihad, which wants to establish a global Islamic emirate, which does not believe in the Westphalian concept of nation state. So it does pose a threat to entire civilized world. And of course, we are one of them, and we are on their prime target. And I think it's very important that we need to understand the true nature and colors of this animal called Taliban, which is ruling today Kabul.
Mr. Sadat, if I could bring you in. Mr. Sadat, one of the concerns that India has had, when this chaotic pullout from Afghanistan was happening was the fact that, it would once again become a safe haven for terrorists. And that point today has been proven in the manner in which he was found right in the heart of Kabul. And it obviously, is something that India had feared even when all of this was happening.
Well, at the moment, I could see Indians' fears were true, that because we have the Al-Qaeda leader being killed in Kabul. I doubt this, that if the entire Taliban movement knew about this, looking at the very sort of close relationship between the Haqqani network and the establishment, maybe this was initiated by the Haqqani network and not putting everybody in picture. But there is no doubt that this seriously indicates that elements within the Taliban movement are still deeply involved with other terrorist groups, and they are having strong relationships still, and they are maintaining that relationship. Whether they can cut this relationship or they intend to cut these relationships with terrorist groups was something we all wanted to know. Not we as an Afghans, but I think if, our neighbors in the region and also the world wanted to know. And after the death of the Al-Qaeda leader in the heart of Kabul, I think this mistrust and the gap that was already there is going to be strengthened, and it will take a very long time and a lot of efforts, if taken by the Taliban, to reduce this gap now.
Let me also go across and tell, and we have a reporter live, by the way. Zabi was live a few minutes back from Sherpur, where Al-Zawahiri was taken out by a US drone strike. So we'll play out that report in just a few minutes. But let me also get in, General Bakshi, on that question of because our intelligence sources have suggested that there could be more casualties here. There is no official word on that. There is no official word. And while we wait for an official word on who else perhaps was inside that house, that safe house, General Bakshi, is it inevitable that there could be more casualties here?
Look, right now we have a bit of the fog of war, because the Taliban initially went into denial. Now they've said yes. So I think it will take by the evening at least, or by tomorrow, for things to crystallize. The United States statement does not go into details of where, when, how, etc., the details of the operation, but I'm sure the American media is very live and they will bring it out. President Joe Biden has been getting a lot of adverse press. His popularity ratings are down to 40%. I'm sure the American media will now tom and give us greater details of this very successful operation. It has been successful. My personal take is that the Taliban thought the world's attention are fully preoccupied with Ukraine. The world has no time or energy to spare to take a look at what the Taliban is up to, and therefore they were getting brazen. They were absolutely out of the global media channels. There was no trace talk of the Taliban anymore, so they thought they could get away with whatever they wanted. This is brazen. To keep the greatest enemy of the United States, to keep the greatest terrorist leader in the world in the most posh locality of Kabul, the capital city, and that too in one of the safe houses. I understand it is owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani. Even the boy that you had come on there from talking on the spot, he was also suggesting that this is Sirajuddin Haqqani's safe house, and he has been keeping him there. There are reports, not confirmed as yet, that the Sirajuddin Haqqani's son and son-in-law were also staying with him, and possibly they have also been hit and killed in this strike. We are awaiting clarification. There is a lot of the fog of the war, but just take a look at the building. It is a 5-star apartment. It is a 5-star, one of the best apartments in the most exclusive and so-called secure district of Kabul, where the seat of the government lies. They have been brazenly keeping him there, despite all their assurances to the international community, to the Americans, that they would have no truck with terror, they would give no shelter to any terror group. You forget any terror group, Al-Qaeda, the greatest enemy of the United States. This man was the personal guest of Sirajuddin Haqqani, the interior minister. How worse can it get? And Sirajuddin Haqqani is the cat's paw of the ISI. Don't forget that the Pakistani DG ISI, the erstwhile DG ISI, had rushed to Kabul to see that he has a major role in the Taliban government. And he also had some other Taliban leaders beaten up to ensure that the Sirajuddin Haqqanis would dominate this government. So it is virtually a cat's paw of the ISI, and they are brazenly supporting terror. They have reneged on every single agreement, whether to have ethnic inclusivity, whether to have a national unity government kind of a thing, express all shades of opinion, whether to give rights of education to women. They have flagrantly violated them all in your face. And yet there are people who want to have Taliban 2.0 is a reformed animal. You know, we can do business with the Taliban. We have no option but to do business with Taliban. So let us be the first to recognize the Taliban. It will be so grateful that it will dump Pakistan and the ISI and do what? Suck up to us? I mean, let's grow up. Let's grow up. Let's smell the coffee. Let's awaken to reality. They will always be inimical and hostile to you. Their ideology is so constructed that they have to hostile to you in every possible way. They may sweet talk you, but they'll stab you at the back at the first opportunity. And you have seen what is happening. From where was this man, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, giving his fatwas about the hijab? From that safe house, Sirajuddin Haqqani's house. From where was he trying to incite violence in India? From where was he inciting people to cut the throats of the blasphemers? From Kabul, Taliban, one of the best addresses there in Taliban, from the house of the interior minister, if you please. Can it get more brazen than that? Can it get more in your face than that? And yet we want to think it's a reformed Taliban. Well, if you want to delude yourself, if you want to suffer delusions, hallucinations, well, that's our problem. As far as the Taliban is concerned, they are crystal clear. Ayman Al-Zawahiri is an honored guest of the Interior Minister of the Taliban. And Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Interior Minister, is a cat's paw of the ISI. So now you can see the connections, you can connect the dots, and now I think we might as well get around to what do we do about it? Do we lump it? Do we just lump it? We carry on business as usual. We suck up to the Taliban. We try and please them. You know, I mean, there are some great appeasers around here in New Delhi. So I think by now they should have learned their lesson that we need to take off the kid gloves and deal with the Taliban as harshly as possible. Realize it for what it is, a monstrosity, a human rights disaster, a terrorist organization with no holds barred. I think we have to act now. We have given enough chances to the Taliban. Now the reality of the Taliban is crystal clear. They have been exposed before the whole world. I hope the Americans realize to whom they have gifted $40 billion worth of weapons. To the Taliban, and via the Taliban to the ISI, so that it can come to J&K. The night vision goggles are already inside J&K.
Yeah.
And some
so
other
looking at the pictures of the
stuff from the Afghanistan loot will be coming here.
Sir, just getting in some details of that Hellfire missile that was used in this particular strike. Let me go across to Sunny Sharma while I play the pictures of the Hellfire, a missile that was used in the drone strike to take out Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Sunny Sharma joining us as a drone expert. Sunny, why don't you tell our viewers a little bit about the technology that was used, this Hellfire drone system. If we can play those pictures full frame. This is a video, a representative video that shows how the Hellfire missile technology works. Over to you, Sunny.
Hellfire is a pretty well-known and a successful payload missile system. What they have done is basically modified using RX-9, that's the model number. They have modified and made it non-lethal. Non-lethal for collateral. That means it's designed to kill one and only one person. I think Americans have used this missile very precisely. They had a very clear confirmation. It was laser guided on the Al-Zawahiri, and the missile was destined to kill, and I think they have achieved it. Otherwise, they would have had a second backup for more ballistic or stronger approach. Hellfire was modified using RX-9 code, where they have put 6 blades. These blades are designed to basically chop off the target. In fact, this missile was used in the past to kill another deputy leader of Al-Qaeda in 2017 in Syria, where the deputy leader was inside a car, and very precisely without any collateral damage, the target was neutralized. I think it was launched from an MQ-9 Reaper or a Global Hawk American drone, and there was a ground attached support to laser guide and make it more precision and more effective collateral-free, kill.
I saw Captain Alok Bansal smiling there when Major General G.D. Bakshi was speaking. Captain Bansal, after this, does anything change for India vis-a-vis its engagement with Taliban?
Firstly, we need to understand how has this drone reached Afghanistan? From where has it flown? Because it has definitely overflown some countries' airspace. And the country that is most likely is Pakistan. We also need to understand that General Bajwa spoke to the US authorities 3 days back. Probably there was a quid pro quo because $1.2 billion IMF aid has to come to Pakistan this month. I think why was Army Chief speaking to US to get funds from IMF? There could have been something, because please understand, this drone could not have reached Afghanistan without overflying the territory of Pakistan. Even if it took off from North Arabian Sea, it has overflown the Pakistani airspace. There is Pakistani Air Force which is deployed in Balochistan as of now because of floods and earthquake. Yesterday, a Pakistani helicopter went down. Is there a connection? We will have to look a lot of things. There are a lot of missing gaps. So there is no doubt in my mind that Pakistan was responsible for hiding Ayman al-Zawahiri till now. Who went to Kabul was staying in Pakistan's safe house, ISI's safe house. But we also need to look at it from this point of view as to what is this, that why General Bajwa is speaking to US, talking to IMF. Does an army chief ask for funds if Pakistan's foreign exchange reserve is precarious? Just 3 days back he spoke, and now Pakistani media yesterday was running that army chief was authorized by Prime Minister to speak to the US. So what could army chief have spoken? There could have been a quid pro quo. Yes, please, you can take your drones through Pakistani airspace, because Pakistan today is with a begging bowl. You don't know they can do anything. They will sell anything. If they have to sell somebody, they will sell anybody. And that could be the possibility. We need to understand, as far as India is concerned, Taliban poses an existential ideological threat, period. Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which is run by Taliban, poses an existential ideological threat to a secular India and vice versa. So any truck with Taliban, any bonhomie with Taliban is counterproductive. Anything with Taliban can only be temporary. You could talk to them for providing succor to your citizens, some people who are friendly to India, who you want to send some aid. But having diplomatic relations with a regime like this is extremely counterproductive. A time has come. Please remember, by each passing day, people in Afghanistan are turning more and more against Taliban. The opposition is ganging up. There have been attacks inside Afghanistan by opponents of Taliban. What they need is funding. What they need is support. I think a time has come for the international community, which has seen that Taliban will always support terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Jaish, Lashkar. You name one and they'll keep supporting them. So if you have to actually get rid of them, you have to support the opponents of the regime. You have to bring them down. Even today, countries like Uzbekistan are vacillating. They're not allowing the former soldiers of ANA to join up with the opposition.
Hello.
There are so much of equipment of former Afghan National Army, which is in Uzbekistan. So there are a lot of issues which are there. I think a time has come for the international community. We don't need Americans on ground in Afghanistan. What we need today is that the Americans should support the opposition. Get the opposition today. Right. There are so many opponents of Taliban regime across the globe, cutting across ethnic divide from each ethnicity. There are Pakhtuns, there are Uzbeks, there are Turkmens, there are Tajiks, of course, Hazaras. Get all of them together to get this obscurantist regime out of the surface of the earth. I think that is what India needs to do, because this particular regime...
Well, we're talking about the big breaking news at this hour. Captain Alok Bansal with us, also with us Major General G.D. Bakshi and senior journalist Sunny Sharma, also my senior executive editor joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, we are talking about Al-Zawahiri being taken out by the Americans by an American drone strike. Right now, it's time for a short break. Continuing with this big story breaking right now, big leads coming in on the Pakistani angle. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. A weekend wildfire which broke out in the southern French Guard region was contained on Monday. As per firefighter spokesman, 370 hectares were burned and 2 homes were affected by the flames. Making a splash, daredevil divers jumped from Mostar's historic bridge. In a tradition dating back to the 17th century, visuals show athletes getting ready to jump before taking the final leap into the water. The first recorded jump was in 1664. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States President Joe Biden makes comments confirming the U.S. drone strike in Afghanistan that killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who took over as Al-Qaeda leader after Osama bin Laden's death in a U.S. raid. He spoke about how the strike could act as one more measure of closure to families of the victims of the September 11th attacks.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
Spokesperson of the Taliban government in Afghanistan acknowledges the attack in official statement, adds the attack carried out by American drones was a violation of the Doha Agreement, that such an action was a repetition of failed experiences of the past 20 years that acted against the interests of the United States, Afghanistan and the region as an extension. Barack Obama, former president of the US, hails the Biden administration. Taking to Twitter, says he hoped these airstrikes would provide a small measure of peace to the families of victims of 9/11. Lauding the precision of the strikes, notes strikes on Zawahiri were carried out without a single civilian casualty. And coming up in a short while, all the updates, all the various aspects to be explored as Osama bin Laden's deputy killed in a U.S. drone strike.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to the states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13th to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. And news and updates on the death of Ayman Al-Zawahiri, chief of the Al-Qaeda, who was killed in a US drone strike on Sunday. Coming up, all the details and updates on Republic. Stay with us. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than As Unified Payments Interface records 6 billion transactions in July, Prime Minister Narendra Modi calls it an outstanding accomplishment, says it is the collective resolve of the people of India to embrace new technology, asserts digital payments were helpful during the COVID pandemic. Amid the inflation debate in Parliament, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge says opposition ready to discuss inflation and will keep issues in front of the House. Kharge further takes a jibe at the BJP, says party is unaffected due to inflation. Well, breaking news coming in now. Searches are underway at National Herald. Republic brings you all the details, the first updates. Breaking news as it happens. Searches underway at the National Herald. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. A weekend wildfire which broke out in the southern French Gard region was contained on Monday. As per firefighter spokesman, 370 hectares were burned and 2 homes were affected by the flames. Making a splash, daredevil divers jumped from Mostar's historic bridge. In a tradition dating back to the 17th century, visuals show athletes getting ready to jump before taking the final leap into the water. The first recorded jump was in 1664. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air.
He has caught the corrupt. How can we side with the corrupt? This logic is fundamentally flawed. The debate is not about the ED. The debate has to be about the corrupt. The ED is doing its job. The ED is catching proof of solid corruption, of dirty corruption, of anti-citizen, unbelievable corruption. The ED is doing its job. The debate has to be about the corrupt, the horribly corrupt, and the totally corrupt.
Well, in fact, our news that we are following right now seems to suggest that there has been a massive development in the National Herald case. Searches are on at the National Herald House. Now, do remember that Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia Gandhi have been questioned in the National Herald case by the Enforcement Directorate repeatedly. In fact, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for about 50 hours in this case, and thereafter Sonia Gandhi was consecutively questioned for 3 days. Shavan Sen is on the phone line. He has the details. Good afternoon, Shavan. Tell us more.
Look, this is a major crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. Searches are now being carried out. We are being told that the National Herald House is the national capital. As of now, the confirmation only coming in of one location, but there is a high possibility that there could be more number of locations where these searches are being carried out to begin with. Now, this comes close in the heels of the questioning that has taken place of Congress President Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Remember, Sonia Gandhi was called in for questioning at least on 2 occasions, and as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, I remember they were called in on multiple occasions. This is pertaining to the AJL scam, which the Enforcement Directorate has been probing. Remember, as far as the role of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is concerned, it has come under massive scrutiny by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, top sources indicating that the properties linked to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are also now under the scanner, because remember, all properties that have essentially been built by the proceeds of crime are now under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, which would essentially mean that there is a high possibility of a provisional attachment taking place. As of now, no confirmation really coming in with regards to whether at all there would be any sort of an attachment, but if you simply go by the PMLA Act, and the fact that the procedural, the procedure that is basically adopted by the Enforcement Directorate, one would certainly look at if at all they are in a position to establish that there has been a money trail and the proceeds of crime and the assets that have been bought from the proceeds of crime, which would basically mean that there is money laundering that is involved. It would essentially lead to the fact that such as these assets that were bought, they would be attached by the Enforcement Directorate. Right now, what is happening is that at least in the national capital, the National Herald House is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. I'm being told that there could be more locations, but right now, no confirmation of which are the other locations where these searches are being carried out. Preliminary information really coming in at this point in time. In a short while from now, perhaps more clarity would likely to come in. Just a quick recap before I hand it back to you. Remember, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were essentially called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate after senior Congress leaders like Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal were questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. The question here is that, the loan that was basically granted and thereafter the assets that were basically taken over, all of these decisions were taken by whom was one of the major bone of contention in this entire investigation. And secondly, who was basically responsible for it? What we are given to understand, there was an attempt that was basically made by Rahul Gandhi to basically pass the buck on Motilal Vora, someone who's no longer alive. And remember, the burden of proof basically lies now on Rahul Gandhi to basically prove the fact that it was Motilal Vora and the others who were present in the board and not them. But let's not forget that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they have been directors in the company to begin with. Secondly, they are stakeholders. Third, they are signatories. So to basically absolve themselves from this entire matter is something that hasn't really cut ice with the Enforcement Directorate. So these are actions that are essentially being taken on the basis of the questioning that has taken place of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And perhaps now, in the days to come, there is a high possibility that the investigation is going to gain more momentum.
Now, Shravan, before we let you go, a couple of questions. What I wanted to ask you is that essentially that this case goes beyond the newspaper, because what we understand is that the real estate that belonged to National Herald, which is pegged at about 2,000 crore rupees, was owned by AJL in cities such as Delhi, the National Herald House over there, Mumbai, Patna and Panchkula is at the center of this case. Can you, for the benefit of our viewers, explain how this case actually goes beyond the newspaper to the assets that were owned by it?
Well, the assets are crucial. Reason being is that they are considered to be assets that have been built on the proceeds of crime. Question number one is with regards to the incorporation of a company called Young Indian, and then the transfer of properties that basically takes place. On the second count, where the criminality angle has been looked into by the court themselves, is the very fact that loans were basically provided. And loans, without any interest. Now, the fact of the matter here is that the AICC, office bearers of whom are basically Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Oscar Fernandez and Motilal Vora, they are also directors in Young Indian. This company, which was incorporated within a span of just 3 months, then the transfer of assets actually takes place. And also the loan exchanges that are basically taking place. All of that put together, remember, what the Income Tax Appellate Authority had essentially indicated is that there was roughly about over 390 crore. That is the amount of profit that was basically accrued by this particular company, and this was basically seen as also a penalty was basically levied by the appellate authority. Remember, this was challenged by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court, on the other hand, upheld the appellate authority's jurisdiction, and secondly, their findings in this entire case. More importantly, they found no relief. It was only when prima facie the courts basically found substance in the investigation that was basically carried out. They had basically named them in the FIR. And secondly, what was more important here is that they were basically summoned by the court also. Later on, they were basically granted bail. But that was good enough for the Enforcement Directorate, because the court basically came to a conclusion that there is an angle of money laundering. And this comes under the PMLA Act. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate had stepped in. Something that was criticized by the Congress party time and again, saying that there is no predicate offense, which would essentially mean there is no FIR in this particular case. But let's not forget, this was way beyond the FIR stage, because it was the court themselves in their findings have prima facie they believe that there is a case that is cut out and it requires further probe.
Right now, Shravan, at the core of this case also is the question, why was YIL just formed essentially to transfer this loan? Why did the AICC need to transfer the loan to YIL? And what was the benefit that they expected from it? Now, the courts have been pretty clear in that as well. You know, the Delhi High Court in 2014 said that the Young India Limited indeed appeared to be sham or a cloak to convert public money to personal use.
Well, you're absolutely right, Nupur, because what has essentially happened is that these are sham transactions that have basically taken place. In order to avoid the gaze of the investigative agencies, what they've essentially done is incorporated a company within a span of just about 3 months without paying any income tax. Secondly, what is very important to point out here is the fact that what they have essentially done is the properties or the commercial assets that were with AGL that were basically taken over for commercial purpose. And secondly, all these properties that were basically made over a period of time was what the Enforcement Directorate believes was from the proceeds of crime. And imagine a situation where they are making this kind of a loan transaction that takes place without any interest, and secondly from a company which basically has no business, no employees. So the fact of the matter is that when you do not have any employees, when you're making no business, where is the money really coming from? That's the big question that one perhaps needs to answer. And this is exactly what Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi were also essentially asked to explain, which it appears at this point in time that they haven't been able to do so, but rather what they have essentially done is they have basically passed the buck by saying that financial decisions were essentially taken by Motilal Vora. What is important to point out here to our viewers is that Motilal Vora is no longer alive to really explain whether at all these decisions were taken by him. But what a counter to this is that when you are part of the board, when you are a signatory, how is it possible that you were not involved in the decision making?
Right, stay with us, Shravan, just to tell our viewers that raids are being carried out at the National Herald House in New Delhi. As we've been pointing out, this case is not just limited to National Herald, it goes beyond that scope, and Shravan Sen has been taking us through that. You know, Shravan, I wanted to bring you back to the judgment of the Delhi High Court, in which it says that it appears that a special purpose vehicle of Young India Limited was founded particularly with the criminal intent to be able to transfer money. Now, that in a sense is the crux of what the ED is after, is it not?
Look, before I answer your question, there's some more details that are coming in right now. I'm now being told that the searches are being carried out at almost 10 locations. We are not very sure whether this is only limited to the national capital or this is a pan-India search that is being carried out. But certainly it appears from the magnitude of this particular searches that are basically carried out, it does appear that this could very well be beyond the national capital. First confirmation that we had was only about the National Herald House here in the national capital, but there are assets which the Enforcement Directorate had essentially got, assets that was asked by the Enforcement Directorate to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi during the questioning that they need to furnish. It would be safe to assume at this point in time that following the questioning...
I'm going to come back to you, Shravan, in just a bit. Mr. Bhatia from the BJP on the phone line with us. Mr. Bhatia, National Herald House as well as some other locations are being now searched by the ED. Now it goes on to, in a sense, question the fact that the Congress party and its senior leadership did form a special purpose vehicle to go ahead with corruption and these were proceeds of crime in a sense.
Absolutely. It's a very welcome sign that the ED is now punishing and ensuring that a very thorough investigation takes place against even the so-called high and mighty during the Congress regime. And let us also not forget that law is the same for everyone. The Gandhi Parivar is not above the law, and this government has zero tolerance for money laundering and corruption, and thus this is a very welcome move.
Right, Mr. Bhatia, the defense of the Congress party has been that the centre is targeting its senior leadership. But the fact of the matter is that, repeated questioning of both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi does prove that there was corruption perhaps that took place, and the ED has been significantly watching out for that. And also the High Court, Delhi High Court, which, in its ruling, which clearly pointed out that there was an attempt to hide corruption. And in that sense, do you think that these searches now actually prove that point?
Not just the Delhi High Court. It's an important fact that all the viewers of Republic should know that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court also for quashing of the charges. And the Honorable Supreme Court declined relief. This was in a matter pertaining to cheating. Section 420 was invoked in the National Herald case, and now they're facing money laundering charges. And for opposition parties that cry foul and say this is political wear, how is behind bars for the last 9 months, Nawab Malik for 5 months, Satinder Jain for 2 months, and they have not even been granted bail. These are questions that are being posed by the people of the country. Why should any family feel that they have the birthright to loot the country?
Oh yes, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Bhatia. I think we've got Mr. R.P. Singh also with us on the phone line. Mr. R.P. Singh, the ED is now conducting raids not just on the National Herald House in New Delhi, but we're also given to understand that perhaps 10 other locations are being raided. What do you make of this? Does this in a sense actually squarely hit on the criticism that the Gandhis have been making, that this is an attempt to target them? The ED obviously is carrying out these raids on basis of their statements.
Well, Gandhis are not some very special entitled families in the country. They are like us and you. If we conduct any fraud or any impropriety, then we are bound to be surveyed or to be raided. I mean, that's the very normal process. So why shall they feel that they are some privileged class or they are born with some silver spoon and they can't be questioned or raided? It's very normal. And then they would have said something in during the inquiry, and then out of that, the ED would be conducting the raids to gather more data and more information.
Right. Also, just going back to the judgment of the Delhi High Court, which had in fact in 2014 said that we believe that YIL is indeed appears at least to be a sham or a cloak to convert public money for personal use. Do you think what we are seeing today in terms of raids being carried out goes beyond the newspaper itself? It actually goes to all the properties that now appear to have been seized.
Well, issue is they have used a Kolkata route, a company in Kolkata named Detox, from where the money was routed back to their company. So that route has to be traced and tracked. That why did that company give money to Young India, and why didn't the Congress party give the money directly to the original company, the National Herald, the Associate Journal itself, if they were so keen to revise the paper? Why they have to root through Young India? And then since in Young India the major share is with the Gandhis, that's why they wanted the control of the complete property with the Gandhis. And when the Gandhi says that there's a company which doesn't make profit, no, it's wrong. The companies can spend money on a lot of other areas than profiting, and then that expenditure is not questioned. So there's a problem, and that expenditure can be used for some personal objectives of the directors also.
Right, Mr. R.P. Singh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. So, the latest news that we are getting to you, of course, is that raids are being conducted at the National Herald House in the national capital. We are also now learning that perhaps the ED is conducting raids as well at some 10 other locations. Now, this is in connection with the National Herald case. Pictures on your screen right now are of the National Herald House in the national capital, where these raids are currently being conducted. Now, this is, of course, in relation to the National Herald case. To remember that Rahul and Sonia Gandhi have both been repeatedly questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. Now, also, as these raids now prove, the real estate that was pegged at around 2,000 crores owned by AJL in cities such as Delhi, Mumbai, Patna and Panchkula are at the center of this case. So raids are being conducted not just in Delhi but at also various other locations. Just to tell our viewers about the crux of this case, by acquiring AJL, the Gandhis actually owned YIL, also acquired the real estate that was associated with the National Herald newspaper. Now, these were big properties that were in prime areas, not just in Delhi, Mumbai, Patna, as well as Panchkula. Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla on the phone line with us. Mr. Poonawalla, good afternoon. Thank you for speaking to us. How do you see this action by the ED? We are given to understand that about 10 locations are being raided. Obviously, this is being done after the statements of both Rahul and Sonia Gandhi were recorded.
You see, the Enforcement Directorate has a mandate to investigate into issues of money laundering, into issues of criminal proceeds. And as you know, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi both have recorded their statements. On the basis of that, more information must have been sought, and therefore they are carrying out a procedure of law that they are mandated for. Unfortunately, the Gandhi family has not got any relief from any court of law. They've tried multiple times. They've tried to quash the income tax reassessment order. So instead of playing vendetta victimhood cards, the Congress party should rather cooperate with the law. But unfortunately, we've seen that every time there's question of cooperating with the law, they confront the law. The manner in which the Congress party organized the Satyagraha on the streets, they got violent, the manner in which they've been trying to evade the answers. If there's nothing to hide, why have such a drama and such a Satyagraha on the streets? You should cooperate with the law and let the law do its own course.
Right, absolutely. Now, there are, of course, two rulings of the Delhi High Court, one in 2014 and the one in 2015, which I want to quote, where it said that the accused did appear to have criminal intent. So, in that sense, how do you see these? All right, I think I'm good. Mr. Poonawalla, thank you for joining us. I think I'm going to go back to Shravan Sen. He has more details and more news on what's emerging. Yes, Shravan, tell us more.
Well, at this point in time, what we can confirm for our viewers is the fact that searches are being carried out at 10 locations. In all likelihood, these are only connected to the office premises, is what we are being told.
All right, we seem to have a very poor audio connection with Shravan Sen. We're going to fix that and go back to him in just a bit. But as Shravan was pointing out, we are given to understand that these are official premises of the National Herald, which are being raided. As we were earlier pointing out, the National Herald House, whose pictures you see on your screens, was raided in Delhi. But apart from that, there are teams from the Enforcement Directorate that are carrying out raids in other 9 locations. These perhaps go on to prove the point that this case actually goes beyond the newspaper. Now, the real estate of the National Herald newspaper is pegged at around 2,000 crore rupees, was in fact owned by AJL in cities such as Delhi, Mumbai, Patna and Panchkula. Now, this real estate really is at the heart of this case. In all these locations where these raids are being carried out, National Herald newspaper owned office premises which were really in prime real estate areas. So the ED now, after questioning Rahul and Sonia Gandhi both consecutively, has gone on to raid these premises of the National Herald newspaper. These raids, we are learning, are taking place not just in Delhi but other 10 locations. We're going to try and go back to our correspondents to get more details. I think we've got Shavan joining us live right now. Shavan, tell us more about these other locations that are also being raided now. And as you were earlier saying, it does appear that these are now official premises only of the National Herald newspaper?
Well, in fact, as of now, it appears that it's only the office premises where these searches are being carried out, not the residential properties of any of the accused in this particular case. Now, that's at a preliminary stage right now, Nupur. Things could change in the next few hours, because right now, as the searches are underway, sources within the agency are also quite tight-lipped, because since it's already underway, perhaps they would only be collating all the details in a while from now and also share them. But at this point in time, all that we can confirm is that total of about 10 locations where these searches are being carried out. One location that we've been able to identify is the National Herald House here in the national capital. There is a very high possibility that these searches could be carried out. It's a pan-India search. But having said that, we are waiting for some sort of an official confirmation to really come in from the enforcement directorate. They're quite tight-lipped as the searches are underway. What I've also gathered, Nupur, is that these searches were not really early morning searches that were basically carried out. It was a little later in the day when the searches actually started in the national capital. This also, what we can report at this point in time is that the two accused in this particular case, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they were essentially asked to furnish details of all the properties. Some of these properties, the enforcement directorate suspects, are properties that have been built from the proceeds of crime, which would essentially mean that the enforcement directorate would take punitive action by at least carrying out the searches, one, and secondly, in all probability, the attachment can also take place. Now, whether it's going to happen immediately or it's going to take some time, we are not very sure. But if you simply go by the procedures that have been adopted by the agency in other cases, if you apply the same rule here, then perhaps the attachment in this particular case is not really far away. That's also going to take place at some point or the other, given the fact that the enforcement directorate, they are supremely confident about the fact that they have been able to establish the money trail, first of all, and secondly, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi haven't really been able to convince the enforcement director that they have no role to play whatsoever. And just passing the buck to well, in fact, my colleague Anuj is right now joining us from outside National Herald House. Anuj, just take us through what you're picking up right now.
Well, exactly, Shavan. These are the live images coming in from the Herald House at the ITO of the National Capital. And as we do know that this is at the 12 location where the properties which is related to National Herald or AGL at this point in time, this is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. We do know, as you were also pointing it out, that the two accused, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. We have seen it earlier. What exactly has happened? This was Rahul Gandhi who was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate, and after that, this was none other but Sonia Gandhi herself, who hold 34% of the share in the company. They both were grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. So we are reporting from the National Herald main office. That's at the main office. I'll ask my video journalist to once again give you the sense of the area from where I'm reporting. This is the ITO of the National Capital, the National Herald office, the Herald House. It is written over there, and the enforcement directorate team is in action at this point in time. The raid is underway in this at this point in time. This is around 12 locations what we have been told being raided by the enforcement directorate. We do understand this is about the irregularities about the fund, that what exactly has happened. The dots has been connected. The duo Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was questioned by enforcement directorate. This was to connect the dots to match the answers of both, that what exactly has happened and how the property was bought in, how the money trail has gone through. This all are the question which was asked by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi both. Earlier it was told that the duo were not cooperating with the enforcement directorate, but enforcement directorate connecting the dots, now moving ahead with the thing. This we do understand the case has been registered. We do know that how the petition was given by Subramaniam Swamy of Bharatiya Janata Party, and after that we have seen how the suo motu was taken by the court, and after this now this is the further step which has been, if we talk about the investigation in the particular case, now the things have been taken forward by the enforcement directorate, as we are telling it to a viewer that this is around 12 locations which is related, the properties which is related to National Herald, which is related to AGL, being raided by the enforcement directorate. So we are reporting from the ITO, from the Herald House, which is the main office of the National Herald in the national capital, and at this point in time when we are talking, the enforcement directorate raid is underway. So this is going to be the part of the investigation, how the investigation has been done, the questioning has been done, and after that this is the next move of the agency, this is the next move of the enforcement directorate, where we are seeing at this point in time that the raid is underway. So we will have to wait and watch what exactly will be recovered, whether they are going to take some papers, whether they are going to question the staff, that what exactly has happened and how the funds was transferred, what is exactly the money trail which has been nabbed by the enforcement directorate, and on which the enforcement directorate is working and doing the investigation. So they are going to again connect the dots, as the investigation is already being taken further by the enforcement directorate. The ED team at this point in time is investigating. The ED team at this point in time is raiding the place. So this is the 12 location what we have been told in the national capital, which is under the radar of enforcement directorate, and the raid at this point in time is underway. We do understand the kind of investigation that has been done, the questioning that has been done by the enforcement directorate, by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. There sometime it was stated that the duo was not cooperating with the enforcement directorate, but the enforcement directorate now clearly having the leads, and as the part of the investigation going ahead with the things at this point in time is raiding the property. So reporting from the National Herald House, from the Herald House in the national capital, from the ITO, we are breaking this that at 12 location in total in the national capital, what we have been told, the enforcement directorate is raiding when we are talking about National Herald case. Yes, back to you.
Well, some more details now coming in, Anuj, as you were rightly pointing out, about 12 premises, including few in Kolkata. There are no residential premises. In fact, I'm now being told that it's on National Herald and companies that have been involved in suspicious transactions. That's the latest details now coming in, is what I'm getting from my sources. In fact, this is also in the searches are being carried out right now in Kolkata, and also I'm being told that there's a possibility that these searches could be carried out in Mumbai, Delhi and Kolkata. These are the three places, but we are getting in some more details as we speak right now. These are massive development actually taking place just days after Sonia Gandhi was actually called in for questioning by the enforcement directorate. Also, we can confirm is that there is a list of properties or assets that the enforcement directorate had asked Sonia Gandhi to essentially hand over or provide details of which I'm given to understand that Sonia Gandhi had essentially done that, and thereafter these searches are being carried out. Now, these are companies also where these searches are being carried out, so these are not residential properties. So there is these are the latest details that these are the latest details that are coming in right now. Let me also quickly go back. Let me quickly go back to Anuj. Anuj, just I want you to stay with the latest visuals that are coming in. Are you getting any information about what time did the Enforcement Directorate officials reach the National Herald House? Who are the people who are currently present right now?
Well, Shavan, right now we are waiting for the update that how much is the people. If you talk about the team, how many members of the Enforcement Directorate, the officials of the Enforcement Directorate inside their Herald House is. I'll ask my video journalist to first give you the sense of the area. So there you can see we are getting the visual. These are the live images, and what I've been told that this started at around 10:30, Shavan. At around 10:30 the team reaches here. The team reaches here at the Herald House, but in total, when we are breaking these details at this point in time, that in total these are the 12 locations, including Mumbai, including Kolkata and the national capital, which is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. As you were pointing it out, that these are the commercial properties or the properties which belongs to AGL or to National Herald, and how the irregularities was done. This is all about the investigation. The Enforcement Directorate is connecting the dots, is going ahead with the investigation at 10:30 a.m. in the morning today. This exactly is the location from where I am reporting. This is the National Herald House. Herald House is the name of the building at which Enforcement Directorate reaches at around 10:30 in the morning. We are waiting that how many officials of Enforcement Directorate are inside there. We are waiting for the number, whether they are going to come out with the papers or they are going to interrogate or question the staff of the Herald, what exactly the dots where have been connected. And if we talk about the information that has been gathered by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi both, then this is going to be matched by the officials here. This is going to matched by the papers also, that how the asset was bought. If we talk about this particular case, then how the asset was bought of AGL into Young India, and if we believe about the petition, and if we go through the investigation, what we have been told through our sources, then this is the huge amount which is not mentioned. So this is going to be the part of investigation. This is exactly the money trail on which the Enforcement Directorate is looking, that what exactly are the money trails and how this has been done, how the asset was bought, and who all were the people that were involved. Because the major, if we talk about the share, then 34% is the share which is being held by none other but Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, the duo who are accused in the same, the duo who has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case, in the National Herald case. So we have seen it how Rahul Gandhi was called in by the Enforcement Directorate at the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital itself, and there the questioning we have seen how it has been done. Rather, what we have been told that Rahul Gandhi was not cooperating in the manner in which ED was looking. Later, this was none other but Sonia Gandhi herself, the interim president of the Congress party, because the duo is having the share, the duo is having 34% share in the company. That's why they were called, and to understand about the money trail, how exactly everything has happened, how the asset was brought. This exactly is the part of investigation on which the Enforcement Directorate at this point in time is working. But this is huge. This is major. When Enforcement Directorate now connecting the dots after doing the investigation, after doing the round of questioning with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, now moving ahead, this can be called as the next step of the investigation, because we have seen it. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, both the duo were called by Enforcement Directorate. This was the list of questions which was put in front of them, and after going through the investigation and the questioning, now this is the next step of the Enforcement Directorate. Yes, back to you, Shavan.
Yeah, stay with me. In fact, we're getting in correspondent Ishan Dev from Kolkata as well. Okay, let me also go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, we are hearing it's a multi-city raid. It's a multi-city raid in Kolkata. Some of the operators are the firms that were allegedly used to route money. And I think one of the companies was Dotex. We broke details of Dotex earlier on Republic TV. And this comes after their questioning, indicating, like Shavan was saying, that there's much more than what agencies, were suspecting. And that's why they're raiding now, even after the questioning began. But what this tells you is that there could be More to come in the next few days. Politically, this is a huge setback for the Congress party because they own Herald House.
Naturally so. So what has happened is, Niranjan, that over the last 4 sessions of Rahul Gandhi and 2 sessions of Sonia Gandhi, there is a lot of information that has been gathered by the sleuths of the Enforcement Directorate, and that needs to be correlated with facts on the ground. So, for example, a record of what all properties are owned by the National or were owned by the National Herald that were subsequently transferred to Young Indian. That is one aspect. Whatever answers have been given by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in terms of ownership of those properties, are those facts there on the ground with these 10 or 12 locations? Remember, Subramanian Swamy has always claimed, Niranjan, that these properties spread across the country from Chandigarh in north to Mumbai in south and Bhopal and Delhi in between, even Jaipur perhaps and Bhopal. These properties, range anything in between 2,000 crore rupees to 5,000 crore rupees. So that net worth has to be assessed, because then only you can peg a value to the, scamming of whatever funds that happened, So if when Subramanian Swamy makes the charge that just for a paltry 50 lakh rupees or 1 crore rupees, even that was taken via some Hawala channel, how much of property was actually acquired by the Gandhis through the Young India platform? Also, when the Gandhis have claimed in their questioning that Young India was started for charity, what charity has been done? Is it getting reflected on the ground? Was it done through these properties? Because by itself, Young India does not have any property. All the properties were owned by National Herald. So, I think this is more like a correlation exercise on facts. This is checking facts on the ground. This is connecting the dots from whatever information has been gathered by the questioning that ED has done of the Gandhis to, the properties that exist on the ground. This is a very comprehensive exercise, the next stage of which obviously can be to ascertain the exact ownership, and Shravan would be in a better position to tell us whether this leads to taking away those properties or limiting the ownership right of these properties. Okay, so Kishala is there joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Niranjan, and maybe Kishala can tell us what's happening in Calcutta, because apart from the properties of National Herald, Kolkata also has this Dotex connection to the National Herald's investigation. So, Kishala, over to you if you can tell us what's happening there on the ground in Kolkata connected with the National Herald's investigation by the Enforcement Directorate.
Exactly. From this morning, we were looking carefully at the CGO office of ED office, and we saw movement. 7 teams are out for raids, and a few of these teams are for raiding different properties of Partha Chatterjee, but also a few teams are on National Herald case, as you rightly informed. 12 locations in the whole country are raided by the ED related to National Herald case, and right now in Kolkata, though we do not have detailed information yet, but ED sources from Kolkata CG office are telling us some of these teams which are out for raiding, some of these teams among these 7 teams are dedicated for this National Herald case. So right now we have 2 updates from Kolkata. One is the teams which are raiding Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee's apartments, and another is the teams which are right now dedicatedly raiding different areas which are related to the National Herald case. Right now in Kolkata, there is a huge deployment of securities outside the CGO complex and also in different locations where this ED team will visit. And apart from that, 7 teams which are out, some of these teams are right now in Kolkata and some of these teams are right now in the districts. We are keeping a close watch and our reporters are following these teams, and we will be informing whatever is happening right now in Kolkata and the districts from West Bengal. Back to the studio.
There from Kolkata, Abhishek, that there are multi-level raids. In fact, here Kishale is saying that the ED is having a much more harder task to carry out in Kolkata with 2 cases now they're handling. In Partha Chatterjee case as well, raids are being conducted. In the case of the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam as well, in the case of National Herald and the Sonia and Rahul Gandhi Link Company, they're having to carry out raids. So multiple teams on the streets of Kolkata in different parts of Kolkata. CRPF has been deployed, we are told, for the security of these teams as well. So while we stay on that story, I'm going back to the Herald House in Delhi, where it began this morning, where my colleague Anuj is. Anuj, why don't you tell our viewers, walk around Anuj, and show us around the Herald House and tell us what are the different offices in that building. Because what we also know is that this building, which was given a leeway by different governments in the guise of press functioning, etc., eventually made profits through commercial deals. That's one of the aspects of this case that many people may not know about. So why don't you tell our viewers about the different companies that are housed in the Herald House?
Well, exactly, Niranjan, let me give you the sense. Let me give you the sense of the area. This exactly is the Herald House as we are talking, and nearby there were different newspapers, offices. This is a corporate building, what I've been told and what we do know. I'll move ahead. I'll try and get the pictures clear, that what all are the offices that are here. As we can see the people, this is the entry gate. This is the entry gate of the Herald House from where I'm reporting, and what I've been told, Niranjan, that this started at around 10:30 a.m. in the morning today, when the ED officials reaches here. 10:30 a.m. in the morning, ED officials reaches here, and this is total. If we talk about in total, then this is 12 location which is under the radar, which is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. So if we talk about these visuals, then these are the live images coming in from the Herald House. This is the Herald House. I'll go back, and as we will be showing a 360 view to our viewers of what exactly this office is, where this office exactly, the building exactly is situated. This is the ITO of the National Capital, where this particular building is, and this is called the Herald House. These are the visuals. Next to this building is Children's Book Trust, which I can see right of that is the metro station. And yes, this is the Herald House. At this point in time, when we are talking, Niranjan, 12 location is being raided, and at 10:30 in the morning, these were the officials of Enforcement Directorate who reaches here. The dots has been connected. We do understand, we do know the questioning, the 4 round of Rahul Gandhi, 2 round of Sonia Gandhi, and after that the things has been concluded, the dots has been connected. This can be called the next step of Enforcement Directorate when they are moving ahead with the investigation, when the dots has been already connected, and they are now searching the properties which is related to National Herald, which is somewhat connected to AGL, how the asset was brought. So what we have been told and what we are expecting, they are going to deep into the investigation to look into the papers that how this particular asset was bought and what exactly is happening. If we talk about this particular money trail on which Enforcement Directorate is working, where Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi duo has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. The questioning has been already done about the property, about the money trail, about the transactions which has been done. So all these things has been already noted down by the Enforcement Directorate, and now reaching to the properties wherever this is situated, as we are telling it to our viewers that this.
Just getting some more breaking news updates there. Anuj, stay with me. What a day it is for the Enforcement Directorate. We are hearing there are more raids. Not just in Kolkata, not just in Delhi, not just in Mumbai in the National Herald case. There are fresh raids in the Sanjay Raut case. In the Sanjay Raut case as well, there are more ED raids in Mumbai. That's the big breaking news update right now. Sanjay Raut has been sent to 4 days of ED custody. He will be in ED custody till the 4th of August. And Partha Chatterjee case, there are raids in Kolkata. Sanjay Raut case, there are raids in Mumbai. And in the National Herald case, or the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam, there are raids on in Mumbai as we speak. And that's the detail that we have as of now. More individuals are under the scanner. We are told that more individuals are under the scanner. The BJP also held a news conference earlier today in the Sanjay Raut case over the kind of statements we are hearing from political leaders. And in Mumbai, Sanjay Raut, in the 1,000 crore scam, there are more raids. And Sandeep Singh, my colleague in Mumbai, our correspondent, joining us with the details. Sandeep, Sandeep, where are these raids being held? What do we know about these raids? Who's being raided? And do we know the locations?
See, as far as the raids are concerned, the raids are underway at two locations in Mumbai so far, and remember his custody has been taken by Enforcement Directorate and questioning is still underway. So after the revelation and questioning session with Sanjay Raut, now the raids are underway at two locations in Mumbai, and so far there is only this much information that has been given by Enforcement Directorate. Where these raids are carried away or which companies are being raided, so far no disclosure has been made for ED, but as of now what we have been informed is that there has been two places that have been raided by ED right now.
Yeah, okay, stay with me. Sanjay Raut also raided. I mean, he's in ED custody, but in his case there are more raids. Sanjay Raut case, the 1,000 crore Patrachol scam in Mumbai, there are raids in that case. At least two locations, we are told, are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED also in Mumbai conducting raids in the National Herald case. Multiple cities, multiple crackdowns of the Enforcement Directorate. All these cases are high-profile cases. In Mumbai, Sanjay Raut, a parliamentarian, arrested by ED, sent to ED custody. The court says his family made money. That is in the Sanjay Raut case. In Bengal, Partha Chatterjee case, a Bengal minister who's now sacked. In his case, there are more raids. And also in the case of National Herald, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi were questioned. There are more raids in that particular case. I think we're getting in some reactions. Let's play out. Let's play that out. My colleague Kishale has some more details. Kishale, what is the breaking news updates now coming in? Kishale.
Right now, Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee, they are taken out after their medical test is done in Joka ESI. And Orpita Mukherjee again emphasized that I did not know where this money came from and the money was put in my flat when I was not present. Very important breaking that Orpita Mukherjee again said that I do not know whose money is this. I don't know from where this came. I was not present when this money was put inside my apartment, inside my flat. They are right now taken out of Joka ESI hospital and they'll be now taken back to the CGO office and ED office where they'll be grilled again, they'll be interrogated again as they have been done in the last 50 hours. Niranjan, so this is a big update that Orpita Mukherjee again said that this is not my money, I do not know whose money is this. It was put by Partha Chatterjee probably, she did not say the name, but it was put by someone when I was not present. Back to the studio.
Stay with us, stay with us. Those are pictures of Partha Chatterjee, sacked Bengal minister, leaving. The twist in Bengal is that Arpita, who's the aide of a sacked minister, says she doesn't know where the money came from. Of course, after arrest, anybody can say that. Partha Chatterjee yesterday said it's not my money. So whose money was it? Where did 50 crore rupees come from in cash? And why was it in the homes of Arpita Mukherjee? अर्पिता मुखर्जी,
अर्पिता बताइए किस किस का ये पैसा आपका है, किसका पैसा है, किसका अर्पिता मुखर्जी का मेडिकल हो चुका है और यहाँ पर अभी पार्थ चटर्जी और अर्पिता मुखर्जी दोनों को ले जाया जा रहा है.
So that's the video from Kolkata where Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee were taken after their medical. Arpita, okay, I'm cutting across to Republic Bangla. Let's listen in once again from Republic Bangla. Kishale with the details. Kishale, if it's not her money, how did money reach her house? I mean, she can say whatever she wants, Kishale, but what is the truth? Can she deny it?
Exactly. Last time Partha Chatterjee said that this is not my money and time will tell whose money this is. And then now Orpita Mukherjee is saying like last time that this is not my money, it was put in my apartment. She also said to note Niranjan that in my flat, in my apartment, I did not have the access to enter Partha Chatterjee entered and his men entered when they wanted. So all these allegations right now, Arpita Mukherjee, all these things that Arpita Mukherjee is saying is in fact a part of this whole drama that's coming out. Last time Arpita Mukherjee fell down when she was being taken inside Joka ESI hospital, and right now we can see Partha Chatterjee, who seems clearly very uncomfortable when he's being taken out of the Joka ESI hospital. Let me remind you, Niranjan, that there has been 50 hours of interrogation, back-to-back non-stop interrogation, and there are these repeated medical tests for which they are brought out of the ED office and then to Joka ESI hospital. So right now the news point is that Arpita Mukherjee, though she is saying that this is not my money, but is that a possibility that that amount of huge pile of money was put inside Arpita Mukherjee's flat in her apartment without any knowledge, and she didn't know anything about it or from where it came. As it has been put officially by Trinamool Congress that Arpita Mukherjee is not someone that they know or have any connection with the party, but Partha Chatterjee, who was a senior minister and has been there in the party since day one, that person is right now deep inside this allegation of scam. And right now what's happening in Bengal is everywhere in the country, where we can see Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are in news everywhere, and they are repeatedly saying this is not our money, but time will tell whose money is this. So we are looking at the fact that actually whose money is this? Is it of the party? Is it of someone else? So right now ED is also looking into the matter, but right now this is the news. They are being taken out. Partha Chatterjee looks sick and uncomfortable. Arpita Mukherjee saying this is not my money, I did not have any information about it. They are taken back to ED office and they'll be grilled again. Niranjan.
Yes, thank you for that, Kishale. Staying with the story, staying with the pictures there. Breaking the story from Kolkata, from Mumbai, from Delhi. Even if it's the Partha Chatterjee case, the raids are on there in Kolkata, the searches are on, investigation continues in Kolkata, but the story is moving in different cities. And the reason I say it's moving in different cities is because most of the details are also coming in from the national capital. We're getting in more details. Shaman is tracking the story from there. And while we stay that, let's play out. Here's what Arpita said. Arpita, she fainted a few days back. Here's what she said today.
আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে আমার টাকা ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
চলুন চলুন অর্পিতা এত টাকা কোথায় অর্পিতা অর্পিতা এত টাকা কোথায় পেয়েছো অর্পিতা অর্পিতা বলো অর্পিতা টাকা কোথায় পেয়েছো
আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে আমার টাকা ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
চলুন চলুন Short break here on Republic TV. When we come back, we're getting you all the details on the three big stories developing. One, of course, the Bengal cash scam. The live pictures are coming in there. Both Arpita and Partha saying the money is not ours. We don't know whose money it is. We don't know who kept the money. There's a desperate bid to try and hide from the cash. That and much more coming up. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia.
और मुझे विश्वास है कि हमारा देश उसके पर खरे उतरेंगे।
जोश के मनी
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you know, the Kerala is a extended city. It is a tourist destination. It is a pilgrim's destination, and so the floating crowd is very large. Domestically and international people come over there, and so Kerala is prone to communicable diseases like this. So my question to the minister is, will the center give some assistance to the government of Kerala, especially if a suspected case comes over there, we send the sample to Pune.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirate said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying
और देखिए संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। Mr. Raut, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड.
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
World's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 taken out by the US in Kabul airstrike. Pakistan Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri, housed in Pakistan-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri?
Escape for Raut, ED intensifies crackdown raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. And in fact, it is no escape for Raut as in ED intensifies the crackdown raids on across 2 locations in the maximum city. Press twist in the Bengal cash scammer. Article now says it's not my money. Don't know where the money came from.
Getting in some big breaking news updates right now from the newsroom. In fact, we have some exclusive details of the raids on Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi linked companies. I'm picking up some exclusive details. Shawan Sen picking up the exclusive details right now. Shell companies in AJL or Associated Journals Limited. Shell companies in AJL scam under scanner. Suspicious transactions from these companies to Young Indian is now under scanner. Unsecured loans received by Young Indian under the scanner. ED suspects that the Rahul and Sonia Gandhi linked Young Indian received money from shell companies. Dotex company in Kolkata under the scanner. Money received from Dotex in Kolkata is under the scanner. ED suspects that Dotex is a shell company that gave money to Rahul Gandhi as a loan, to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi as a loan. Dotex, the details of which we brought you details. This is a big update. Getting in the full details of why the ED is raiding at least 12 locations in connection with the freedom struggle for profit scam. In a story that we at Republic TV have tracked very closely. We'll try and get Dr. Subramaniam Swamy on the phone line. But we can tell you that as far as the investigation goes, there are several breaking news updates we're getting in. Maybe Shawan can get us more details. Can we get Shawan also on the phone line, please? Shell companies in Associated Journals. I repeat, Shell companies in Associated Journals Limited scam under scanner. There were suspicious transactions from these companies to Young Indian. The Young Indian, which is linked to the Congress party, linked to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. There are suspicious transactions from these companies to the Rahul and Sonia linked Young Indian, which is now under the scanner. There were unsecured loans received by Young Indian, which is now under the scanner. And the Enforcement Directorate suspects Young Indian received money from the shell companies. Dotex, the firm that we broke details of earlier in Kolkata, is under the scanner. The money received from Dotex Shravan joining me with the details of this company in Kolkata and why this company is under scanner. Shravan.
The big breaking news now coming in is that shell companies involved in suspicious transactions are the major focus of these searches that are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, Pan-India searches. We have now got a confirmation that in the national capital as well as in Kolkata. A massive focus is right now in Kolkata primarily because of one such company which goes by the name of Dotex, which had basically given the money to the young Indian company. About 1 crore is what the amount that was received by young Indian, and that money was essentially used to take over some of the commercial assets of AJL. Now, important to point out here is that the Enforcement Directorate suspects that this company, Dotex appears to be a shell company, a company which has not done any business. But despite that, this company gives money, about 1 crore rupees, to young Indian. So the question here is that how exactly was young Indian receiving money from shell companies? And not one, there are multiple other shell companies which have come under the scanner. Let me bring in BJP spokesperson Nalin Kohli, who is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Kohli, massive action by the Enforcement Directorate. Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that shell companies are now under the scanner. The focus of this entire search, the raids that are being carried out, is primarily on suspicious transactions, money that was received by young Indian. Mr. Kohli, if you can hear me, top sources now confirming to Republic TV that the search this time is primarily focusing on shell companies. Enforcement Directorate suspects that shell companies were basically giving money to young Indian. We'll try and reconnect with Nalin Kohli in a short while from now. But undoubtedly, this is going to result in a massive political spar between the Congress and the BJP also, because remember, the opposition parties have essentially been saying that all of this is with a singular aim of only targeting the opposition leaders. Remember, that's the allegation that has been leveled against the Enforcement Directorate also. But having said that, the Enforcement Directorate has essentially countered this by their actions. They say that, this investigation, which has been going on for several years put together, the only reason why they had basically called in for questioning Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was only after senior Congress leaders were called in for questioning. Nalin Kohli has joined us back on this broadcast. Mr. Kohli, the question that I was asking you was that top sources have now confirmed but that this time the searches are particularly focusing on shell companies. ED suspects that young Indian has received money from shell companies, not one but multiple shell companies.
Well, I can't comment about the ED and the reasons behind the investigation or what is the target, because you as a media house obviously will be able to, being a sort of state of a democracy, get those information from investigative agencies. However, what I can certainly point out is that the questions on this case in India National Herald case have been on for the last 10 years, prior to the coming of the Narendra Modi government. The question about why should a political party, which is the Congress party, which under the representation act donations for political activity, why would it in the first place transfer? That is not the job of a political party. That is for banks or non-banking financial institutions to do so. Second, thereafter, this loan is assigned to a new company, which is primarily owned by Rahul Gandhi ji and Sonia Gandhi ji. It's a family-owned company for a small amount in which hundreds and thousands of crores, I mean, at the very least, it's hundreds of crores, possibly 2,000 crores, worth of the assets of this company of National Herald, which is AGM, gets transferred. Now, this raises the entirety of the deal. In this matter, which was raised with the court, Mr. Rahul Gandhi and perhaps Mrs. Sonia Gandhi are out on bail for the fact that the court has not quashed the complaint and it continues. It's to be investigated. Until today, Congress party hasn't come out with answers on it. They have alleged political vendetta.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Kohli.
That
Mr.
is
Kohli,
not
sorry
the
to interrupt
answer.
you there. Sorry to interrupt you there, Mr. Kohli. 1 minute, just getting in Dr. Subramaniam Swamy also on the phone line. Mr. Kohli, stay with me. Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, was a complainant in this case, and he knows all the facts of this National Herald case, and he knows what the different routes that were used. Allegedly, Dr. Swamy, we are hearing that in connection with the raids in 12 locations, shell companies in AJL scam are under scanner. Suspicious transactions from these companies to Young Indian is now under scanner. Unsecured loans received by Young Indian is under the scanner. And the ED suspecting that this Young Indian received money from shell firms and Dotex, the company, is also under scanner. Now, is this just the tip of the iceberg? Dr. Swamy, you know the facts of the case. What can you tell our viewers about the different routes used to make the money?
Well, I mean, all you're saying is that the crime that they have committed is multiple. But the fact is that they are under prosecution, presently under one violation of the law, and that is the money that they got, as far as foreign exchange is concerned, the money they got from Dotex. It was not on, no interest was charged. And they were, not only no interest was charged, but no mortgage was taken. And it was in the accounts books of the Dotex, it says donation. And in the Young Indian accounts, it says loan. Now, they get this 1 crore loan, out of which they take 50 lakhs, give it to Congress, and Congress happily says that we are writing off the 90 crores loan in favor of Young Indian, and Young Indian becomes the owner of 90 crores. But the income tax has shown, the income tax investigation, which is now finalized, and which is awaiting a Supreme Court clearance because they have gone in appeal, the income tax has found that there was no 90 crores at all. That is a fictional number, primarily to convert it into 9 crore shares of 10 rupees each and make Young Indian the owner of 99.1% of the shares of the Associated Journals Limited. So without without any doubt, the Associated Journals Limited is a wholly owned company of Young Indian. It may not have merged with Young Indian. It doesn't need to because it's only owned. This is a fraud of a huge magnitude, and that's why in the Criminal Procedure Code and the IPC, I have taken out 4 particular sections which will send them to jail for 25 years, if convicted, of course. But the fact is, what is the argument? The only argument is that we didn't know anything about it, but Motilal Nehru knew, Motilal Vora knew all about it. I mean, how can you teach somebody who is your colleague, who did your bidding? Everybody knows he was called the Munshi. And how can you now say that everything they did, we knew nothing about it? How could it be? There are signatures on there in every transaction, and I've seen it with my own eyes.
Dr. Swamy, I would like to also ask you a specific question because today the interest basically revolves around one aspect. It's about the usage of shell companies. My sources within the agency have indicated that the 1 crore that basically came in from Dotex has certainly been under the scanner, but you know it much better than anyone else. What, in your opinion, is the magnitude of the usage of shell companies? Is it more than one? Are we to look at more shell companies beyond Dotex?
No, yeah, they would, but not in the National Herald case. Because in the National Herald case, they should be convicted. Once they are in jail, we can have other cases also taken up in connection. Yeah, of course, there have been money laundering. They have bank accounts abroad. I've given the names of 2 of them. One was the Pictet Bank, and the other was in Geneva, I forget its name. And they have the informal news items in Europe say that she is perhaps the second most richest person in the world today. So, I mean, all these things are there. People know. But I think that we should not lose our focus. They should be prosecuted and possible sent to jail on the National Herald case per se. And then we can go into these other aspects. The reason we picked toll tax is because that money went straight for the purchase of the National Herald or the Associated Journals Limited so-called mythical loan of 90 crores.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Swamy, for putting this into perspective. Dr. Swamy has been at the forefront of exposing the National Herald scam. We're also getting at multiple reactions now. I'm given to understand Union Minister has reacted on the searches that are being carried out. Let's listen.
देखिए, ईडी ने जिस तरह से 2014 के बाद में काम किया है, आप ये मान के चलिए सरकार ने पूरी तरह से ऐसी सभी जांच एजेंसियों के साथ जो सरकार के हित में और जो हमारे भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त लोग हैं या इस तरह के लोग हैं जिनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करनी है, निष्पक्ष रूप से काम कर सकें। ऐसा एक माहौल मोदी जी की सरकार ने हमारे गृह मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे देश की सभी एजेंसियों को निष्पक्ष रूप से बिना किसी दबाव के, बिना किसी सरकारी हस्तक्षेप के काम करने का अवसर मिला। उसी का परिणाम है कि ईडी ने पिछले 8 वर्षों में 1 लाख करोड़ से ज़्यादा की ऐसी संपत्ति जो गलत तरीकों से अर्जित की गई थी, उसको उन्होंने जब्त किया है और उसको कहीं पर कुर्की भी हुई है और बहुत सारा कैश भी बरामद हुआ है।
नेशनल हेराल्ड के मामले में छापा
देखिए, नेशनल हेराल्ड का मामला तो बिल्कुल खुला हुआ है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि 5 लाख रुपए से जो कंपनी खोली गई वो 2000 करोड़ की मालिक बन गई और उसमें सबसे बड़ी बात ये थी कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस समय कोषाध्यक्ष मोतीलाल वोरा, यंग इंडिया के डायरेक्टर मोतीलाल वोरा और नेशनल हेराल्ड और जो हमारा जो चला रहा था एसोसिएट जनरल, उसके भी वो अधिशासी अधिकारी। तो एक ही आदमी दोनों जगह पर पैसे का सही लेन देन कर रहा है, उसमें कहीं पर भी कुछ ऐसा रह नहीं जाता। और ये भी जानना चाहिए कि ये मामला बहुत लंबे समय से चल रहा है। 2015 से राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी दोनों आज जेल है, उसके बाद भी उन्होंने हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट सब जगह पर ऐसे प्रयास किए, कहीं से उनको कोई भी इस तरह का आदेश नहीं प्राप्त हुआ जो उनकी दुश्वारियों को कम कर पाता। निश्चित रूप से आज जो परिस्थिति बनी है उसमें आवश्यकता के अनुसार ईडी भी अपनी छापेमारी कर रही है, वो जो अवैध संपत्ति है उसको जब्त करने का भी काम करेगी।
And Republic TV getting you the details of the multi-city raids that are on in the case linked to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case of the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. As we get you the full details of what the ED is looking for, we can tell you that one of the shell companies allegedly used in this case, called Dotex, is also being raided in Kolkata. Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi, multi-city raids are on. Let's get you the other big breaking news story on Republic this morning. One of the world's most wanted terrorists, his name is Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who took over after Osama bin Laden was killed in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Osama bin Laden was hunted down by America, just like how Al-Zawahiri has been hunted down this morning in a similar operation. He was found on a balcony. When he just stepped onto the balcony, a US drone strike has killed one of the world's most wanted men, Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Here's the story.
Al-Zawahiri was eliminated by a US drone strike in the heart of Afghanistan's Kabul city. President Joe Biden announced the death on Monday evening in an address to the nation. The strike is likely to lead to greater disarray within the organization than did bin Laden's death in 2011, since it is far less clear who Al-Zawahiri's successor would be. Al-Zawahiri became crucial to turning the jihadi movement's gun to target the United States as a right-hand man to bin Laden, the young Saudi millionaire he met in Afghanistan-Pakistan region. The attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon made bin Laden America's enemy number one, but he likely could never have carried it out without his deputy. When the 2001 US invasion of Afghanistan demolished Al-Qaeda's safe haven and scattered, killed and captured its members, Al-Zawahiri ensured Al-Qaeda's survival. Al-Zawahiri rebuilt its leadership in Afghanistan-Pakistan border region and installed allies as lieutenants in key positions. Al-Zawahiri also became the movement's public face, putting out a constant stream of video messages while bin Laden largely hid. Al-Zawahiri picked ideological fights with his critics within the jihadi camp, pointing his finger, scolding in many of his videos. Even some key figures in Al-Qaeda's central leadership were put off, calling him overly controlling, secretive and divisive, a contrast to Osama bin Laden, whose soft-spoken presence many terrorists described in adoring most spiritual terms. Al-Zawahiri led the creation of a network of autonomous branches around the region, including in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, North Africa, Somalia and Asia, among others. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And as we get into the details of this strike in Kabul, in the heart of Kabul. Now, historically, you would have seen that terrorists like Osama bin Laden and the most wanted terrorists from across the world, especially from the Al-Qaeda, have been hiding in the mountains, in areas where they feel it was safe, where Americans couldn't really track them down. In the case of Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who's Osama's successor, seen in many videos with Osama, he was found in the heart of Kabul in a safe house that was reportedly owned by Sirajuddin Haqqani, one of the ruling ministers in Afghanistan, now ruled by Taliban. A Hellfire missile was used by a drone, and it happened in the heart of Kabul on Sunday morning. Initially, Taliban didn't confirm the strike. Here's an explainer on what happened on Sunday morning.
Now, the highly sophisticated precision missile of the US, Hellfire, was used to eliminate Zawahiri. What we know so far is that Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike by the US in the Shirpur neighborhood of Kabul city of Afghanistan. The US drone fired 2 Hellfire R9X missiles at the terrorist leader as he walked onto his balcony of his Kabul house. Now, the R9X Hellfire carries 45 kg of reinforced metal with its tip with 6 extendable blades designed to shred the target upon impact without triggering a blast. Developed by the Obama administration, the missile uses extended blades rather than explosives to neutralize targets with extreme accuracy. Also referred to as Ginsu, the missile's blades can cut through buildings and even car rooftops for that matter. As Biden specifically mentioned in his address as well that no civilian casualty happened during this operation, the facts indeed point to the fact that Hellfire R9X missile was used to carry out the operation successfully. Also, according to military expert, the missile uses pop-out swords rather than explosives to take down high-profile targets. The missile is improvised over standard Hellfire with kinetic warhead and pop-out blades instead of an explosive. The Hellfire missiles are air-to-ground, laser-guided, subsonic missiles with significantly anti-tank capacity as well. The Hellfire, the missiles have several variants as well, depending on its warhead, guidance system and its physical variations. The missile is called Flying Ginsu because it is intended to reduce collateral damage when aiming at specific human targets. To sum it all, the 6-blade Ninja missile is used to mince terrorists without triggering a blast and resulting in civilian casualties.
And while we stay with the coverage of Ayman Al-Zawahiri, Republic was the first global network to get a report from the site Sherpur Square where this safe house was located. Our correspondent Zabi reported from the heart of Kabul, close to the safe house. He sent us the first videos, sent us a report from Kabul. I'd like to play out some of those reports that Zabi sent us. He was at a vantage point at the Sherpur Square, giving us a bird's eye view of the area where Ayman Al-Zawahiri, Osama bin Laden's successor, was hiding. Here's that report.
Here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house, and I will try. So you can see the back of the place where this is called the Sherpur place, and here is the drone strike was done. You can see at the back of that tall building that there was a drone strike done. So here in Kabul, especially around Sherpur place, there is not a normal situation, and anything is not normal. So you can see that this was the place where the previous government high official was resident. They lived there, but now this is under the control of the Taliban high officials. So after the situation or after the bomb attack I struck here, the security situation is very high. And every road and every sub-road, there is a security, there is a Taliban fighter that they are not allowing people to go there. So it was really a high official places there, they live there. So now no one is allowed to go near to see the place targeted house. So the security is very high there. So this is, as you said, this is the heart of Kabul. This is a place where a lot of ministries are located here. The presidential palace, or we can say Arg, is here near around 1 kilometer or little there from here. And also a lot of embassies, Turkish embassies, Pakistan embassies, embassy of US, and other embassies are here. So this is the place where you cannot say anything that they don't know or he was hiding here, or because this is the place where the high officials, as I indicated in my previous talk. This is the obvious support for them, because the US said that President Biden said that they have killed this organization leader, and they are denying that. So if they're denying that, so it means that they support the situation. Yes, as tweeted by the Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of Taliban, tweeted morning today. They said that this is against the agreement between the Afghan government, or the Taliban government, and the American officials. He said that this agreement is American is violating this agreement, because they said that they will not eye struck or they will not damage the Taliban government, but they are now doing that. So he did not name any casualties here, but just they said that this is why the Americans are violating the agreement at the heart of Kabul. Yes, there were a lot of other targets too. Besides this airstrike, there was another bomb blast in Casino Place. There was another one in Dimazang.
That was Zavi reporting for Republic TV from Sherpur in Kabul, where the attack took place, the location where Ayman Al-Zawahiri was found by America and was killed in a drone strike. We're taking a short break right now on Republic TV. I'm handing it back to the studios. We are keeping a close track on the situation. One of the many headlines we've had back-to-back breaking news updates from India as well. Meanwhile, we're getting in more videos. Let's play out those videos and then take a break.
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirate said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
Top headlines at 1:30. World's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 taken out by the US in the Kabul airstrike. Pak Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri housed in Pak-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? Days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED news tightens raids on at Herald House across the country. From Mumbai to Kolkata to national capital, ED scoop down continues. 12 premises raided. Sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. No escape for Sanjay Raut. ED intensifies crackdown. Raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. Fresh twist in Bengal cash scam. Arpita now says it's not my money. Don't know where the money came from. Good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And the breaking news coming in that Milind Deora will be meeting the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis today. So that is the meet which will happen today. Deora to meet Fadnavis today itself. That's source-based information that is just trickling in. Congress top man to meet Fadnavis. A lot of speculations also being made at this point. We have our executive editor for politics joining us. Ishwarya, if you could help us read into this, Milind Deora to meet Fadnavis today.
Well, absolutely. That is what being told by our sources, that there is going to be meeting between the Congress leader Milind Deora and then the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. This is going very, very interesting. Also politically significant simultaneously because there have been a lot of talks of Milind Deora being with the Congress leadership and also the
Well, we seem to have lost that connection, but that's the breaking news coming in right now. Top sources telling Republic that Milind Deora will in all likelihood be meeting Devendra Fadnavis today, who is the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister. So a big meet lined up there later in the day as Congress Milind Deora is all set to meet the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis today. So a lot of speculations also being made at this point. And as Ashwarya was telling us, this is a big source-based information that is just coming in of the meet that will take place between the Congress leader Milind Deora and the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. We'll try and connect with Ashwarya again, but the big news break this hour is that Deora will be meeting Fadnavis. We have Ashwarya back with us. Ashwarya, take us through the details.
Well, at this point, I understand that what is happening in the party is just is a sense of frustration which is being felt by the next generation or by the generation which has spent in the last 10 to 15 years, because there is no direction. There is a complete directionlessness as far as the Congress leadership is concerned, and the talks
Milan Devra meeting the BJP leadership has been going on for a while, but we are being told by our sources, more or less confirmed, that there is going to be a meeting today itself between Milan Devra, who happens to be Congress leader, comes from South Mumbai, and there have been talks that how, if he decides to join BJP, it would be a mutually beneficial decision for the BJP and for Milan Devra himself. But then his proximity, his father was also in the Congress, but we've seen right from Jitin Prasad to Jyotiraditya Scindia, the leaders who were at one point of time second generation, third generation Congress leaders have now joined the BJP, and their political careers are soaring up. So Milan Devra, whose political career has been at a standstill for a long while now, is looking for a change. That is what we are being told initially by our sources. But that meeting is going to be very, very politically significant as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned. That is between Milan Devra and Devendra Fadnavis today, according to our sources. Back to you.
Yes, Aishwarya, just a last question before we let you go. If this happens, of course it is a conjecture at this point that Devra could jump ship. But if this happens, how much of this is going to be a blow for the Grand Old Party?
Well, it seems as if the Congress Party has also accepted that these leaders who have anything in them left are not going to stay with the Congress Party, whether it is Jitin Prasad, whether it is Jyotiraditya Scindia, whether it is RPN Singh. All of these were leaders who were at one point of time very, very close to Rahul Gandhi himself, who were the coterie of the Gandhis. But then, because of the undecisiveness, because of a complete chaos within the Congress Party, decided to jump ship. Milan Devra, once again, is not going to be the first nor the last to jump ship, but that is something which we have to watch for first. What happens in that meeting today between Milan Devra and then the Devendra Fadnavis is going to be very interesting and significant.
Yes, Aishwarya, and just last question. If you could once again help us put this into context, because we've seen in the past how so many senior Congress leaders have jumped ship. If you could once again take us through those finer details of the number of Congress leaders in recent past who have jumped ship.
Well, absolutely. Right from Jagdambika Pal to Jitin Prasad, we have seen at least 18 top leaders, and I repeat, 18 leaders of the Congress Party who either have been ministers or who have been second, third generation Congress leaders jumping ship, completely moving away from the Gandhis, completely saying that there is no decision which is taken, there is no clarity, there is a complete state of ambiguity as far as the Congress Party is concerned, and that is why they have decided to jump ship. That is why they have decided to leave the Congress and then join the BJP. So this is not going to be the first or the last in that matter. But we have seen that how when it begins, it is always under an alibi of stating that they are talking about their regional politics. And today as well, we can expect that when this meeting happens between Milan Devra and then Devendra Fadnavis, it could very well be on the pretext that he's talking about issues of South Mumbai. He comes from Mumbai. He knows Devendra Fadnavis. Yes, even late senior Devra was very, very close to Devendra Fadnavis. So there is a family relation there as well. But as far as politics is concerned, we are being told that Milan Devra is now very seriously looking to jump the ship over. That's what we are being told by our sources at this point of time.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much. So Aishwarya, they're getting us all those details. Sources telling Republic that the big meet lined up later in the day of Devra and Fadnavis, and huge speculation being made with regard to Devra jumping ship as well. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one with respect to the Taliban statement that has been issued on Zawahiri killing. In fact, the statement that has just been released by the spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate, which says that on August 1, an airstrike was carried out on a residential house in the Shirpur area of Kabul city. At the onset, the nature of the incident was not revealed. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates investigated the incident and found in their preliminary investigation that the attack was carried out by American drones. So that's a statement that has been put out by the Islamic Emirates, going on to say that it strongly condemns this attack on any cause and calls for its clear violation of international principles and the Doha Agreement. We have a senior editor, Shravan, also joining us. Shravan, if you could help us read into this, because of course here we've been talking about how Taliban seems to have given a safe haven to Zawahiri. How do you read into this statement that has now been released by them?
Well, Samiksha, this comes just hours after Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has basically said that the agreement that was signed between Taliban and the United States has basically been disregarded. The fact that there has been a violation, keeping in mind that they were basically giving safe haven to terrorists like Al-Zawahiri. Now, what's very important to point out here is that if you just take a look at the statement that has been issued by the spokesperson of Taliban, they are basically saying that it's a violation. Second, there is not a single mention of the fact, not a single mention of the fact that you had someone who's considered to be close to the Haqqani faction, who was basically being housed there, and in fact for a long period of time, Samiksha. It was not that he was there only the last few days. In fact, this entire operation was being planned by the United States for almost over a month, starting from the month of July. If you take a look at some of the inputs that have come in, the CIA, which has been working on this operation for almost a month. Having said that, Taliban has essentially housed this terrorist, and remember, they had basically given an assurance to the United States of America that there is going to be a severe crackdown. And the fact that Afghanistan is not going to be a safe haven for terrorists. But despite that, what has essentially happened is that Al-Qaeda chief was actually housed there. Not just that, his family members were housed there. And the fact of the matter here is that there is a Pakistani role that is also emerged.
Yes.
Remember, Pakistan has been...
All right, so Shravan, they're getting us all those details, and now Taliban also issuing a statement condemning the attack by the US forces on this particular house where Zawahiri had taken shelter. Remember, he was eliminated by the US forces. We have Shravan back with us. Shravan, from the face of it, does it look like Taliban as well as Pakistan were hand in glove in sheltering, in giving shelter to Zawahiri? Because we understand from our sources that the Haqqani network is the one who owned this house where Zawahiri had taken a shelter in.
No, Samiksha, the fact is that Pakistan's role cannot be ignored. The fact of the matter is that Pakistan has been pushed, the back has been pushed to the wall. Now, only simply because of the fact that their economic conditions, they are in doldrums at this point in time. They are hoping that they would get in some loans which would help them survive. It turns out some reports essentially suggesting that the leak that basically came in about the whereabouts of the Al-Qaeda chief was actually coming in from Pakistan. It was only to perhaps escape the FATF action that is likely to be taken, because remember, they are already in the grey list. There are certain requirements of the FATF which it is expected that Pakistan will only comply, and if only they comply, perhaps some sort of a relief could be given to Pakistan. This is some sort of a exchange that has basically taken place from Pakistan in terms of the information that has been provided to United States. Given the fact that this is an operation that was well planned by the United States, this is not an information that they have worked on in the last few days, but in fact the operation has was being planned right from in July. If you really look at some of the Pentagon sources that have been quoted by the Western media, then one would get a clear idea of the fact that this was being planned for over a month now, and especially given the fact that the United States President Joe Biden was also facing a lot of his ratings had gone down. There was the fact of the matter is that it was largely being seen as a government which was not really acting upon, and of course the Russia-Ukraine war weighing upon the U.S. president. So somewhere down the line there was more pressure on the U.S. also. So it turns out that this operation was well crafted, but the fact of the matter is that Pakistan has a huge role to play.
Yes.
The fact that this was basically a guest house of the Haqqanis is a clear indication of what they were essentially planning to do.
All right. Shravan, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So our senior editor Shravan, they're getting us all those details, and what we understand as of now is that Taliban had knowledge about the fact that that Zawahiri had taken shelter in the heart of the city in Kabul, and Taliban there also condemning this attack that has been carried out by the US forces.
I'm here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house. So you can see that this was the place where the previous government high official was resident. They lived there, but now this is under the control of the Taliban high officials. So after the situation or after the bomb attack I struck here, the security situation is very high. And every road and every sub-road, there is a security, there is a Taliban fighter that they are not allowing people to go there. So it was really a high official places there, they live there. So now no one is allowed to go near to see the place targeted house. So the security is very high there. I'm here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house.
Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. A weekend wildfire which broke out in the southern French Garde region was contained on Monday. As per firefighter spokesman, 370 hectares were burned and 2 homes were affected by the flames. Making a splash, daredevil divers jumped from Mostar's historic bridge. In a tradition dating back to the 17th century, visuals show athletes getting ready to jump before taking the final leap into the water. The first recorded jump was in 1664. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged
And more updates coming in on the recruitment scam probe. We are told that searches are underway at 6 locations, properties of Partha and Arpita, which are now under the ED lens. So fresh ED raids which are being conducted in West Bengal. We are told 6 locations to be precise are currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the SSC recruitment scam probe. These properties belong to Arpita and Partha. The sacked Minister of Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, and his aide Arpita Mukherjee. The properties of the duo are currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. So fresh ED raids that are being conducted across Kolkata. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But that's a fresh update. Remember, just a short while back, Arpita Mukherjee, after the medical checkup, was seen crying foul, saying that she has no role in the scam whatsoever and that the money was planted at her residence by someone else. So Arpita there trying to cry foul there. And this, of course, comes in the latest. What we are learning is that fresh ED raids, which are currently underway at 6 locations across Kolkata. So we'll go across to our reporters to get us more information. But it's fresh trouble there mounting for the sagged Minister of Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, as well as his aide, Arpita Mukherjee, who continue to remain in ED custody as we speak. So the visuals also coming in at this point where Arpita can be seen pleading and trying to say that she has done no wrong, saying that she has no role whatsoever in the SSC recruitment scam probe. On the left side, you can see the huge stash of cash, wads and wads of cash that have been recovered over the past few days. And Arpita there, Mukherjee, as well as Partha, saying that they have done no wrong. So several questions that are arising at this point. If the big one being how deep does this rot run, given the fact that loads and loads of cash amounting to crores of rupees have been recovered in the past. We have a few reactions as well lined up. Let's listen into them.
আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে আমার টাকা ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
চলুন
Partha Mukherjee there, who is the close aide of Partha Chatterjee, saying that she's done no wrong and that her name is being dragged into the scam, whereas she has no role to play whatsoever in the scam. Also adding that the money was planted by someone else at the various locations linked to her that were the cash that was recovered from her flats.
At multiple locations related to National Herald and the AGL. More trouble for Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Keep watching Republic TV. Time for a short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to the states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia.
Now, Zawahiri was eliminated by the US forces using Hellfire missile. Take a look at this explainer on how the missiles were used to target the most wanted terrorist. Now, the highly sophisticated precision missile of the US, Hellfire, was used to eliminate Zawahiri. What we know so far is that Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike by the US in the Shirpur neighborhood of Kabul city of Afghanistan. The US drone fired 2 Hellfire R9X missiles at the terrorist leader as he walked onto his balcony of his Kabul house. Now, the R9X Hellfire carries 45 kg of reinforced metal with its tip with 6 extendable blades designed to shred the target upon impact without triggering a blast. Developed by the Obama administration, the missile uses extended blades rather than explosives to neutralize targets with extreme accuracy. Also referred to as Ginsu, the missile's blades can cut through buildings and even car rooftops for that matter. As Biden specifically mentioned in his address as well that no civilian casualty happened during this operation, the facts indeed point to the fact that Hellfire R9X missile was used to carry out the operation successfully. Also, according to military expert, the missile uses pop-out swords rather than explosives to take down high-profile targets. The missile is improvised over standard Hellfire with kinetic warhead and pop-out blades instead of an explosive. The Hellfire missiles are air-to-ground laser-guided subsonic missiles with significantly anti-tank capacity as well. The Hellfire, the missiles have several variants as well depending on its warhead, guidance system and its physical variations. The missile is called Flying Ginsu because it is intended to reduce collateral damage when aiming at specific human targets. To sum it all, the 6-blade Ninja missile is used to mince terrorists without triggering a blast and resulting in civilian casualties.
I'm here near the Shirpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Shirpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets.
If the ED has caught the corrupt, how can we side with the corrupt? This logic is fundamentally flawed. The debate is not about the ED. The debate has to be about the corrupt. The ED is doing its job. The ED is catching proof of solid corruption, of dirty corruption, of anti-citizen, unbelievable corruption. The ED is doing its job. The debate has to be about the corrupt, the horribly corrupt, and the totally corrupt.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. World's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 taken out by the US in the Kabul airstrike. Pak Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri are housed in Pak-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? Anger mounts against sacked TMC Minister Partha over cash scam. Footwear flung at Partha now. Days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED news titans raids on at Herald House across the country. From Mumbai to Kolkata to the national capital, ED swoop down continues. 12 premises raided. Sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. No escape for Raut. ED intensifies crackdown. Raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. And straight away starting with breaking news coming in. What we are learning right now, this is in relation to the SSC recruitment scam probe, where a citizen, angry citizen, was seen hurling a footwear at Partha Chatterjee is what we are given to understand. So citizen there angry at the sacked minister for the scam, which amounts to over crores of rupees. An angry woman hurling a footwear at Partha Chatterjee is what we are understand. So citizens up in arms against Partha Chatterjee, who has now been sacked as a minister and as well suspended from the party as well. And Mamta, of course, taking action just the very moment, just at a time when the anger only seems to be mounting against the TMC government as a whole. In the visual, you can see the citizen there hurling a footwear at Partha Chatterjee. We have Kishle joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, if you could take us through the scenes that we are showing to our viewers right now, the visuals in which the angry citizen can be seen hurling a footwear at Partha Chatterjee.
Yes, exactly. When Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee was taken out of ESI hospital today after their regular medical checkup, what happened was this lady, this citizen, she threw a slipper at Partha Chatterjee, which missed Partha, but though it was thrown towards him. And this lady is saying that this person who has laundered money of common people, he has laundered lakhs of rupees, he has laundered crores of rupees, and this person is now being taken in AC cars. He is traveling in AC cars and he is taken in wheelchair. Why is he being given so much luxury luxury? Why is he taken in wheelchair? Can't he walk? So it's clearly anger mounting among common citizens of West Bengal. Every day we are seeing the ED is raiding different locations, and huge piles of cash is coming out, gold is coming out in ED raids. So therefore it's quite natural that the common people of West Bengal, the common people like this lady who hurled this slipper at Partha Chatterjee, are becoming angry at the outcome of this whole incident. And this dramatic shots we have received from just outside ESI Joka Hospital, where Partha Chatterjee was taken for medical checkup, routine medical checkup, and when he was brought out of the hospital, this lady, this citizen, threw a slipper at him, and that slipper though missed Partha Chatterjee but made its point that people are angry here in West Bengal. Back to the studio.
Well, absolutely, Kishle. Anger, they're spilling onto streets. You know, the question being that what has been the source of that huge amount of cash that's been recovered, as well as the gold, the coins, the silver jewelry for that matter as well, that's been recovered from Arpita Chatterjee's locations. So, of course, as we just heard that soundbite as well of Arpita, where she's seen that the money was planted to her residence, the question arising from where did the source, what is in fact the source of all this money that was recovered, which amounts to crores of rupees. Kishle.
Exactly. When she was taken inside the hospital and when she was brought out of the hospital, what the point that she wanted to make again and again, Arpita Mukherjee, she said that I did not know from where this money came from. I was not present when this money was put in my flat or in my apartments. Before this also she has said repeatedly that this is not my money, and on the other hand Partha Chatterjee also has said on Republic Camera that this is not my money and time will tell whose money is this. So the great question right now is whose money is this? The pile of money, the stack of cash that we saw on television, and those dramatic shots of gold jewelry, money on the bed, a full big bed, royal size bed full of money of 2,000 rupees notes, 21 crore, 27 crore and crores more. Whose money is this? Today there are 7 ED teams who are out for raiding different locations, and we have learned that also in different locations like Boranagar or in Lansdowne in Kolkata, there are multiple ED raids at different locations, and which include one of the nail art shops which was owned by Arpita Mukherjee. So right now ED raids on, ED interrogation is on. Everyone is looking at this question, whose money was that if that was not of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee?
Yes.
However, today the anger of the citizens brewing up, and that's coming out in this form where this lady has hurled a slipper at Partha Chatterjee outside ESI hospital.
Yes, Kishle. So multiple raids being carried out in Kolkata as we speak. Kishle, once again for our viewers, if you could briefly talk to us about the incriminating documents that have also been recovered, along with, of course, over 50 crore cash that has been recovered. Because in one of the searches that was conducted, we believe that a government insignia was also found in one of the envelopes that was recovered in these raids.
Exactly, not only one. There was a black diary which was recovered, which was that mysterious diary in which there's a whole list of people who were not really successful in in reaching that amount of marks which was required for getting recruited, but their marks were increased so that they could be recruited. That's one. Also, there were envelopes on which government insignias and stamps were there of the Educational Department of West Bengal, and inside those envelopes also there was cash, and there were other documents like small pocket diaries in which names and numbers of agents, contact numbers of agents were there who were allotted for taking and collecting the money from different districts from the candidates who wanted to pay money to be recruited. So ED has a huge amount of evidences which are collected from the apartments of Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, which they have got. Also from different other locations like Manik Bhattacharya's house, who is MLA of Palashipara right now, and he was previously the chairman of West Bengal Board of Primary Education. So all these locations, all these people, and ED raids in all these locations amounting to one single point, that there was this scam, there is this scam of crores of rupees related to Educational Board of Recruitment, Educational Recruitment Board and Primary Education Board in West Bengal, and people are getting angry in West Bengal. When Partha Chatterjee was taken out today, there was a huge crowd which were saying different kinds of things, and this woman who hurled this slipper directly towards Partha Chatterjee, which though missed Partha Chatterjee, made clear points that we are not happy. People of West Bengal are not happy from what's happening and what we are seeing right now.
Yes.
Back to the studio.
Yes, Kishli. So the bigger message here seems to be that not just specifically Partha Chatterjee, the TMC government as a whole, because the government, of course, has a lot to answer when it comes to this scam, which amounts to crores of rupees, like you were mentioning. If you could talk to us more about who all are under scanner apart from Arpita and Partha. We understand that the TMC MLA was also earlier summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, who is in fact the big fish when we talk about the scam, which amounts to crores of rupees.
Exactly, there's a whole list of people who are under scanner right now in West Bengal, and all these people are big honchos, they are big faces, they are quite important in terms of their political career, in terms of the offices that they held. This includes Partha Chatterjee, this includes Arpita Mukherjee, this includes Manik Bhattacharya, who is MLA presently and ex-chairman of West Bengal Board of Primary Education. This includes Kalyanmoy Ganguly, this includes various other faces in whose houses and places raids were going on. Right now also we are learning from ED sources that there are more names which are yet to come up, but we do not know right now who are they. But ED is also considering who are all these people who are connected with Partha Chatterjee, which includes the driver of Partha Chatterjee, personal assistant of Partha Chatterjee, driver of Arpita Mukherjee. All these people were used to collect money from different places, different points. There were agents in districts who used to collect the money and give back to these offices from where the recruitment was made. These are allegations, and these allegations are being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate right now. We also saw exclusively in Republic how a huge school was made in the name of Partha Chatterjee's wife in a no man's land almost, and there was just a village and this huge school building that came up which cost about more than 5 crore rupees, just the school building and then the land. So therefore, from where these money came, who helped, and these people whom I named and more people whom we do not know yet, and ED sources are telling us there are more people, there are more faces which are going to come up. But right now in Bengal, this is the talking point, this is the news which is there everywhere, where Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee and more people are related to this cash scam, which is related to the Educational Board of West Bengal and the recruitment which happens there.
Yes, Kishli, just very briefly, last question. If you could tell us what can we expect here on what is the action? Well, Kishli, let's leave it there. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Kishli, they're getting us all those updates as Arpita there trying to cry foul and saying that she's done no wrong. Meanwhile, anger spilling onto streets. People there agitated and angry over the fact that the scam that amounts to over crores of rupees happened under the nose of the TMC, the Bengal government. A quick roundup of all that's making news as Unified Payments Interface records 6 billion transactions in July. Prime Minister Modi called it an outstanding accomplishment. Prime Minister Modi said that it is the collective resolve of the people of the country to embrace new technologies. Prime Minister also asserted that digital payments were helpful during COVID pandemic. Amid the inflation debate in Parliament, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, Congress MP Mallikarjun Kharge said that the opposition is ready to discuss inflation and will keep the issues in front of the House. Kharge further took a jibe at the BJP and said that the party is unaffected due to the inflation.
महंगाई पर चर्चा करने के लिए तो तैयार थे, आज भी तैयार है। अभी चेयरमैन साहब ने भी फ़ोन किया कि महंगाई पे चर्चा आज शुरू होना चाहिए, तो हमारे सबकी सम्मति है कि चर्चा के लिए हम तैयार हो जाएं और जो भी मुद्दे सरकार के सामने रखना है वो रखेंगे।
A terror attack was reported in Ramban in JNK as the police forces cracked down on this terror attack. There have been reports of explosives hurled at the police post of Ramban. Meanwhile, search operation, we are told, is still underway to nab the suspected terrorist who reportedly belongs to the JNK Ghaznavi force. The security forces spotted yet another suspected Pakistani drone. So an infiltration bid that was foiled by the BSF Jawans. The suspected Pakistani drone was spotted in the Kanachak area in the Jammu district. Congress MP and Whip in Lok Sabha Manikam Tagore on in fact gave an adjournment motion in Rajya Sabha to discuss the misuse of the ED power. In the notice, Tagore sought the House should advise the Enforcement Directorate to abandon the behavior of calling the public representatives of the opposition party, especially targeting the opposition leaders. The water level of the Jayadal River in Assam has risen because of the incessant rainfall being reported in Arunachal Pradesh. Water of an overflowing river have submerged several rivers as well in the Dhakuna Khana area. In fact, in the neighboring Arunachal Pradesh, where the water level has risen, and 6 villages, we are told, in the village in the area are inundated because of the heavy rains. Moving on then, after the Al-Qaeda chief Zawahiri was killed in a US drone strike in Kabul, the role of Taliban and Pakistan has now come under the scanner.
Just 13 minutes away from the Pakistan embassy in Kabul, a building allegedly owned by the Afghanistan Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani was struck by the US military, killing the Osama deputy Ayman Al-Zawahiri immediately. The house in which he was staying was reportedly owned by a top aide of the Afghanistan ministry. It is unlikely that the Taliban was not aware of his whereabouts. Designated as the most wanted terrorist in the world, Zawahiri, an eye surgeon, helped found the Egyptian Islamic Jihad militant group. He later overtook the leadership of Al-Qaeda following the killing by US forces of bin Laden in May 2011. Before that, Zawahiri was often referred to as bin Laden's right-hand man and the chief ideologue of Al-Qaeda. He is believed by some experts to have been the operational brains behind 11 September 2001 attacks. Bin Laden had talked about creating a base for a broader Islamic movement as if it were a mantra. He wanted an organization that didn't need him to survive, and Al-Zawahiri had kept it going in decades since bin Laden's death. While he lacked the charismatic leadership of bin Laden, he profoundly shaped Al-Qaeda and its terrorist movements with his writing and arguments. These airstrikes come after US found out about Zawahiri's presence in Kabul. This has raised questions over the Taliban's promise to not allow any of its member or other terrorist groups to use the soil of Afghanistan against the US and its allies. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And Zawahiri, in fact, was residing in the heart of Kabul city in a house that was, in fact, backed by the Haqqani network of Pakistan. Take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague from Kabul.
I'm here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house, and I will try. So you can see the back of the place where this is called the Sherpur place. And here is the drone strike was done. You can see at the back of that tall building that there was a drone strike done. So here in Kabul, especially around the Sherpur place, there is not a normal situation, and anything is not normal. So you can see that this was the place where the previous government high official was resident. They lived there, but now this is under the control of the Taliban high officials. So after the situation or after the bomb attack struck here, the security situation is very high. And every road and every sub-road, there is a security, there is a Taliban fighter that they are not allowing people to go there. So it was really a high official places there, they live there. So now no one is allowed to go near to see the place targeted house. So the security is very high there. So this is, as you said, this is the heart of Kabul. This is a place where a lot of ministries are located here. The presidential palace, or we can say ARG, is here near around 1 kilometer or little there from here, and also a lot of embassies, Turkish embassies, Pakistan embassies, embassy of US, and other embassies are here. So this is the place where you cannot say anything that they don't know, that they don't know he was hiding here, or because this is the place where the high officials are indicated in my previous talk. This is obvious support for them, because the US said that President Biden said that they have killed the organization's leader, and they are denying that. So if they're denying that, so it means that they support the situation. Yes, as tweeted by the Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of Taliban, tweeted morning today. They said that this is against the agreement between the Afghan government, or the Taliban government, and the American officials. He said that this agreement is violating. American is violating this agreement, because they said that they will not airstrike or they will not damage the Taliban government, but they are now doing that. So he did not name any casualties here, but just they said that this is why the Americans are violating the agreement at the heart of Kabul. Yes, there were a lot of other targets too. Besides this airstrike, there was another bomb blast in Casino Place. There was another one in Dimazang. So and another one also in the Sherpur. So this was not the just target one place targeted. A lot of 3 or 2 more houses were also targeted on that same day, on the same time.
And on to more international news then. Chinese President Xi Jinping and United States President Joe Biden spoke over a phone call. China showcased the DF-17 missile strike test for the first time on People's Liberation Army Day. The talk of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan on such a day is keeping Beijing on its toes.
China reiterated previous warnings to the US, saying serious consequences ensue if House Speaker Nancy Pelosi insists on visiting Taiwan. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that the visit would trample on the One China principle and gravely threaten peace and stability of the Taiwan Strait.
佩洛西众议长如果赴台，将是对中国内政的粗暴干涉，严重损害中国主权和领土完整，肆意践踏一个中国原则，严重威胁台海和平稳定，严重破坏中美关系，导致非常严重的事态。
He further warned that China would take bold and powerful actions to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
如果佩洛西众议长访问台湾，中方必将采取坚决应对和有力的反制措施，捍卫自身的主权和领土完整。至于是什么措施，如果他敢去，那就让我们拭目以待吧。
House Speaker Pelosi began her Asian tour in Singapore as rumors about a potential stop in Taiwan, which has heightened tensions between Beijing and West, has circulated. Beijing interprets official American contacts with Taiwan as encouragement to formalize the island's long-standing de facto independence, a move that American authorities claim they oppose. The timing of Pelosi's visit, which coincided with China's traditional PLA Day on August 1, couldn't have been worse, as PLA celebrated its 95th anniversary. Agency report, Republic TV.
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. Angry citizens there picking up slippers and hurling at Partha Chatterjee, who's now been sacked as a minister of West Bengal. Anger there spilling onto streets. The visuals also on your screens of how angry the commoners, the people of Bengal are, because from the charges that have been leveled against against Partha Chatterjee as well as his aide Arpita Mukherjee, beg your pardon, is embezzlement of public money. We have Kishle also reporting live. Kishle, if you could talk to us more about the visuals as well that we are showing to our viewers of the anger spilling onto streets, people demanding answers, and clearly we see that there is anger against the Bengal government, not just Partha Chatterjee.
Well, exactly. This drama that we are showing right now, the dramatic visuals coming directly from ESI Joka Hospital where Partha Chatterjee was taken for his medical checkup. And when after the medical checkup, after the health checkup, when he was out of the ESI hospital, when he was being brought back to the CGO office, outside ESI Joka Hospital, a woman, this citizen, hauled a sleeper at Partha Chatterjee. And what she said later on was more important. She said that this person who has laundered money of thousands of poor people of West Bengal, this person is now traveling in AC cars, in luxury cars, and he's being taken in wheelchairs. Why is he getting so much luxury? Can't he walk down the way to the hospital? So right now, clearly people of West Bengal, common people like us in West Bengal who are staying here, who work hard, they are showing their anger right now. Every day we are seeing ED raids happening in different locations in West Bengal, and piles of cash and stacks of cash are being recovered by ED, and that's impacting the people of West Bengal right now. The common people are clearly angry.
Well, that's right. Kishle, stay with us. Let's once again take a look at that sequence where Arpita was seen crying foul and saying that the money was indeed planted at her residence by someone else.
আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে আমার টাকা ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
So those are the scenes coming in which you can see the angry people there, the angry people in Kolkata demanding answers from the West Bengal government and saying that their money has been looted by the Bengal government. Taking a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue to get you live coverage from Kolkata and all the big news breaks that we are tracking this hour.
So right now we are looking at these visuals from Kolkata where ED is raiding at different locations and Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are being taken out of ESI hospital back to the ED office. We will be back with more news after a short break.
अमेरिका के कोई भी समाचार पत्र खोलो, वहां रिसेशन की चर्चा है, स्टैगफ्लेशन की चर्चा है यूरोप में, लेकिन अपनी यहां नहीं है क्योंकि हम उस रास्ते पर नहीं गए हैं।
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
World's most wanted and Osama's deputy killed by the US in an airstrike in Kabul. Pak Taliban rollout in the open. Zawahiri housed in Pak bagged Haqqani owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? Anger mounts against sacked TMC Minister Partha over cash scam. Chappal flung at Partha now. Days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED news titans raids on at Herald House across India. From Mumbai to Kolkata through the national capital, ED swoop down continues. 12 premises raided. Sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia. No escape for Raut. ED intensifies crackdown. Raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. And we're getting in visuals of ED raids at Baranagar at a nail art shop allegedly owned by Arpita. Yes, those visuals that are on your screen. ED is raiding at Baranagar at a nail art shop which supposedly is owned by Arpita Mukherjee. Those visuals that are on your screen, and premises of Arpita being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Live from the Bangla newsroom, Kishle joins us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, give us more details on the raids that are being conducted by ED at Baranagar, and also about these shops that are allegedly owned by Arpita.
Exactly. Since today morning, we are seeing repeated movements in the ED office in West Bengal in Kolkata here. And since morning, when firstly Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee were taken out for their medical test at ESI Joka, where sleepers were hurled at Partha Chatterjee. On the other hand, there are these 7 ED teams which have been raiding different parts of West Bengal. 3 teams are in Kolkata, 4 teams are out of Kolkata in different districts. Right now, we are seeing that in Baranagar, which is an area just adjacent to Kolkata, very near to Kolkata, almost in Kolkata, in that area, ED is raiding a nail art parlor of Arpita Mukherjee. This is allegedly owned by Arpita Mukherjee, and ED reached that spot about 1 hour back. And firstly, they broke the shutter of that shop. After the shutter was broken, they opened the glass door with the help of a key maker. And then right now, the ED team is inside that particular shop in Baranagar area. So right now, on the other hand, one ED team is in Panditya Road, another flat which is related to to Partha Chatterjee. There are more ED teams visiting different parts of Kolkata like Vaishnav Ghata and others. So there are 7 ED teams right now actively raiding 7 parts of West Bengal. This is related to Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee cash scam. On the other hand, when Partha Chatterjee, when he was brought out of ESI Joka hospital, there were slippers hurled at him and people were clearly very angry at whatever is going on in West Bengal right now. So big developments from West Bengal. ED is active right now. Interrogation is on inside the ED office after Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee were brought back from ESI Joka hospital to the ED office in CGO complex in Salt Lake City in Kolkata. On the other hand, there are ED teams at different locations in West Bengal raiding, looking for more money and documents related to this great cash scam right now, which is unfolding in West Bengal.
Right, and also Kishlai, where Arpita Mukherjee clearly says that this cash doesn't belong to her, Partha saying that this cash doesn't belong to him. Now the big question is, who owns this cash? And the BJP directly alleging that it belongs to Mamta. Now politics resonating even in Delhi.
Well, exactly. Partha Chatterjee previously said that only time will tell whose money is this. This is not my money. Arpita Mukherjee previously said this is not my money. Today she said that I did not know when this money was brought in my flat. I was not present there. She was not present there when the money was brought in her flats. Previously, she also said that I did not have access to these apartments. Only Partha Chatterjee could enter, and when he entered, the CCTVs were switched off. All these allegations from Arpita Mukherjee, and she's saying this is not my money again and again. So whose money is this? And BJP is saying this is Mamta Banerjee's money. She had clear understanding of from where all this money came from. Partha Chatterjee was directly in touch with her about all this. This is allegation of BJP right now in West Bengal. However, this is extremely important question which ED is also investigating, that if this money is not just Partha Chatterjee's, if this money is not just Arpita Mukherjee's, then who are the other faces, who are the other political entities who were related to this scam and whose money is this? There's a huge amount of money that was found, which we showed in Republic Network first when it was first broken, a huge pile of money on a big royal size bed, and that was recovered twice like that, and more money will be recovered as per ED sources when they're raiding right now different locations of Kolkata. So Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee saying not our money. BJP is asking then whose money? Mamta's. That's the big question and political debate right now in West Bengal.
Right, so the ED going about in a systematic way, a location a day or a location in 2 days, and clearly massive cash coming out and maybe more in the days to come. Thank you so much, Kishlai, for joining us on that story. But the ED raids continue even in the national capital, not just West Bengal. Massive development in the National Herald case. Shell companies in AGL scam are under the scanner. Suspicious transactions from these companies to Young India now under the scanner. Unsecured loans received by Young India under the scanner. ED suspects Young Indian received money from shell companies. Now there are raids going on in Delhi, and Anuj joins us for more on this story. Anuj, tell us, apparently 12 locations being raided in connection with the Herald scam. Tell us more.
Well, exactly. This is ED who is in action since from the morning, what we have been told. Multiple raids, multiple locations. We are talking about the national capital. We are talking about the National Herald case. First, let me give you the sense from where I'm reporting. This is the Herald house just behind me, and that's the office of the National Herald. And what we have been told that this starts at around 10:30 a.m. in the morning when the ED officials reaches here. And at this point in time, the raid is going on. This is regarding the National Herald scam in which the enforcement directorate is making multiple raids. As you were pointing it out very rightly, that this is not limited to 1 or 2 places, but the raids at this point in time is going on at the multiple location, which comes in total, if you talk about, is 12. The 12 places is being raided by the enforcement directorate. This is all about the money trail. This is all about the money that has been taken by the Young India. The company which is owned, or rather the major shareholder is the duo Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. When we are talking about Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, we do remember enforcement directorate has questioned the duo. This was the 4th round of Rahul Gandhi when he was questioned, grilled at the enforcement directorate in the national capital, and this was none other but Sonia Gandhi herself who was questioned by the enforcement directorate. So now we need to understand what has happened. Now the dots has been connected, the questioning has been done, and the major role of the shell companies through which the money trail has been done, through which the money has been transferred to the Young Indian. So that is something what enforcement directorate is looking at this point in time, and this is something what we are understanding, what we have been told through our sources when we are talking about today's raid which is going on at the 12 location, including in the national capital as well as in Calcutta as well as in Mumbai. So this is going to be major hurdle for the Gandhis now who are already on the bail. The main accused, the duo, mother and the son, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, who have been questioned by the enforcement directorate, and now enforcement directorate taking investigation further, connecting the dots, is doing these particular raids. We will see whether they are going to take some papers with them, whether they are going to talk to the officials, because the statements which has been given by the duo Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi is now being taken further by the enforcement directorate. Now they are connecting the dots and they are looking into the angle that the officials, the team, the agency is looking into the angle that how this money trail has happened, and the major role of the shell companies who were involved. That is something what we have been told. So this is the raid which is going on at the 12 location, 12 premises related to National Herald as well as AGL. How the asset of AGL was bought, that is something which has been looked by the enforcement directorate. So the raids continue. Yes, back to you.
Yeah. Being raided right now by the enforcement directorate, and it doesn't come as a surprise that Congress is calling it political vendetta and saying that they cannot be silenced. Thank you so much, Anuj, for joining us on that story.
Landslide at Kerala's Kannur district. The Indian Meteorological Department declared a yellow alert for the region, indicating isolated heavy rainfall. But Kannur has been witnessing extremely heavy rainfall since the past few days. There have been incidents for the 3 to 4 landslides in Kannur district itself. Meanwhile, NDRF officials have reached the area to help with the rescue operations, and it is underway in Kannur's landslide-hit area. Heavy rains continue to batter Kerala even as the state government adopted measures to minimize the damages and intensify relief work. The incessant rains and resultant flooding have claimed 8 lives till date in Kerala. Kerala Chief Minister has already taken stock of the situation and said that preventive measures are being taken by the state government to avoid a flood-like situation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As Unified Payments Interface records 6 billion transactions in July, Prime Minister Narendra Modi called it an outstanding accomplishment. PM Modi said that it is the collective resolve of the people of India to embrace new technologies. He asserted that digital payments were helpful during the COVID-19 pandemic. Amid the inflation debate in Parliament and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge said that the opposition is ready to discuss inflation and will keep the issues in front of the House. Kharge further took a jibe at BJP and said that the party is unaffected by inflation.
महंगाई पर चर्चा करने के लिए तो तैयार थे, आज भी तैयार है। अभी चेयरमैन साहब ने भी फ़ोन किया कि महंगाई पे चर्चा आज शुरू होना चाहिए, तो हमारे सबकी समझ ये है कि चर्चा के लिए हम तैयार हो जाए और जो भी मुद्दे सरकार के सामने रखना है वो रखेंगे।
A terror attack attack broke out on the police forces in Jammu Kashmir's Ramban district. There have been reports of explosives hurled at the police post of Ramban. Meanwhile, search operation is underway to nab suspected terrorists who reportedly belong to the Jammu Kashmir Ghaznavi force. The security forces spotted yet another suspected Pakistani drone flying close to the Jammu international border in Jammu and Kashmir as incidents of Pakistani drones attempting to invade Indian territory continue to be reported from the border. The suspected Pakistani drone was spotted in the Kana Chak area in the Jammu district. Congress MP and whip in Lok Sabha Manikam Tagore gave an adjournment motion notice in Rajya Sabha to discuss the misuse of Enforcement Directorate. In the notice, Tagore sought that the House should advise ED to abandon behaviour of calling the public representatives of the opposition party, specially targeting the opposition leaders. The water level of the Jiyadal River has risen up following incessant rains in the neighbouring Arunachal Pradesh. Water of an overflowing river have submerged several villages in the Dhakua Khana area in Assam's Lakhimpur district. According to resources, at least 6 villages in Dhakua Khana area were affected by the flooding and thousands of bighas of cropland in the area still underwater. And we quickly slip into a short break, but on the other side, no escape for Raut. ED intensifies crackdown. Raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai.
Clashes between the police and Departmental Association of Cocoa Producers took place in La Paz in Bolivia. Cocoa growers are demanding the closure of new illegal cocoa markets. The White House has welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain has set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine. A weekend wildfire which broke out in the southern French Garde region was contained on Monday. As per firefighter spokesman, 370 hectares were burned and 2 homes were affected by the flames. Making a splash, daredevil divers jumped from Mostar's historic bridge. In a tradition dating back to the 17th century, visuals show athletes getting ready to jump before taking the final leap into the water. The first recorded jump was in 1664. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put
Cartel's community located Zawahiri earlier this year. It moved to downtown Kabul after being advised that the conditions were optimal. I gave the final approval to go get him. And the mission was a success.
This was the place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m.
There was a drone strike in Sherpur, one of the places in Kabul, on the residence of Al-Qaeda organization, Al-Zawahiri.
Al-Zawahiri was killed over the weekend by a U.S. drone strike in Afghanistan. President Joe Biden announced the death on Monday evening in an address to the nation. The strike is likely to lead to greater disarray within the organization that bin Laden's death in 2011, since it is far less clear who his successor would be. Here is a ground report from the site of the strike.
I'm here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So around here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house, and I will try. So you can see the back of the place where this is called the Sherpur place. And here is the drone strike was done. You can see at the back of that tall building that there was a drone strike done. So here in Kabul, especially around Sherpur place, there is not a normal situation, and anything is not normal. So you can see that this was the place where the previous government high official was resident. They lived there, but now this is under the control of the Taliban high officials. So after the situation or after the bomb attack right struck here, the security situation is very high. And every road and every sub-road, there is a security, there is a Taliban fighter that they are not allowing people to go there. So it was really a high official places there, they live there. So now no one is allowed to go near to see the place targeted house. So the security is very high there. So this is, as you said, this is the heart of Kabul. This is a place where a lot of ministries are located here. The presidential palace, or we can say Arg, is here near around 1 kilometer or little there from here. And also a lot of embassies, Turkish embassies, Pakistan embassies, the embassy of US, and other embassies are here. So this is the place where you cannot say anything that they don't know he was hiding here, or because this is the place where the high officials are indicated in my previous talk. This is the obvious support for them, because the US said that President Biden said that they have killed the organization's leader, and they are denying that. So if they're denying that, so it means that they support the situation. Yes, as tweeted by the Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of Taliban, tweeted morning today. They said that this is against the agreement between the Afghan government or the Taliban government and American officials. They said he said that this agreement is American is violating this agreement, because they said that they will not strike or they will not damage the Taliban government, but they are now doing that. So he did not name any casualties here, but just they said that this is why the American are violating the agreement at the heart of Kabul. Yes, there were a lot of other targets too. Besides this airstrike, there was another bomb blast in Casino place. There was another one in Dimazan. So and another one also in the Sherpur. So this was not the just target one place targeted. A lot of 3 or 2 more houses were also targeted on that same day on the same time.
Ayman Al-Zawahiri was killed over the weekend by a US drone strike in Afghanistan. Zawahiri was eliminated in the heart of Kabul city and had taken shelter in a house backed by Pakistan's Haqqani network. Here is an explainer.
Well, the big question that is on everybody's minds is whether Pakistan and Taliban shielded one of the world's most wanted terrorists. And that is precisely because of a slew of facts only hint that there is more than what meets the eye. Now take a look at this map and let's put this into context. With all the facts known so far, Zawahiri was given a safe haven in Kabul earlier this year. Zawahiri had taken shelter in a house owned by Pakistan-backed Haqqani network in the heart of Kabul city. Now remember, Haqqani network has deep ties with Pakistan ISI as well. Also pertinent to note here that Zawahiri moved to Kabul after Taliban took over Afghanistan. The Al-Qaeda chief, who was the mastermind of several terror attacks, was residing near Kabul's Sherpur neighborhood, located just 5 kilometers away from the Pakistan embassy, which is just 13 minutes away as well. Location of Zawahiri was also very near to the French and the Iran embassy. So does this mean that the Al-Qaeda chief, who was the key architect of the 9/11 attack, was secured that no harm could be done to him as he resided in a house owned by Pakistan-backed Haqqani network right under the nose of the Taliban leaders.
So here in Kabul, especially around Sherpur, there is not a normal situation, and anything is not normal.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
An aerial attack was carried out on a residential house in the Sherpur area of Kabul. The security and intelligence agencies of the Islamic Emirates said that the attack was carried out by the American drones to eliminate Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri. President Joe Biden hailed the drone attack where U.S. intelligence officials tracked down Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri to a home in downtown Kabul where he was hiding out with his family. Biden called the mission a total success, saying that he hoped it brought closure to 9/11 victims. Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed the Biden administration's efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris announced more than $1 billion in grants to the states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke at the United Nations meeting on the landmark Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where he urged global leaders to declare Ukraine a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Clashes between the police and
Chief Ayman Al-Zawahiri was killed in a US drone strike in Kabul. The role of Taliban in Pakistan has come under the scanner yet again.
Just 13 minutes away from the Pakistan embassy in Kabul, a building allegedly owned by the Afghanistan Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani was struck by the US military, killing the Osama deputy Ayman Al-Zawahiri immediately. The house in which he was staying was reportedly owned by a top aide of the Afghanistan ministry. It is unlikely that the Taliban was not aware of his whereabouts. Designated as the most wanted terrorist in the world, Zawahiri, an eye surgeon, helped found the Egyptian Islamic Jihad militant group. He later overtook the leadership of Al-Qaeda following the killing by US forces of bin Laden in May 2011. Before that, Zawahiri was often referred to as bin Laden's right-hand man and the chief ideologue of Al-Qaeda. He is believed by some experts to have been the operational brains behind 11 September 2001 attacks. Bin Laden had talked about creating a base for a broader Islamic movement as if it were a mantra. He wanted an organization that didn't need him to survive, and Al-Zawahiri had kept it going in decades since bin Laden's death. While he lacked the charismatic leadership of bin Laden, he profoundly shaped Al-Qaeda and its terrorist movements with his writing and arguments. These airstrikes come after US found out about Zawahiri's presence in Kabul. This has raised questions over the Taliban's promise to not allow any of its member or other terrorist groups to use the soil of Afghanistan against the US and its allies. Agency report, Republic TV.
Point bola jawab do na. Sir, the bigger issue, we've discussed price rise, hard points, we've discussed GST. Now, why did it take us 38 days to have this discussion?
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13 to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court.
Osama's successor eliminated in CIA-led drone strike. First, Osama bin Laden, now Al-Zawahiri. Was Al-Qaeda's top boss aided and abetted by Pak? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Well, thanks for tuning in. Straight away starting with a quick roundup of all that's making news. As the United States President Joe Biden confirmed the US drone strike in Afghanistan that killed Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri, who took over as Al-Qaeda leader after Osama bin Laden's death in a US raid. He spoke about how the strike brought about closure to families of the victims of the 9/11 attack.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
The Al-Qaeda chief Zawahiri, who even served as a successor to Osama bin Laden, was killed in Afghanistan by a US drone strike. The location of the drone attack was only 1.8 kilometers away from the US embassy and mere 5 kilometers from the Pakistan embassy. A spokesperson of the Taliban in Afghanistan acknowledged the attack in an official statement, adding that the attack carried out by the American drones was a violation of the Doha Agreement, further stating that such an action was a repetition of the failed experiences of the past 20 years that acted against the interests of the United States, Afghanistan and the region. Barack Obama, the former president of the US, hailed the Biden administration. Taking to Twitter, he said that he hoped that these airstrikes would provide a small measure of peace to the families of the victims of the 9/11 attacks. Lauding the precision of the strikes, he noted that the strikes on Zawahiri were carried out without a single civilian casualty. Speaking on the elimination of Zawahiri, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that this is a step towards a safer world. Hailing the strikes, Trudeau added that Canada will continue to work with global partners to counter terrorism. Meanwhile, Vice President of the US, Kamala Harris, expressed happiness over the success of US military operation in Kabul. And taking to Twitter, Harris said that, how grateful she was for the members of Intel agency and the counter-terror fraternity as well. She reminded how POTUS and his administration have upheld the promise to maintain the ability to protect the American civilians. US Secretary of the State Antony Blinken announced and hailed the efforts of the Biden administration. He said that the US administration delivered on the commitment to act against terror threats emerging from Afghanistan, and also remarked that the world is now safe following the eliminations of the Al-Qaeda leader, following the elimination of the Al-Qaeda chief Zawahiri. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that the thoughts of Australians were with the families of the victims of the 9/11 attack after the Al-Qaeda chief was killed in a US drone strike. He added that the terrorists will never use a safe haven for their hatred.
As the President of the United States of America confirmed earlier today, the Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri has been killed in a US airstrike. The operation was carried out on Saturday in Kabul, Afghanistan. No civilian casualties have been reported. Zawahiri was indicted by the United States for the part he played in the August 1998 bombings of the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Attacks which left 224 people dead and over 4,500 wounded.
Now, after Al-Qaeda chief Zawahiri was killed in a US drone strike, the role of Taliban and Pakistan has also come under the scanner, as the eliminated terrorist was believed to have moved to downtown Kabul earlier this year to reunite with members of his immediate family. As a house in which Zawahiri was staying was reportedly owned by a top aide to Afghanistan Interior Minister, it is said that Pakistan-backed Haqqani network's role is also under scanner, as they provided a safe haven to the terrorist who's now been killed in the US airstrike. The Pakistan Election Commission has announced the verdict in the foreign funding case against Imran Khan-led Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Pakistan top election body has accused Imran Khan's PTI to have received prohibited funding. As per the ECB Scrutiny Committee report, Imran Khan-led PTI hid funds amounting to over 310 million rupees and 16 additional accounts from the Election Commission. Arpita Mukherjee, who's said to be a close aide of sacked Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, has been continuously denying her involvement in the SSC recruitment scam case. Reiterating her earlier statement, Mukherjee asserted that the money seized by the Enforcement Directorate from her residence does not belong to her. Maldivian President Ibrahim Mohammed Solein met Prime Minister Modi at the Hyderabad House, where during his 4-day visit to India, Solein arrived in India at the invitation of Prime Minister, and both Modi and both the leaders are expected to review the progress in the wide-ranging partnership between Maldives and India. In what could spell more trouble for Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, the Enforcement Directorate launched mega searches at Herald House in the national capital in connection with the National Herald scam case. The central agency also carried out multiple raids in at least 10 locations in the national capital. Meanwhile, Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs Prahlad Joshi said that there is a meeting that will be held on 5th of August regarding the upcoming vice presidential polls. The NDA has announced Jagdeep Dhankar as its vice presidential candidate, while the opposition, remember, has announced Margaret Alva as their candidate for the vice president post. Ahead of the vice presidential election, the opposition's candidate Margaret Alva wrote to all MPs urging them to rise above their party lines and to vote for her. The senior Congress leader also recalled her political career spanning over 5 decades, in which she served in various organizational posts as an MP of both houses, union minister and governor as well. Now, coordinating the opposition, Shiv Sena, over creating a ruckus in the parliament over the ongoing ED investigation against party MP Sanjay Raut, BJP spokesperson Samit Patra slammed Sena and said that the corruption should not be defended by any party.
– 2018 में जो केस महाड़ा ने किया था, क्या ये बंद कर देना चाहिए क्योंकि संजय राउत बहुत बड़े नेता है? मुझे आश्चर्य होता है। आजकल टीवी है, आजकल सोशल मीडिया है, कुछ छुपता नहीं। नोटों की गड्डियां निकल रही है, गड्डियां देखकर आंख चकाचौंध हो जाता है कि ये है क्या। ऐसे पहाड़ निकल रहे हैं नोटों के, हर जगह पार्थ बैठे हैं।
As Unified Payments Interface records 6 billion transactions in July, Prime Minister Modi called it an outstanding feat. Prime Minister Modi said that it is indeed a collective resolve of the people of India to embrace new technologies, asserting that digital payments were helpful during COVID pandemic as well. Meanwhile, a terror attack was reported in J&K's Ramban district. There have been reports of explosives that were hurled at the police post of Ramban. Meanwhile, search operations were are still underway to nab the suspected terrorist who reportedly belongs to the J&K Ghaznavi force. The security forces meanwhile spotted yet another suspected Pakistan drone flying close to J&K's international border. Remember, this is one of the many infiltration bits that has been foiled by the Jawans in recent past. And in more news coming in ahead of the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, the Shiv Sena unit of J&K said that they will not celebrate the day as the distress of the people of the United Territory have increased. The J&K party president Manish Sahni alleged that the locals are still waiting for the restoration of their state status.
शिवसेना जम्मू कश्मीर इकाई ने जो आगामी 5 अगस्त को धारा जम्मू कश्मीर से धारा 370 और 35 से हटने की जो तीसरी वर्षगांठ है उसको इस साल हम नहीं मनाने का हमने फैसला लिया है.
Meanwhile, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, the head of the 75th Independence Day, urged people to keep up their display picture on their social media as the national flag starting today, that is 2nd of August, also appealing to people to take part in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign and to hoist the national flag at their residence starting August 13 till August 16. The Prime Minister and Union Minister, meanwhile, Amit Shah, have changed their profile picture of their Twitter handles and posted the tricolour as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to celebrate the 75th year of India's independence.
मैं सभी गोवा के लोगों को आह्वान करता हूं कि तिरंगा झंडा जो हाई स्कूल से लेके स्टेशनरी शॉप तक जो मिलेगा, हम खुद झंडा खरीद के अपने घर पर तिरंगा लहराएंगे. और सभी को इसीलिए जो इंडियन फ्लैग्स के कोड में जो चेंजेस किए उसे मायना रखते हुए 13 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त तक हर घर पर तिरंगा गोवा में लगेगा. सभी लोगों को आह्वान करता हूं तो सभी लोग हर घर तिरंगा लगाएं.
Odisha Chief Minister, meanwhile, Naveen Patnaik attended the orientation program for over 6,500 newly recruited teachers in the state and said that more than 14,000 recruitments have been made in the last 3 years. Patnaik further added that around 4,000 schools have also been transformed in the state so far, detailing the transformation of schools in the state of Odisha. According to police officials, 3 people were held for duping people in Gurugram by sending people online links and also assuring home delivery of liquor. The accused have been identified as Aqib, Taslim Khan and Sabir. They've also been said that they were also involved in sextortion.
ऑनलाइन ठगी करने वाले एक अंतर्राज्यीय गिरोह के 3 सदस्य हमारी साइबर पुलिस स्टेशन ईस्ट ने गिरफ्तार करके और इसमें कार्रवाई की है. ये भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार के तरीके अपना के और देश के सभी कोनों के लोगों को फ़ोन करके और उनको लिंक भेज के और उनके साथ ठगी करते थे.
The Moga police meanwhile got a 10-day remand of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who is also known as a mastermind behind the killing of singer politician Sidhu Moosewala in December 21 attempt to murder case. The Moga police claim that Bishnoi took a contract to kill Jatinder Kumar alias Neela, who is the brother of Moga Deputy Mayor Ashoka Dhamija. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma launched Mission Bhumiputra, a digital way to issue digitalized caste certificates to students. The Chief Minister inaugurated a Bhumiputra portal as well at a program that was held at Sri Manta Sankardev Kalakshetra. During this occasion, the Chief Minister said that the government will create 2 pillars under the mission. In a short span of time, Kerala witnessed yet another case of monkeypox. This time it is a 30-year-old man who is undergoing treatment in Malappuram. According to health officials, the patient had reached Kozhikode airport on 27th of July from the UAE. This is in fact the 5th case of monkeypox to have been reported in the state.
और ये डिसीज डीप कांटेक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है.
माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको होने की संभावना होती है और इस तरह से ये केस फैलता है और उसमें इंडिया में भी उसके ऊपर पूरी निगरानी रखी।
According to Rajasthan Health Minister, 2 persons with symptoms have also been referred from Bharatpur and Kishangarh monkeypox for monkeypox, and the samples have been sent to Pune and now their test reports are awaited.
देखो अभी मंकी पास का कोई अभी केस राजस्थान में नहीं है। कल एक भरतपुर से और एक किशनगढ़ अजमेर से रेफर होके आए हैं। उनमें जो लक्षण है जिस तरह के हैं उनका सैंपल हमने लेकर पुणे भिजवा दिए हैं। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही पता चलेगा मंकी पास है या नहीं है। और पूरी सावधानी है हमारे पास, जैसे कोविड से लड़े थे उस तरह इसकी भी पूरी तैयारी है। पर अभी कोई केस अब तक कोई केस राजस्थान में मंकी पास का नहीं है।
Capital city's first ever monkeypox patient has fully recovered and discharged as well, according to senior medical official. The patient recovered in 25 days as no sign or symptoms of monkeypox was visible.
I must congratulate the team of Loknayak Hospital, the dedicated team involved in the care of monkeypox case, that successfully we have discharged first case of Delhi, and this gentleman was admitted in our hospital on 22nd July. Prior to hospitalization, he had history of fever and skin rashes for 2 weeks. So total he recovered in 25 days.
According to Union Health Ministry data, India reported over 13,000 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours, taking the toll to over 5. In fact, the number of active cases have also risen. Meanwhile, the daily positivity rate has been recorded at 3.34%. And in more news coming in, severe waterlogging that was reported and inundated several parts of Patkal in Uttar Kannada district of Karnataka amid severe bouts of monsoon witnessed in the area. The water level of the Jiyadhal river has also risen following incessant rainfall in the neighbouring Arunachal Pradesh. Water of an overflowing river has submerged several villages as well in the area in Assam's Lakhimpur. In fact, in Assam districts as well, according to sources, at least 6 villages in the area have been affected due to flooding, and thousands of cropland, in fact, hectares of land has also been destroyed because of the rains. Now, according to the IMD, there will be a reduction in rainfall activity in Himachal Pradesh in the next 48 hours. The director of the IMD, Shimla, further stated that the state has received widespread rainfall during the last 24 hours, especially places in Kangra and Mandi. He further added that it has been a good year for monsoon too.
देखिए पिछले 24 घंटे में तो वाइड स्प्रेड रेनफॉल हुई है और हैवी रेनफॉल में डिस्ट्रिक्ट मंडी है, कांगड़ा, हमीरपुर, इन एरियाज़ में हैवी रेनफॉल हुआ है, करीब 8 सेंटीमीटर 9 सेंटीमीटर के आसपास, और बाकी प्रदेश में हर जगह लगभग बारिश हुई है।
Meanwhile, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has asserted that red alert for rain has also been issued in 7 districts and an orange alert has also been sounded in 2 districts along with very heavy rainfall alert that has also been issued in other parts of southern districts. He further added that a joint emergency cell of the NDRF and state forces have been created and deployed in Kozhikode, Thrissur and Wayanad districts as well. National Highway 10 connecting Siliguri to Gangtok and Kalimpong blocked at Birikdara due to landslide. Work is underway to restore proper facilities and traffic for all. Meanwhile, 2 bodies were found inside a burnt out, a car that was in the path of Northern California forest raging near the Oregon border. According to sources, fire crews are battling the flames for the 4th day, taking advantage of the rainfall sweeping the area.
We've seen a lot of fire growth very rapidly, and so we just want to make certain that our citizens are abiding by the evacuation orders and warnings. If you're in a warning zone, you need to make certain that you're ready to go should we call it an order.
Vice President Kamala Harris called climate change an urgent crisis as she detailed Biden administration efforts to respond to disasters and wildfires. Harris also announced more than $1 billion aid in grants to the states to address flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change conditions.
As the climate crisis gets worse, extreme weather will pose a rapidly growing danger to a rapidly growing number of communities. So, to protect the people of our nation, let us understand that we can match that desire with action and that we must act now.
The White House welcomed the announcement that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set out from the port of Odessa. U.S. officials also announced a new tranche of $550 million security assistance to Ukraine.
We're tracking the first ship successfully left the port of Odessa in Ukraine under this recent deal between the United Nations, Turkey, Ukraine, and Russia. We obviously welcome this important step, and we hope to see more ships depart in the coming days to travel onward to world markets with agricultural products such as grain, wheat, sunflower, oil, and corn. The ship left today had something like 26,000 tons of corn. Russia has, of course, weaponized food and has effectively blockaded Ukraine's ports since the beginning of this crisis. And we urge Russia to meet its commitments under this new arrangement, including by facilitating unimpeded exports of agricultural products from Black Sea ports in order to ease the food insecurity around the world.
One person was killed and at least 6 men were shot late at an apartment complex in northeastern part of Washington, D.C. The shooting was reported outside the Azizi Bates apartment complex in Washington, D.C. According to police officials, they said that 5 people have been injured during the shooting and were immediately taken to the hospital for further treatment.
Right now, there have been a total of 6 individuals who were shot. 1 individual is deceased. Of those individuals that were shot, they have all been taken to area hospitals. They are all adult males. At this time, we do not have a lookout that we're ready to give to the public for a vehicle or a person, but we are investigating this matter.
Now, Ukraine has asked world leaders to declare the country a new nuclear weapon-free zone. Ukraine Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke in New York at the United Nations meet on nuclear non-proliferation treaty as well. In accordance with the treaty, nuclear-armed countries agreed to engage in negotiations aimed to eventually getting rid of their arsenals, while those without nuclear weapons pledged to refrain from acquiring them.
159th day of full-scale war unleashed by NPT nuclear power against the NPT non-nuclear state. The Ukrainian critical infrastructure facility, public and residential areas, even school and hospitals are under missiles and bombs attack every day.
Australia's central bank has increased its benchmark interest rate to a 6-year high of 1.85% for the 4th consecutive month. The Reserve Bank of Australia's decision marked the 3rd straight half-point increase in the cash rate. Remember, the cash rate is now at its highest point since May 2016 in Australia.
Speaker, it's another difficult day for Australian homeowners with a mortgage. The Independent Reserve Bank has just announced its decision to increase interest rates by another 0.5%, bringing the cash rate to 1.85%. Now, Australians knew that this was coming, but it won't make it any easier for them to handle.
And from the world of sports, Tanya Sajdev battled long and hard to rake in the precious point as India registered a sensational win against Hungary in the 4th round match of women's section at the 44th Chess Olympiad in Mamallapuram. Vijay Kumar Yadav won a bronze medal in judo men's 60 kg final at the Commonwealth Games. With this win, Yadav gave India its 8th medal in Birmingham 2022. Achinta also slayed world number 15 Aruna Quadri as India rode past Nigeria to make another final at the Commonwealth Games. It was Sharath who won the crucial second singles match against Quadri to provide a big advantage to India.
It was quite clinical, but I think 0-2 down for them. The other player, Omatayo, was quite, he was just going for his shots, playing all out because he knew that, he had nothing to lose. And Satyan could keep the pressure on and build it up. And in the end, a 3-0 win against Nigeria is a big statement, I would say.
Meanwhile, Australia won 3 more gold medals in the swimming pool and set a new world record on the third day of competition at the Commonwealth Games. Emma won the women's 50-meter freestyle final and Kaylee McKeown led the way in women's 100-meter backstroke with a Commonwealth Games record. Indian team captain Harmanpreet Kaur claimed that keeping a positive frame of mind helped her team to bounce back from their first game loss and beat Pakistan by 8 wickets in their women's T20 match at the Commonwealth Games. Indian captain Kaur also said that the win will give the team great confidence for the next match against Barbados.
आई थिंक ऐसे इंडिया को जिताना और 50 मारना आई थिंक वही बहुत बड़ी बात है कोई भी अपोजिशन हो आई थिंक इंटरनेशनल मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि हम जीते और ये मैच क्योंकि हम लोग फर्स्ट मैच हारे थे तो हमारे लिए क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था पाकिस्तान और ऑल्सो बारबाडोस को मैच जीतना तो वही प्लान था ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि ये अपोजिशन के सामने ऐसे खेलना है और वो सब चीज़ें सो हैप्पी दैट मैं टीम के लिए कुछ कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट कर पाई
Indian men's table tennis team continued their winning trail as they marched into the final by defeating Nigeria by 3-0 in the semi-final at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. It was another dominant performance from the Indian peddlers as they did not allow Nigeria to take a win in any match. Indian men's hockey team played out a thrilling draw against England in Commonwealth Games after the opposition made a stunning comeback in the final quarter of the match. India took a solid lead in the match, but England managed to hold India and earn points from the match to maintain the top position. Lakshya Sen beat his Singapore opponent Loh Kien Yew as India sealed their place in the Commonwealth Games badminton mixed team final with a 3-0 victory over Singapore. Brandon King's Fury knock-off 68 after Obed McCoy's 6-wicket haul guided West Indies to the 5-wicket over India in the second T20I of the 5-match series at the Warner Park. St. Kitts, West Indies maintained a stronghold on the match after Obed's 6-wicket haul helped the hosts bundle out India for 138 runs.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13th to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States President Joe Biden makes comments confirming the US drone strike in Afghanistan that killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who took over as Al-Qaeda leader after Osama bin Laden's death in a US raid. He spoke about how the strike could act as one more measure of closure to families of the victims of the September 11th attacks.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Al-Zawahiri.
Spokesperson of the Taliban government in Afghanistan acknowledges the attack in official statement, adds the attack carried out by American drones was a violation of the Doha Agreement.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the Emir of Al-Qaeda, Al-Zawahiri.
World's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 eliminated by the US forces in Kabul airstrike. Pak Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri housed in Pakistan-backed Haqqani-owned plot did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri. Anger mounts against sacked TMC Minister Partha over cash scam, slipper flung at Partha now. Days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED news titans raids on at Herald House across the country. From Mumbai to Kolkata to the national capital, ED swoop down continues. 12 premises linked raided, sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia. And more breaking news coming in, this one from the national capital, where third case of monkeypox has been detected in the national capital. So third case, confirmed case of monkeypox coming to light from the national capital. So that is another growing concern, the rising number of monkeypox cases in the country. We are told that a Nigerian man who was living in the national capital has tested positive for monkeypox. So this is in fact the third case coming to light from the national capital. Remember, there's been one death that has also been reported linked to monkeypox. And a third case that is now coming to light from the national capital, where a Nigerian living in the national capital has tested positive for monkeypox. We have Harsha getting us all those details. Harsha, if you could give us the details of the patient who's tested positive for monkeypox.
Exactly, Samisha. We are getting to know that the third patient of monkeypox has been admitted in Delhi Serendipity Hospital and he is being treated there, kept in a separate ward. We are getting to know that this is the third monkeypox case in Delhi. Before this, two earlier were admitted, one from Africa and another one as well from national capital as well. The Delhi's first patient was from national capital. He was been discharged yesterday only. He was treated 15 days for monkeypox and discharged on Monday when he completely recovered. If talking about the symptoms and everything, yes, it is the contagious disease as being told by LNJP doctors, but one thing is also very clear that this is not incurable. The patient that were earlier admitted, they got cured and they have left, but there are two patients who are still admitted in LNJP. One, the case from the Nigeria which has got recently his contact history and at the airport if he has contacted with anyone, those things are being getting to know and the details are being shared by ministries with civilization ministry as well. Right now he is being treated, kept in a separate ward, but we are getting to know that in a symptom, he has got fever and he has got blisters in his hands in many cases.
Yes. So Harsha, they're getting us all those details of the patient who's tested positive for monkeypox. We have a reaction bite as well, Mansukh Mandavia, reacting on the rising number of monkeypox cases in the country. Let's listen in.
8 केस और 8 डिसीज डीप कॉन्टैक्ट से स्प्रेड होता है। माँ को होता है तो बच्चे को होने की संभावना होती है, हस्बैंड को होता है तो वाइफ को होने की संभावना होती है। कोई स्पेसिफिक समुदाय या तो स्पेसिफिक को ही हो ऐसा नहीं है, डीप कॉन्टैक्ट जिसको हो उसको होने की संभावना होती है और इस तरह से ये केस फैलता है और उसमें इंडिया में भी उसके ऊपर पूरी निगरानी रखी जा रही है।
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया।
सर मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
अभी देखिए हम बेबी स्टेप्स ले रहे, देखेंगे जो मंकी पॉक्स की वैक्सीन ज़रूरत है कि नहीं हमारे देश में, बट हम रिसर्च पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे वैक्सीन कंपनीज भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, देखेंगे।
So Adar Poonawalla there saying that the Serum Institute is conducting a research as far as manufacturing a vaccine on monkeypox is concerned. In the latest, what we are learning is that another case of monkeypox has come to light from the national capital, taking the number of monkeypox cases in the national capital to 3 now. Now, this is a Nigerian man who's been living in the national capital, has tested positive for monkeypox, is what we are given to understand. And Union Health Minister also speaking in the Parliament, saying that necessary measures are being taken by the centre with regard to curb the rising number of cases, monkeypox cases in the country. So Adar Poonawalla saying that the vaccine is in the pipeline. That's the breaking update coming in. And as you heard as well, Adar Poonawalla of the Serum Institute saying that that the Serum Institute is in the process of is in fact conducting a research as well to manufacture a vaccine on monkeypox. On that note, let's once again listen in to the Adar Poonawalla's soundbite.
हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया।
सर मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
अभी देखिए हम बेबी स्टेप्स ले रहे, देखेंगे जो मंकी पॉक्स की वैक्सीन ज़रूरत है कि नहीं हमारे देश में, बट हम रिसर्च पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे वैक्सीन कंपनीज भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, देखेंगे।
And we have Professor Dr. J. Jayalal, a former IMA president, joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction, we just played out Adar Poonawalla's soundbite saying that the Serum Institute is conducting a research and that the vaccine could be in the pipeline as well. If you could help us understand if there is a growing need for a vaccine, given the number of rising cases in the country.
Yeah, definitely, because it is a vaccine preventable disease, and now the trend which is happening in the Western countries is showing that there is definitely a possibility of spread of this infection beyond our control. Already we have 7 and 1 case has already died. Few more suspected cases have been there noted from the different parts of the country. It is always good to get prepared to face that eventuality. So it is a welcome step that the Serum Institute is putting in all their efforts to find out the adequate vaccine for this. And if we are having the vaccine in our hand, in case it is going beyond the control and it is spreading fast, definitely we can go on the war footing and do the vaccination, which will help us to prevent this disease. So this is the right step that has been done by the government of India at the right time. We thank the government for the proactive step they are taking to control this monkeypox at this moment.
Yes. Sir, stay with us. If I can also ask you to talk to, if there is any message you have to people who are watching the broadcast with regard to the caution that they need to take when it comes to, staying away from monkeypox, the symptoms as well as the precautions that need to be taken.
Yes, that is definitely, because this is at this present that we see that the symptoms are very less. But we have noted that few cases are in a serious condition. We have the death of a case. So we cannot take it as a lightly, because this virus is anytime they can go for the mutation. And we know the difference what we had in the Delta wave and the first corona episode. There was a huge mutation. It is going very lethal. So at this moment, definitely that we need to, if it is going beyond the control and if it is going very symptomatically, and definitely we need to get prepared with the vaccination. And in that case, at this moment, it may not be necessary, but we cannot say eventually we may need a vaccine. So it is always a good step that we are looking into that and the steps to get the vaccine at the earliest time.
All right. Mr. Jayalal, thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was a former IMA president giving his response to the rising number of monkeypox cases. And just to apprise our viewers, the symptoms of monkeypox include lesions, body fluids, respiratory droplets and contaminated materials. So that is what we need to be careful about. In fact, what we also understand is that monkeypox symptoms last for 2 to 4 weeks and has 4 different phases. So monkeypox, they're quite similar to smallpox, but the symptoms last for 2 to 4 weeks is what we understand. Harsha continues to be with us. Harsha, if you could take us through the finer details of the patient who's tested positive for monkeypox in the national capital.
Exactly, we are getting to know that he has returned to Delhi last night only, and when he came in contact with several people while he was in Africa, and while coming he went through several screenings at the airport. When the first initial 2 reports came negative, but the third report initially came positive, after which he was directly brought by the airport authorities to LNJP hospital. And let me, Samiksha, tell you also that LNJP is a dedicated hospital where a separate ward for monkeypox patients have been made, where they are being treated. And there's a third cases, because initially it was given that 2 suspected and 1 confirmed case was there, but right now it is getting to know that there are 2 confirmed cases of monkeypox in LNJP. 1 is suspected. The first one was discharged after 25 days yesterday night only. But this is the case which have come straight from Nigeria, and the symptoms are fever and blisters on skin. He is being right now treated, and further several issues what he's telling the doctors are being seen by the group of doctors who are treating him. And but doctors are clearly stating that right now he is not that serious, but one thing is for sure, that this monkeypox is curable, but it is contagious. If someone comes in direct contact with the patient, he also gets the monkeypox.
Harsha, stay with us.
So,
just hold your thoughts there. Yes, I'll just come back to you. Let's once again listen into that soundbite of Adar Poonawalla, where he said that a vaccine for monkeypox could very well be in the pipeline, and that the Serum Institute is already conducting a research on it.
बहुत अच्छी हमेशा तरह हम वैक्सीन की सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं और मिनिस्टर साहब को ब्रीफ किया.
सर, मंकी पॉक्स पे कब तक आ जाएगी वैक्सीन?
अभी देखिए हम बेबी स्टेप्स ले रहे, देखेंगे जो मंकी पॉक्स की वैक्सीन ज़रूरत है कि नहीं हमारे देश में, बट हम रिसर्च पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं. बहुत सारे वैक्सीन कंपनीज भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, देखेंगे.
So the number of monkeypox cases in the national capital rising to 3 now. Adar Poonawalla making a very strong, big statement that the vaccine could very well be in the pipeline for monkeypox. We also spoke to Prasad Lal Meena, the Rajasthan Health Minister, on the rising number of monkeypox cases in the country. Listen into what she had to say.
पूरी तैयारी है, दवाइयों का सारा इंतजाम है, पूरा उनको जैसे कोविड से लड़े ना उस तरह पूरी तैयारी है मंकी पास के. और लगता है मंकी पास केस राजस्थान में अभी नहीं है. अगर ये जांच आने के बाद ही खुलासा होगा मंकी पास है या नहीं. पूरी तैयारी है, दवाइयों का सारा इंतजाम है, पूरा उनको जैसे कोविड से लड़े ना उस तरह पूरी तैयारी है मंकी पास के. और लगता है मंकी पास केस राजस्थान में अभी नहीं है. अगर ये जांच आने के बाद ही खुलासा होगा मंकी पास है या नहीं.
And that was, of course, the Rajasthan Minister speaking to Republic. I'm told we also have Dr. Swati Maheshwari, health expert, joining us. Ma'am, if I can get your response, your first thoughts on the rising number of cases. We have another case now coming to light from the national capital. If you could help us, what are those precautionary measures that one needs to take? All right, we seem to have lost that connection, but the big story this hour coming in on the third case, in fact, another case that has come to light from the national capital. And on to more breaking news coming in, this one in relation to the casino scam, we are told. What we understand is that Chikoti Praveen today once again arrived at the Enforcement Directorate's office in Hyderabad for questioning in relation to the casino scam. Remember earlier on Monday, Chikoti Praveen was questioned by the ED for more than 8 hours. Now this is in relation to the casino scam, and in fact, Chikoti Praveen as well as his top aides were interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate. We are given to understand that several politicians are also under scanner for the casino visits. We have Aneri reporting live from Hyderabad. Aneri, if you could give us the details of this casino scam. We understand that Chikoti Praveen once again was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate.
Diksha, we have been seeing that now today is the second day of Chikoti Praveen arriving at the Enforcement Directorate office in Hyderabad. Well, yesterday on Monday also we had seen Chikoti Praveen was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate officials for around 8 hours, and now once again for the second consecutive day we see he has arrived at the Enforcement Directorate office in regard with the questioning. And also let me tell you that earlier last week when there were raids which were conducted at his residence, there were total of 8 locations incidents where the enforcement directorate officials had conducted raids in regard with the casino scam. Well, it is being said that Chikoti Praveen used to conduct these casinos in Bangladesh, Indonesia and other countries, and so now this came under the notice of enforcement directorate, and so now the officials are looking into it, and also further investigation has been taken up. Today is the second day of questioning for Chikoti Praveen at the enforcement directorate office. He has just arrived some time back at the office of ED in connection with the casino scam.
All right, Aneri, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So that is day 2 of Chikoti Praveen's grilling by the ED. We'll be tracking all the latest on that, but moving on for now. Now, the other big story that we've been tracking since morning, President Joe Biden announced that the United States has killed the leader of Al-Qaeda, Al-Zawahiri, in an airstrike that was conducted in the heart of Kabul city. Take a look at this report.
The Taliban government statement confirmed that an aerial attack was carried out on a residential house of the Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. Hailing the drone attack, US President Joe Biden announced the death of the Al-Qaeda leader in an address to the nation.
After relentlessly seeking Zawahiri for years under Presidents Bush, Obama, and Trump, our intelligence community located Zawahiri earlier this year. He had moved to downtown Kabul to reunite with members of his immediate family. After carefully considering the clear and convincing evidence of his location, I authorized a precision strike that would remove him from the battlefield once and for all. This mission was carefully planned, rigorously minimized the risk of harm to other civilians. And 1 week ago, after being advised that the conditions were optimal, I gave the final approval to go get him. And the mission was a success.
Al-Zawahiri rose to prominence in the jihadi movement to target the United States.
Now we have eliminated the Emir of Al-Qaeda. He will never again allow Afghanistan to become a terrorist safe haven, because he is gone, and we're going to make sure that nothing else happens. You know, it can't be a launching pad against the United States. We're going to see to it that won't happen. This operation is a clear demonstration that we will, we can, and we'll always make good on the solemn pledge.
As the right-hand man to bin Laden, the Al-Qaeda terror network carried out the deadliest attack ever on American soil. The September 11, 2001 suicide hijackings. The president approved the operation last week, and it was carried out on Sunday. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan strongly condemned this attack and called it a clear violation of international principles and the Doha Agreement. Agency report, Republic TV.
Osama's successor eliminated in CIA-led drone strike. First, Osama bin Laden, now Al-Zawahiri. Was Al-Qaeda's top boss aided and abetted by Pak? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13th to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi.
Our intelligence community located Zawahiri earlier this year. It moved to downtown Kabul after being advised that the conditions were optimal. I gave the final approval to go get him, and the mission was a success.
This was the place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. There was a drone strike in Sherpur, one of the places in Kabul, on the residence of Al-Qaeda organization, Al-Zawahiri.
Question that is on everybody's minds is whether Pakistan and Taliban shielded one of the world's most wanted terrorists. And that is precisely because of a slew of facts only hint that there is more than what meets the eye. Now take a look at this map and let's put this into context. With all the facts known so far, Zawahiri was given a safe haven in Kabul earlier this year. Zawahiri had taken shelter in a house owned by Pakistan-backed Haqqani network in the heart of Kabul city. Now remember, Haqqani network has deep ties with Pakistan ISI as well. Also pertinent to note here that Zawahiri moved to Kabul after Taliban took over Afghanistan. The Al-Qaeda chief, who was the mastermind of several terror attacks, was residing near Kabul's Sherpur neighborhood, located just 5 kilometers away from the Pakistan embassy, which is just 13 minutes away as well. Location of Zawahiri was also very near to the French and the Iran embassy. So does this mean that the Al-Qaeda chief, who was the key architect of the 9/11 attack, was secured that no harm could be done to him as he resided in a house owned by Pakistan-backed Haqqani network right under the nose of the Taliban leaders? A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the SSC recruitment scam probe as anger mounts against sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee scam, slipper flung at Partha Chatterjee. And days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED News tightens raids now at Herald House across the country.
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and we
Roundup of all that's making news. 6 billion transactions via United Payments interface were recorded for the month of July. Prime Minister Modi called it an outstanding accomplishment, adding that it is a collective resolve of the people of the country to embrace new technologies, asserting that the digital payments were helpful during the COVID pandemic. Amid the inflation debate in Parliament and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, Congress MP Mallikarjun Kharge said that the opposition is ready to discuss inflation and will keep the issues in front of the House. Kharge also took a jibe at the BJP and said that the party is unaffected of the inflation rise.
महंगाई पर चर्चा करने के लिए तो तैयार थे, आज भी तैयार है। अभी चेयरमैन साहब ने भी फ़ोन किया कि महंगाई पे चर्चा आज शुरू होना चाहिए, तो हमारे सबकी सम्मति है कि चर्चा के लिए हम तैयार हो जाएं और जो भी मुद्दे सरकार के सामने रखना है वो रखेंगे।
A terror attack was reported in J&K's Ramban district. There have been reports of explosives that were hurled at the police post of Ramban. Meanwhile, search operation is underway to nab the suspected terrorist who reportedly belongs to the Jammu and Kashmir Ghaznavi force. The security forces spotted yet another suspected Pakistani drone flying close to the J&K international border. Incidents of Pak infiltration attempts have been on a rise for the past few months. The suspected Pakistani drone was suspected in the Kanachak area in Jammu district. Congress MP and Whip in Lok Sabha Manikam Tagore gave an adjournment motion notice in Rajya Sabha to discuss the alleged misuse of ED powers. In the notice, Tagore sought that the House should advise ED to abandon the behavior of calling the public representatives of the opposition party, especially targeting the opposition leaders. The water level of the Jiyadhal river has risen due to the incessant rainfall. Several villages in the area have also been submerged because of the heavy downpour.
और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुँची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया। अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज़ करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Spokesperson of the Taliban government in Afghanistan acknowledges the attack in official statement, adds the attack carried out by American drones was a violation of the Doha Agreement, that such an action was a repetition of failed experiences of the past 20 years that acted against the interests of the United States, Afghanistan and the region as an extension. Barack Obama, former president of the US, hails the Biden administration. Taking to Twitter, says he hoped these airstrikes would provide a small measure of peace to the families of victims of 9/11. Lauding the precision of the strikes, notes strikes on Zawahiri were carried out without a single civilian casualty. As Unified Payments Interface records 6 billion transactions in July, Prime Minister Narendra Modi calls it an outstanding accomplishment, says it is the collective resolve of the people of India to embrace new technology, asserts digital payments were helpful during the COVID pandemic. Amid the inflation debate in Parliament, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge says opposition ready to discuss inflation and will keep issues in front of the House. Kharge further takes a jibe at the BJP, says party is unaffected due to inflation. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards.
Airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
World's most wanted and Osama's bin Laden's number 2 taken out by the US in the Kabul airstrike. Pakistan Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri housed in Pakistan-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? Anger mounts against sacked Trinamool Congress Minister Partha over cash scam. Chappal flung at Partha now. Days after Sonia and Rahul questioning ED news titans, raids on at the Herald House across India. From Mumbai to Kolkata to national capital, ED snoop down continues. 12 premises raided. Sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia. No escape for Sanjay Raut. ED intensifies the crackdown, raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. Another Nigerian man living in Delhi tests positive for monkeypox. This is the 3rd monkeypox case in Delhi and 8th in India. Starting this edition with some breaking news. Now coming in, the Income Tax Department has unearthed unaccounted income of more than 1,000 crore rupees after it raided a Gujarat-based business conglomerate last month. The CBDT has now said that unaccounted cash of 24 crore rupees and unexplained jewellery, bullion valued at about 20 crore rupees have been seized so far. The searches were launched on 20th of July and the agency covered 58 premises in Khera, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Hyderabad and Kolkata. In fact, the Income Tax Department hasn't revealed the name of the business conglomerate, but they say that it's a prominent business conglomerate engaged in diversified fields of textiles, chemicals, packaging, real estate and education. The CBDT in its official release has essentially said that they are not identifying the group, but indicated that this is a major business conglomerate which is based out of Gujarat and is engaged in diversified fields of textiles, chemicals, packaging, real estate and education. More details now coming in. In fact, we'll try and go across to my colleague Priyanka in a short while from now to get in more details. We are now being told that it's about 24 crore rupees of unaccounted cash, 1,000 crore rupees over unaccounted transactions have also unearthed. Let me go across to my colleague Priyanka, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Priyanka, just take us through the details that you're picking up.
Well, that's right, Shavan. The latest that we can tell our viewers right now is that this is the IT department, in fact, that has been conducting raids. As of now, we are learning that these are the offices, the residence of businessmen in Kheda, Ahmedabad and Mumbai. along with Hyderabad and Kolkata as well, but specifically in Gujarat, we are seeing that the raids that are being focused upon in Kheda and in Ahmedabad is also what we're learning. At least 3 to 4 offices is what we're learning in Ahmedabad, which is being raided upon as of now. In fact, this is in the matter of tax evasion that the IT department, in fact, had been pursuing this entire matter. And in fact, the amount of this entire investigation is also what we have learned right now, Shavan, is to the tune of rupees 24 crore of unaccounted cash, in fact, that has been recovered, and over 1,000 crore of unaccounted transactions that the IT department has also gotten a hold of. They have gotten incriminating documents as well. As of now, in their position that they are scrutinizing to look into the entire matter. But as of now, the tax evasion case that we are learning has surfaced up to the rupees 24 crore as of now.
Well, thank you very much, Priyanka, for getting us the latest details. Moving on, getting at some more breaking news right now. In an open threat to the United States, a Chinese embassy spokesperson in India has now issued a statement on Twitter which reads, "A visit to Taiwan by Speaker Pelosi would constitute a gross interference in China's internal affairs, greatly threaten peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, severely undermining China-US relations and lead to a very serious situation and grave consequences. The public opinion cannot be defied. Those who play with fire will perish by it. If the US side insists on making the visit and challenges China's red line, it will be met with resolute countermeasures. The US must bear all consequences arising thereof." Unquote. That's what the Chinese embassy spokesperson in India had to say. Let me bring in my colleague and our senior executive editor who's joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek, it does seem that China appears to be quite rattled with the positioning that the United States has taken. And over the last few months, perhaps, what we have seen is that US has basically solidified their position as far as Taiwan is concerned.
First time that a US congressional delegation is visiting Taiwan, or someone higher up in the hierarchy in the US government is visiting Taiwan. But it seems that this time the difference is that the Chinese have drawn a red line, a new red line, and we have seen very shrill voices coming in from the Chinese Ministry of Defense, from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this case, these are a series of tweets by the Chinese spokesperson of their embassy in Delhi, in fact, Wang Xiaojian, and he says that the visit by Speaker Pelosi would constitute a gross interference in China's internal affairs. We have seen live fire exercises being carried out in Fujian province down south, abutting the Taiwan Strait, and we have seen the Chinese Defense Ministry saying, or Chinese experts suggesting, that when Nancy Pelosi's plane goes into Taiwanese airspace, the Chinese military, the Chinese PLA Air Force aircraft might follow. Clearly intimidatory tactics, saber rattling and whatnot being carried out by the Chinese because they want their new red line to be respected. It's still not clear whether the United States would blink, because all indication in the last 24 hours is that despite Nancy Pelosi not mentioning Taiwan in her departure statement, is all set to actually make a pit stop in her four-nation Indo-Pacific tour. But this is clearly China really, Shawan, scaling up its intransigence, scaling up its recalcitrance and sort of bullying in the neighborhood to a level where they are trying it with the United States as well. As I said, it would be interesting to watch whether the United States blinks, because in the last 24 hours at least, they have not given any indication of that kind.
Well, Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on as Sushant Sareen is joining on this broadcast. Mr. Sareen, how would you essentially read this tweet that has now been put out by the Chinese embassy spokesperson in India? As I was asking this question to Abhishek also, what we have essentially seen in the last few months is that US has tried to solidify their entire positioning of Taiwan in the backdrop of what's happening in the Russia-Ukraine war. So how exactly are you looking at these developments?
Look, I think the kind of strident posturing which the Chinese have adopted does not come as any surprise. And I think they are trying to use this as an opportunity to convey not just to the United States, but countries around the world that they will have to face to China's wrath if, they do any kind of business or they lend any kind of legitimacy to the Taiwanese. Now, clearly this is a challenge for the United States. Now, a lot of the Chinese rhetoric is only that, just rhetoric. What are they going to do? Are they going to declare war on the United States? I don't think that's going to happen. That's highly unlikely. Not at a time when, you are seeing a downturn in the Chinese economy. The Chinese are extremely dependent upon the United States and the West. So I don't think they're going to go down that road. I would be extremely surprised if they were going to do something like that. But I think even if they eat humble pie, even if their bluff is called at this point in time, and the U.S. Speaker, Congress Speaker, does go to Taiwan, I don't think this will be the end of the matter. I think what will happen is that the Chinese will then think of ways of undermining Taiwan. They'll look at other ways of trying to get even with the Americans. A lot of what we have seen in our own context. We saw Doklam happen. For 2 years, there was complete silence from the Chinese side. Everybody became kind of complacent. The pandemic struck, and we kind of, were caught a little unawares when the Chinese tried to encroach on our territory, or at least brought a substantial number of troops along the line of actual control. And we saw what happened. We've seen what has happened since then. So even in Doklam, after eating humble pie, the Chinese have started encroaching all over again, albeit in a slightly different way and a different area. But nevertheless, they started doing that. So maybe we will see a similar pattern of behavior as far as South China Sea, as far as Taiwan or the Taiwan Straits are concerned. We'll probably see something similar going forward, even if they beat a hasty retreat. Of course, if the Americans, do not go to Taiwan, if Nancy Pelosi does not go to Taiwan, then I think the impact of that on American power, American prestige, will be significant. Because a lot of countries in the region will think that the Americans have been browbeaten by the Chinese, and I don't think that is something which we would look upon very nicely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Serene, for putting this into perspective. We're also getting in some more breaking news right now. We'll be shifting focus to another top story that we've been focusing for a while now. These are the latest visuals now coming in from the national capital, where the Congress workers are protesting outside the Herald House, where the enforcement directorate is carrying out the searches. We're given to understand that searches were basically carried out to the 4th floor of the Herald House in the national capital, part of the multi-city searches that are being carried out by the enforcement directorate. Apart from the national capital, we are now given to understand that they are also carrying out searches in Kolkata. In fact, the focus primarily being on certain suspicious transactions. Let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who's getting us the latest visuals from outside National Herald right now. Anuj, once again, the Congress party essentially resorting to the kind of drama that they have done when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were also being questioned. The fact of the matter is that the enforcement directorate is basically carrying out their work based on the investigation that's been carried out over the last few weeks.
Well, Shavan, we will continue with the visuals. I'm reporting from right outside the Herald House, and we do know that since from the morning, Since from the morning, this is the raid of Enforcement Directorate which is going on. This is not limited to one place from where I am reporting, but at the multiple location. Total 12 places in total 12 location where this particular raid in the National Herald case is going on. These are the live images. The drama that we have seen earlier where Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were called by the Enforcement Directorate, when we have seen the Congress Karyakartas on the roads, when they were blocking the roads in the Lithian Delhi, now again back and could be clearly seen from the ITO of the national capital. There the Congress Karyakartas are now protesting. They are having placards, National Herald to bahana hai. These kind of things has been written on the placard. Maqsad Modi Sarkar ki vifaltaon ko chupana hai. So these are the things which are written, and they are slogging against the Modi government. And again, the line taken is very much same, that Enforcement Directorate is working as a puppet of the Modi government. These are the live images from the National Herald House, from where I am reporting since from the morning, as we were telling it to our viewers. The Enforcement Directorate is connecting the dots and is going further with the investigation. The live images coming in of the Congress Karyakartas, Congress workers who are protesting against the Enforcement Directorate, who are protesting against the Modi government. This is the line which has been always taken by the Congress party. We have seen the same kind of visuals when Rahul Gandhi was called in by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case for the questioning, and later this was none other but Sonia Gandhi who was also questioned, who was also called in for 2 days at the Enforcement Directorate in the national capital. That was the Enforcement Directorate office where we have seen the same. The Akbar Road was blocked, the Lithians Delhi was blocked, and now the live images could be clearly seen in the live images. Now they are going to be detained. The police are detaining, and some of the people are trying to get in there into the National Herald House, and there we are getting the images. These are the live images from the Herald House, where now they have gone in. They have gone to the entry point. They have gone to the entry point, and there they are protesting against the Modi government, against the Enforcement Directorate. So this is high voltage drama back again at the roads of the national capital. I'm reporting from the National Herald House. This is called, the building is Herald House. And there, if I talk about this particular corporate building, let me tell you, this is the first floor and the second floor where the passport office is. So the normal people, the laymen who are going for their passport things to complete their formalities could be clearly seen in huddle, because this has been blocked. The entry has been blocked. The Karyakartas are still there, and they are again back. They are again doing the same thing. I'll try and talk to some of the people. What do they want? What do they want? What do they want?
अंग्रेजों के समय में जो आरएसएस वाले मुखबिर करते थे,
पासपोर्ट ऑफिस कॉमन लोगों
ये नोटिफिकेशन है और ये पूरा ईडी का दुरुपयोग है.
The line taken, the visuals could be clearly seen there. The ladies, the women from the Congress Karyakartas, the police is there who are trying to control the situation. The police is trying to control the situation. There on your screen, high voltage drama again. Now they're sitting on dharna at the Herald House entry gate. They're sitting on dharna with the placard. High voltage drama again. High voltage drama of the Congress Karyakartas when Enforcement Directorate is doing the investigation. When Enforcement Directorate is doing the investigation, when Enforcement Directorate is raiding the properties which belongs to National Herald and the AGL, the 12 locations in from the morning is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. This exactly is the Herald House at the ITO of the national capital, and there the Congress Karyakarta at this point in time with the placards in their hand has blocked the entry of the Herald House. So they are giving you the visuals. I'll ask my video journalist to give you a 360 view. That is the entry on my left. I'll ask my video journalist Naradeshwar to give you the sense on my left also. This is the road.
Road here, they blocked the road. That's the main entry. Let me give you the longer view, 360 view of the area from where I am reporting. Let me give you the longer view.
This exactly is the Herald House. This is the Herald House where the red state is waiting for some advantage. People there, the Congress Karyakartas there have made this thing. That is the entry. That is the entry of this Herald House where National Herald office is. But you need to understand, if I tell you about this corporate building, let me tell you the passport office which is on the first floor, a passport office which is on the second floor, but the layman, the common man is again getting trouble because of this high voltage drama of the Congress party. And this is again back on the street of the national capital. We have seen the same when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were called for the questioning by the enforcement directorate. The police is trying to control the situation. I'll go ahead and to give you the closure view now. I'll give you the closure view now. There, I'll ask the media journalists to give you the sense. That's the entry. This exactly is the main entry where the Karyakartas are sitting now. There, the process of detaining has started. Police is going to detain the Karyakartas. So these are the live images coming in from the National Herald House. There, I'll ask the media journalists to give you the sense now. The police is trying to control the situation. This is the entry. This is the entry of Herald House. You can clearly see in front the grass has been locked. The main entry, I'll ask the media journalists to give you the sense from there also. The main entry has been locked. There, the grass has been locked. I'll go downstairs so that we can give you the closer view. There, you can see now this is the drama of the Congress party against the BJP. We have seen the same. This is the repetition which we have seen earlier when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was called in by the enforcement directorate in the National Herald test, where on one part enforcement directorate is doing the investigation, going ahead with the investigation after questioning Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Now the Karyakartas again back on the street, and protested. Earlier, there was no permission which was given to any Karyakarta. We have seen the focus through the Karyakarta of the Congress party protesting there and there when Rahul Gandhi was called. There. We are giving you the visuals. There you can see the live images. The live images how the police is trying to control the situation. The police is trying to control the situation. But the Karyakartas, Congress workers, there is trying to block the entry. It's trying to block the entry. And there you can see the police is trying to control the situation. They are moving these Karyakartas from the entry gate, the high voltage drama in the national capital and the ITO at the Herald House where the enforcement directorate is conducting the raid. There I can see one of the Karyakartas who has again gone ahead. There I can see one lady, one Congress Karyakarta who has gone ahead with the placard. These are the images from the entry gate. That's the Karyakarta of Congress Party is here. The gate has been locked. But you can clearly see some of the Karyakartas are still there. I'll ask my media journalists to give it a sense from here also. This exactly is the view. This is the entry where I am standing at the same time. That's the entry of Herald House, and you can clearly see in the visual what is happening on the ground. These are the Congress Karyakartas back again on the street, doing drama, the high voltage drama of Congress party. Back again could be clearly seen. Rahul Gandhi was called in by the enforcement directorate. This was Sonia Gandhi who was called for the questioning by the enforcement directorate. And now this is again when the Congress Karyakartas is protesting. Yes, Shawan.
Anuj, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'm also joined by Shahzad Poonawala of the BJP who's joining us on the phone line. Shahzad, earlier in the day, top sources within the agency had confirmed to Republic TV that this time the searches were basically around shell companies. The allegation being that the shell company was actually providing money to young Indians. And there could be more number of shell companies. Today, what you see right now outside the Herald House where the Congress workers are now protesting, what do you make of it?
This is not a satyagraha ka shakti pradarshan, it is a bhrashtachar ka bhakti pradarshan. This is an attempt to intimidate the agencies. This is an attempt to try and stifle the probe. these are people who have not got any relief from any court of law. The trial court took cognizance, filed criminal cases against Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi. They did not get relief from High Court. They did not get relief from Supreme Court. They challenged the income tax reassessment order and got no relief from High Court and Supreme Court. And today they are doing, in the name of Satyagraha, Hatyagraha. This is an attempt to pressurize the agencies. Do they believe Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are kings and queens who can't be accountable to the law? Are they saying that they are part and parcel of vendetta politics? Why haven't they got any relief from any court of law? This is a clear-cut attempt to actually try and stifle the agencies from doing their work. And this is because they know that the 2,000 crore rupees that have been stolen by the first family of corruption, they don't want to be held accountable for.
Shahzad, the other allegation that has been leveled against the Bharatiya Janata Party is that ED and the other agencies are essentially being used as tools. Today we are seeing at least 3 places, at least 3 different cases where the searches are being carried out. One, you're looking at Sanjay Raut, the other happens to be Partha Chatterjee, and the third is Sonia Gandhi, and the common link here being that all of them are your opponents.
You see, there are the 4 pillars of corruption. First is the INC, INE corruption, then is TNC, too much corruption, then is Uddhav ki Bhrashtachari Sena of Sanjay Raut who looted the Marathi Manus, and then there is Aap Ka Paap, who is the Hawala transaction mastermind Satyendra Jain. Against all 4, there are court orders, there are court findings, and then they still come out and play victimhood card because they believe ED does not mean Enforcement Directorate, it means entitlement to do dacoity, entitlement to diners for dacoity and for loot. This kind of entitlement of dacoity and loot can't be given. Just because they belong to one parivar does not mean they have a right to loot, but they keep crying. They say, Bhrashtachar is my adhikar, Bhrashtachar is my Shishtachar, and if you do any action, I will cry Atyachar. This does not work. If they have any kind of proof that they are innocent, they should put it in front of a court of law. But why intimidate the agencies? This shows that something is wrong, something, daal mein kuch kala hai, chor ki mooch mein tinka hai, chor ki daadi mein tinka.
Well, thank you very much, Shahzad, for putting this into perspective. We've also had other union ministers reacting on these multi-city raids that have been carried out. Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar also spoke a short while back. Listen in.
नहीं, मुझे उस पर टिप्पणी करना मैं उचित नहीं समझता हूँ, लेकिन ये तो मैं ज़रूर एंटिसिपेट करता हूँ कि एक और कांग्रेस भीड़ इकट्ठा करेंगे और ईडी को इंटिमिडेट करने की एक और वहाँ पे उनका कोशिश होगा। उनका एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर रहा है कि जब भी उनको लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी से कोई प्रश्न आते हैं, वो लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज और उनके ऑफिसर को इंटिमिडेट करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये उनका एक स्ट्रैटेजी रहा है। ममता बनर्जी भी वो स्ट्रैटेजी पर काफ़ी इन्वेस्टेड हैं। लेकिन आज के दिन में उस नए भारत में जो लोग करप्शन करते हैं उनको एक ना एक दिन लॉन्ग आर्म ऑफ द लॉ जो इंग्लिश में कहते हैं, उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस को डील करना ही पड़ेगा।
To Kolkata, from Kolkata to Mumbai, ED raids continue. ED raided at around 12 places linked to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Time for a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13th to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States President Joe Biden makes comments confirming the US drone strike in Afghanistan that killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who took over as Al-Qaeda leader after Osama bin Laden's death in a US raid. He spoke about how the strike could act as one more measure of closure to families of the victims of the September 11th attacks.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
Spokesperson of the Taliban government in Afghanistan acknowledges the attack in official statement, adds the attack carried out by American drones was a violation of the Doha Agreement. That
Osama's successor eliminated in CIA-led drone strike. First, Osama bin Laden, now Al-Zawahiri. Was Al-Qaeda's top boss aided and abetted by Pak? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं, उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
Top headlines at 4 p.m. World's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 taken out by the US in the Kabul airstrike. Pakistan Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri housed in Pak-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? China warns US against Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, says upcoming visit would amount to interference into China's internal affairs. Anger mounts against sacked TMC Minister Partha over cash scam, slipper flung at Partha now. Days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED News tightens raids on at Herald House across the country. From Mumbai to Kolkata to the national capital, ED swoop down continues. 12 premises raided. Sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. No escape for Raut. ED intensifies crackdown raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. Another Nigerian man living in Delhi tests positive for monkeypox. This is the 3rd monkeypox case in India and 8th in the country. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday evening. We're tracking the big story this hour of the ED conducting multi-city raids in connection with the National Herald scam probe. Now we are told that the Congress workers were also seen protesting outside the Herald House. We have our reporters reporting live from the national capital and the locations where the raids are being conducted. And the visuals on your screens of the protests being staged by the Congress workers, those are in fact the live protest shots that are coming in right now of the Congress holding protest as the mega ED searches and raids continue in connection with the National Herald scam case, which amounts to crores of rupees. Anuj is tracking all the details, reporting live from that very location. Anuj, if you could give us the details that you're picking up.
Well, exactly. I'm reporting from the Herald House since from the morning. The Enforcement Directorate raid is going on at this particular office regarding to the National Herald case. Let me give you the visuals from right outside the Herald House, and there you can clearly see the high voltage drama of the Congress party, which is again back on the roads of the national capital. This is the Herald House at the ITO of the national capital, and the Congress karyakartas, the Congress workers could be clearly seen protesting over here. And as we do know, we have seen the same kind of visuals when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was called in for the questioning by the enforcement directorate, and there this is the repetition of the same. Again, the Congress karyakartas could be clearly seen, the workers of the Congress party could be clearly seen protesting against the Modi government and the enforcement directorate. So these are the live images coming in from the Herald House. On my left is the Herald House. That's the entry which was recently blocked by these karyakartas. Some of the protesters have been already detained. I'll give you a sense of the entry of the national this Herald House also. This exactly is the entry where this particular barricading kind of has been already done, and that's the entry. That's the entry point where the karyakartas, the party workers reaches. On my left, the police is trying to control the situation. The situation remains the same. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense from there also. And there, you can clearly see the people, the karyakartas, from the women wings, from the Mahila wing of the Congress party. The karyakartas are protesting, and this is against the enforcement directorate. Yes, the line taken is very much similar as it was taken earlier also, that the ED is being used by the Modi government, and this is the protest against the Modi government and the enforcement directorate. As we are talking at this point in time, let me remind you that this is the 12th location which is being raided by the enforcement directorate today. 12 location in the National Herald case is being raided.
मेरा नाम जयप्रकाश है। मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, पिछले महीने में 10 दिन राहुल जी को परेशान किया गया, क्या निकला बताइए।
कि आप देख सकते हैं ये तस्वीरें जो हैं कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं की तस्वीरें हैं, कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं की तस्वीरें हैं। तस्वीरों में हम रहेंगे, तस्वीरें मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहूँगा दिखाएं आपको। आप देख सकते हैं कि कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं जो ये प्रदर्शन यहाँ हेराल्ड हाउस के बाहर कर रहे हैं। देखिए, सुबह से ही इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की जो टीम है वो 12 लोकेशंस पे रेड कर रही है। नेशनल हेराल्ड स्कैम में, इस केस में राहुल गांधी को बुलाया गया था, सोनिया गांधी को बुलाया गया था। 4 दिन राहुल गांधी से पूछताछ होती है, उसके बाद 2 दिन के लिए सोनिया गांधी से पूछताछ होती है। पूछताछ के बाद इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट एक्शन में है। एक्शन में आगे डॉट्स को कनेक्ट करते हुए, आगे बढ़ते हुए, आज किस तरीके से शेल कंपनी यूज हुई थी उन सभी चीज़ों को देखते हुए जो इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट 12 लोकेशन पे आज सुबह से देखिए रेड करी है। लेकिन तस्वीरें आपको बता देता हूँ, ये तस्वीरें हैं हेराल्ड हाउस के बाहर की, आईटीओ पे, दिल्ली के अंदर आईटीओ पे ये हेराल्ड हाउस है, जहाँ पे अभी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं का ये जो प्रदर्शन है ये जारी है। देखिए, आपको बता दें कि हेराल्ड हाउस के अंदर ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ नेशनल हेराल्ड का दफ्तर हो, उसके अंदर कॉर्पोरेट बिल्डिंग है और भी ऑफिसेज हैं। इधर तस्वीरें दिखाऊंगा आपको, एक बार तस्वीरों पे भी हम बने रहेंगे क्योंकि डिटेन करने का जो प्रोसेस है वो पुलिस द्वारा करा जा रहा है, क्योंकि कार्यकर्ता यहाँ मानने को
बीजेपी क्या माफी खोर है, ये उनका दुरुपयोग कर रही है, दुरुपयोग छुपाने के लिए। और ये देखो
आज से जब कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं को ऊपर की तरफ ले जाया जा रहा है मेन रोड की तरफ, तो आप देख सकते हैं कि सड़क जाम कर दी गई है। जो आईटीओ की सड़क है उसको जाम कर दिया गया। तो ये वही तस्वीरें हैं जो हमने उस समय देखी थी जब राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के ऑफिस की तरफ जा रहे थे या उनको बुलाया गया था। ऐसी ही तस्वीरें लुटियन दिल्ली में देखने को मिली थी, जब अकबर रोड से लेकर मानसिंह रोड तक पूरे सेंट्रल दिल्ली में, लुटियंस दिल्ली में जाम लगा दिया गया था और यही कार्यकर्ता जो हैं वो सड़कों पे आ गए थे। आज एक बार फिर से वही कार्यकर्ता देखिए सड़कों पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और ये कार्यकर्ता सड़कों पे क्यों हैं? ये कार्यकर्ता सड़कों पे इसलिए हैं क्योंकि इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट जो है वो पूछताछ कर रही है। इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट जो है वो पूछताछ की कार्रवाई आगे बढ़ा रही है। सो दीज आर द लाइव इमेजेस from the ITO. From ITO, now when these कार्यकर्ताs have been pushed by the police to the main road, they have blocked the main road. And let me remind you, we have seen the same kind of visuals when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was called in by the enforcement directorate. We have seen how the Lutyens Delhi was blocked from Akbar Road to Mansingh Road, from Mansingh Road to Prithviraj Road. Everything was blocked by these Karyakartas, and today, now they are again back on the streets. Again, the high voltage drama of the Congress Karyakartas is back on the streets of the national capital. I'm reporting from the ITO. Now they have pushed toward the main road. The process of detaining was underway, but the situation is not in control. There, the police, I beg your pardon, is trying to control the situation, but there the Karyakartas are now moving toward the red light, toward the ITO main red light, which connect you toward the Supreme Court. On your right is going to be the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, where the BJP office is. On your left is going to be the Central Secretariat. So this is one of the important circle, Chauraya, if we call the place, the red light of the Delhi, which is very much we can see very heavy traffic on this particular road, but now this has been blocked. Now this has been blocked by these Congress Karyakartas. The bus is there in which I believe the protesters who are going to be detained will be taken, but there numbers of Karyakartas, numbers of Congress party workers is again back on the street. They are protesting against the Modi government, they are protesting against the enforcement directorate. They are having different placard in their hand. ED से ना डरे हैं ना डरेंगे, जनहित में आवाज उठाएंगे. So this is something what these people, the placards having in their hand. So high voltage drama of the Congress party again back on the street of the national capital. There you can clearly see this full road. This full road has been blocked by the Congress workers. The high voltage drama. Again, the Congress Karyakartas back on the street. And why? Because their leader has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, and now Enforcement Directorate going ahead with the investigation is raiding the multiple location. Since from the morning, let me remind you, 12 places has been raided, or the raids at the 12 places is underway. And they are from the ITO of the national capital. The ITO of the national capital. The high voltage drama could be clearly seen. There, the police is trying to control the situation. The roads has been blocked. ITO has been blocked by the Congress Karyakartas. And now the live images coming in of the Congress Karyakartas. We have seen few minutes back how they were trying to block the main entry of the Herald House, where the passport office is also there at the first floor. The layman, the common man, is again facing the problem because of this high voltage drama of the Congress party, which we have seen earlier. And now the movement could be clearly seen behind me. Behind me is the ITO red light, and in front of me I can see numbers of karyakartas of the Congress party who are moving toward the ITO red light. This particular road has been blocked. On my right is some movement of the traffic, but there you can clearly see that the high voltage drama of the Congress party again back on the national capital, on the roads of the national capital, and there the police is trying to control the situation. They are protesting against the Modi government. They are protesting against the enforcement directorate. And why? Because enforcement directorate is conducting raids at the multiple locations which is linked to Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, which is linked to the National Herald case, or which is the property of National Herald or the AGL. So that is why these particular raids are conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. And as we do know that earlier this was Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi herself who was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, after which the dots has been connected and things has been taken further by the Enforcement Directorate. This is a part of the investigation, what we have been told. They are looking into the shell companies, the role of the shell companies from where the fund was provided to AGL. The fund was provided to Young Indian. And if we are talking about that particular company, then yes, 34% is the share of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. That is something what we know. And yes, this is Enforcement Directorate who are conducting raids, who are connecting the dots, who have gone through the investigation, questioned Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and now taking the investigation further. But this is the high voltage drama of the Congress party, which could be clearly seen on the roads of the national capital. From ITO, I'm reporting. On my right is the Herald House. Earlier, these karyakartas, these workers of the Congress party was protesting at the Herald House, and they were pushed from there. Some of them has been detained. They were pushed from there, and after that they rushes toward the main road. And that's the ITO road from where I am reporting. And we are just near to the ITO red light at this point in time. And there you can clearly see the slogging which has been done by the Congress Karyakarta. Police is clearly giving them the warning. Police giving them the warning that you are not allowed. You're not allowed to do any kind of protest over here. You're not allowed to do any kind of satyagraha over here. This is no permission for any kind of protest. But on the roads, this is the Congress Karyakartas who are protesting. On the roads, again back on the roads of the national capital, there is none other but the Congress Karyakartas who are protesting here again, protesting here again at the ITO red light. Now the traffic is being stuck. That's the red light. Let me give you the visual. We'll get aside, we'll take a corner to give you the more sense, to give more clarity from the ITO, to give more visuals from the ITO. See, that's on my right is the Herald office, and from there these karyakartas of the Congress party have started their protest. Earlier they were at the gate, at the main gate of the Herald House. They were trying to enter. They were forced, they were stopped, they were pushed from there toward the main road. Some of them has been already detained, now moving ahead toward the main red light. And if we take right, let me tell you, if we take right from here, from this particular red light, if we take right from there, then this is going to be the Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Marg, where the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters is. So if they are planning to move toward the BJP, if they are planning to move toward the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, we will have to see that, we will have to monitor that. But the live images, I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense of the karyakartas. If Naradeshwar can give you the visual from behind me, where these karyakartas have now reached at the ITO circle. This is the ITO circle from where I am reporting, and now the karyakartas have reached here. The Congress workers have reached here. Police is there trying to control the situation. If they take right, then this is the route toward the Bharatiya Janata Party office, the head office. And prior to that, this is the DPCC, that's Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office also. So let's see, wait and watch what exactly is going to be the way where these karyakartas are going to be. But On my right, I'll ask my video journalist to again give you the sense from there, because the Karyakartas have reached there and crossing the ITO red light, and now we are seeing this is a small police station over here, a police booth where these Karyakartas have been taken at the ITO itself. But the Karyakartas are still there. The Karyakartas are still here, some of them doing heated argument with the Delhi police personnel. I can see the Delhi police is trying to control the situation as there is no permission for any kind of protest. But you can see the situation. You can see the situation at the ITO. You can see the situation at the ITO of the national capital, what these Congress Karyakartas are doing, what is happening at the ITO. Now they are sitting at the circle and the main road, on the main road of the ITO. Police trying to control the situation. Traffic is moving from the ITO red light, but now these protesters have blocked the main ITO road, and there the police is trying to control the situation, but these Karyakartas continues. Congress Karyakarta again back on the street of the national capital with a high voltage drama of theirs, and they are having placards on their hand. We'll give you a 360 view. I'll give you a 360 view. This exactly is the ITO circle, and if we'll move it, on my left is the National Herald office. This is the ITO circle from where I'm reporting, and look at the way where these Karyakartas have blocked the road. Where these Karyakartas have blocked the road, the Congress Karyakartas have blocked the road, and they're protesting against, yes, the Enforcement Directorate and the Modi government, sloganeering against ED. Live images from the ITO of the national capital, where the traffic is moving because there was no alert for any kind of protest, or rather no call for any kind of protest or any permission for any kind of protest. But these Karyakartas reaches here, they're protesting against the Enforcement Directorate. Police is trying to control the situation. Even some of the Mahila Congress worker could also be seen, which has been detained by the Delhi police personnel. And there you can clearly see from ITO, now the police has moved these Karyakartas. At least they're moving toward the left now. There is a small police booth. Naradeshwar will give you the visual. Some of the Karyakartas doing heated argument with the police personnel, but the police is not left with any other option but to detain them. They're not ready to cooperate. Police is asking them that there is no permission for any kind of protest. They're protesting against the Enforcement Directorate and the Modi government. This is regarding, let me remind you, when the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raid at the 12 locations since from the very morning in the National Herald case, and the property related to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case, and the AGL is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Look at the dramatic visual. These are the dramatic visual from the ITO, where this kind of behavior with the police personnel could be clearly seen. The protesters not ready to listen. Police not left with any other option but to detain. On my left, more Karyakartas are there, and the people who are not listening to the police personnel there from the Delhi police is trying to control the situation. But this particular man was again and again trying to go in the middle of the circle and was trying to stop the traffic, as we have seen it earlier also. So the police personnel not left with any other option but to detaining him. These are the visuals from the ITO. More people detained, more Congress Karyakartas detained, but not ready to listen. To the Delhi police personnel. And these are the live images from the ITO, where the Congress party continues with the high voltage drama. Time for a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. The Congress party continue with the high voltage drama. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi more trouble by the Enforcement Directorate. Stay tuned.
The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13 to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States President Joe Biden.
High voltage drama of the Congress party continue on the street of the national capital. I'm reporting from the ITO of the national capital, and this was the Congress Karyakartas who was protesting at the Herald House, and from there they reaches to the ITO. Many of the Congress Karyakartas have been already detained. The traffic is normal now, but as we do know, as we have given the visual, some of the Karyakartas are still here, but they have been detained. Many of them have been detained. Some of the Karyakartas could be clearly seen. They are having the placards in their hand, but they were no permission for the protest, but the Congress continued with the high voltage drama. ED continued to raid at the multiple locations, 12 places raided by the enforcement directorate related to National Herald. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov wishes the soonest recovery to an ex-presidential envoy of Russia currently in intensive care in Europe. Anatoly Chubai, who resigned as a high-ranking advisor to Russian President Putin and left Russia in March, was reported to be in intensive care in a European hospital on Sunday for a neurological disorder. Kosovo's authorities have moved to ease mounting ethnic tensions in the country by delaying a controversial order on vehicle license plates and identity cards. The tensions triggered riots by minority Serbs who put up roadblocks, sounded air raid sirens and fired their guns into the air. The European Commission on Monday urged authorities in Kosovo and Serbia to resolve rising tensions through dialogue and negotiations only, as Kosovo delays measures stirring tensions with minority Serbs.
Well, the European Union and the member states, of course, we are following the events and developments, especially in North Kosovo, very closely and with concern. What is important to say on behalf of the European Union is that everyone involved in this needs to remain calm, and any uncoordinated and unilateral actions that jeopardize the stability and security on the ground and which impede the freedom of movement of all citizens there need to stop immediately.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13 to 16.
The high voltage drama of the Congress party continues. Some of the Congress Karyakartas are still here at the ITO and they are protesting over here. Many of the Karyakartas have been already detained, but the police is continuously trying to control the situation. We have seen how they were protesting right outside the Herald House. This is regarding the Enforcement Directorate conducting raids since from the very morning at the 12 location. This was the raid at the multiple location related to the National Herald case and the investigation in which the Enforcement Directorate is going ahead with the things. We do know that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, and after that, now this is the next step of the Enforcement Directorate in which now the Enforcement Directorate again back in action, multiple raids at the 12 location Enforcement Directorate conducting raids at the 12 locations related to National Herald and the AGL. Back to you.
Spokesperson of the Taliban government in Afghanistan acknowledges the attack in official statement, adds the attack carried out by American drones was a violation of the Doha Agreement, that such an action was a repetition of failed experiences of the past 20 years that acted against the interests of the United States, Afghanistan and the region as an extension. Barack Obama, former president of the US, hails the Biden administration. Taking to Twitter, says he hoped these airstrikes would provide a small measure of peace to the families of victims of 9/11. Lauding the precision of the strikes, notes strikes on Zawahiri were carried out without a single civilian casualty. As Unified Payments Interface records 6 billion transactions in July, Prime Minister Narendra Modi calls it an outstanding accomplishment, says it is the collective resolve of the people of India to embrace new technology, asserts digital payments were helpful during the COVID pandemic. Amid the inflation debate in Parliament, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge says opposition ready to discuss inflation and will keep issues in front of the House. Kharge further takes a jibe at the BJP, says party is unaffected due to inflation.
Osama's successor eliminated in CIA-led drone strike. First, Osama bin Laden, now Al-Zawahiri. Was Al-Qaeda's top boss aided and abetted by Pak? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Top national stories ahead of 75th.
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion. Yes. Namak, of course, is eating off that banner and the Nishan of the banner is carrying.
Osama's successor eliminated in CIA-led drone strike. First, Osama bin Laden, now Al-Zawahiri. Was Al-Qaeda's top boss aided and abetted by Pak? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Top headlines at 5 p.m. World's most wanted and Osama bin Laden's number 2 taken out by the US in the Kabul airstrike. Pakistan Taliban roll out in the open. Zawahiri housed in Pakistan-backed Haqqani-owned plot. Did ISI handmaidens protect Zawahiri? China warns US against Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, says upcoming visit would amount to interference into China's internal affairs. Anger mounts against sacked TMC Minister Partha over cash scam. A slipper now flung at Partha Chatterjee. Days after Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED News tightens raids on at Herul House across the country. From Mumbai to Kolkata to the national capital, ED swoop down continues. 12 premises raided. Sources suggest multi-city raids linked to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. No escape for Sanjay Raut. ED intensifies crackdown, raids on across 2 locations in Mumbai. Another Nigerian man living in Delhi tests positive for monkeypox. This is the third monkeypox case in the national capital and 8th in the country. Good evening, viewers. Thanks for staying tuned to Republic. Getting in breaking news right now. Let's get started. The news coming in with regard to the elimination of the Al-Qaeda chief. We are now getting to know that the US intelligence, in fact, located the Al-Qaeda chief earlier this year in Afghanistan after he moved from Pakistan to Taliban-supported safe haven in a posh locality located in downtown Kabul is what we are given to understand. Now, this is the information that is coming in that the US intel officers received information pertaining to Zawahiri's location earlier this year, and that he had moved from Pakistan to Kabul earlier this year. What we are given to understand. In fact, more news that is coming in that there was a bounty on his head as well, which amounted to over $25 million. And that is the latest coming in. We are told that he remained a visible international symbol of the terror group 11 years after the US killed Bin Laden during a raid in Pakistan's Abbottabad in 2011. We have Niranjan, our executive editor, joining us to give more details. Niranjan, if you could give us more details on the intel agencies of the US who received inputs regarding Zawahiri's location earlier this year.
Well, there are different U.S. intelligence, inputs and reports during the rounds that U.S. intelligence located Al-Qaeda's Ayman Al-Zawahiri earlier this year in Afghanistan after he moved from Pakistan to a Taliban-supported safe house in a posh locality in downtown Kabul. This is what the U.S. media is reporting. The 71-year-old terrorist carries a $25 million bounty on his head. He was Osama's deputy, and we are hearing that he was in Pakistan for the longest time and moved from Pakistan to Afghanistan, and he was tracked all along by the U.S. intelligence officials. And U.S. intelligence officials had determined that Zawahiri had moved from Pakistan to the safe house earlier this year. According to our own security inputs, we are hearing that move happened in February. That was when Zawahiri moved from Pakistan to Afghanistan. His wife and children had relocated there first, is what we are hearing. According to these reports also shared by the U.S. media now, U.S. intelligence officials had monitored them throughout. They learned that Zawahiri had joined his family. And he's long believed to have been living in Pakistan. And the fact that he was now killed in Kabul is a testament to not just the porous border between the two countries, but also to Al-Qaeda's decades-long use of facilities, houses, buildings, compounds throughout both Afghanistan and Pakistan. And unlike Abbottabad, where Osama was killed, relatively small town, where Bin Laden was eventually shot by a commando raid in 2011, eliminated. His successor, Zawahiri, spent the last weeks of his life right in the middle of Afghanistan's capital, bang in the middle of Kabul, where he was found. He was eliminated, but the shocking aspect is that he was hiding there all along. In fact, we also have those reports. I think we can play those some of those reports that we've been filing from Kabul. The first Indian media house, in fact, I'd say the first global media network to reach the spot where the raids took place, where the drone strike took place, where he was killed, Zawahiri. It's a Republic super exclusive. You were there as we tracked the story. Samiksha, I'm handing it back to you.
Yes, well, thank you for that, Niranjan. So let's play out that exclusive report filed from the very location where the attack was carried out by the US forces.
I'm here near the Sherpur place where the drone strike was done by the American forces on Sunday around early morning, around 6 a.m. So here and around 1 kilometer, no single person is allowed to go there. So I'm finding a place where I can show you the targeted house, and I will try. So you can see the back of the place where this is called the Sherpur place. And here is the drone strike was done. You can see at the back of that tall building that there was a drone strike done. So here in Kabul, especially around the Sherpur place, there is not a normal situation. and anything is not normal. So you can see that this was the place where the previous government high official was resident. They lived there, but now this is under the control of the Taliban high officials. So after the situation or after the bomb attack struck here, the security situation is very high. And every road and every sub-road, there is a security, there is a Taliban fighter that they are not allowing people to go there. So it was really a high official places there. They live there. So now no one is allowed to go near to see the place targeted house. So the security is very high there. So this is, as you said, this is the heart of Kabul. This is a place where a lot of ministries are located here. The presidential palace, or we can say Arg, is here near around 1 kilometer or little there from here. And also a lot of embassies, Turkish embassies, Pakistan embassies, embassy of US, and other embassies are here. So this is the place where you cannot say anything that they don't know or he was hiding here, or because this is the place where the high officials, as I indicated in my previous talk. This is the obvious support for them, because the U.S. said that President Biden said that they have killed the organization's leader, and they are denying that. So if they're denying that, so it means that they support the situation. Yes, as tweeted by the Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of Taliban, tweeted morning today. They said that this is against the agreement between the Afghan government, or the Taliban government, and the American officials. He said that this agreement is American is violating this agreement, because they said that they will not airstrike or they will not damage the Taliban government, but they are now doing that. So he did not name any casualties here, but just they said that this is why the Americans are violating the agreement at the heart of Kabul. Yes, there were a lot of other targets too. Besides this airstrike, there was another bomb blast in Casino place. There was another one in Dimazang. So and another one also in the Sherpur. So this was not the just target one place targeted. A lot of 3 or 2 more houses were also targeted on that the same day, on the same time.
We have PTI leader Abdul Yaqub also joining us on the phone line. Sir, I have a very specific question to ask you. One, the attack happened very close to the Pak embassy, which is in fact just 5 kilometers, so as to speak, from where the attack was carried out. And two, the fact that Zawahiri was residing in the area, which in the house that was indeed backed by Pakistan's Haqqani network. What do you have to say?
Well, first of all, any UN designated and declared terrorist, no matter he is residing in Pakistan or he is hiding somewhere in Afghanistan, first of all, it must be very clear that it is an illegal resident. I mean, being hidden in Pakistan, whether if any terrorist cross the border or come over here or cross the border or anywhere in the world, I mean, they don't have any citizenship of any country. So this should be clear that it doesn't matter that whether he caught in Pakistan or whether he caught in Afghanistan. Secondly, I personally believe that any terrorist, any UN designated terrorist must brought to the court of justice, must be given the fair trial, the way Khalid Mohammed Sheikh, the mastermind of 9/11, was caught from the Pindi and was then sent to the America. He is still in the Guantanamo Bay from over 19 years. So so personally, there must be a fair trial. I mean, this such act of aggression could be assassination, as by Noam Chomsky said that this is considered as an assassination. I mean, when you do not catch a terrorist, do not arrest him and kill them by the drone attacks, which can be counterproductive, and it is always a counterproductive.
But sir, why would you call it an assassination, given the fact that Zawahiri played a key role? In fact, he has been the mastermind in several terror attacks, including 26/11. How would you call it an assassination when the fact has been on the papers that he has played a key role in carrying out many terror attacks?
See, first of all, this is my personal opinion. I mean, in my personal opinion, I take it as an assassination. I mean, if when they have a capability to arrest someone, I mean, if he is hiding in Afghanistan, U.S. can or any, I mean, they have a capability to arrest them and brought them in a court of justice in the same manner the way they have given to the Khalid Mohammed Sheikh. I mean, he is alleged mastermind of 9/11. So this is a discrimination between the two terrorists. I mean, you catch someone, you arrest someone, and then you kill another terrorist. So this sort of this act can be, or in the past, it is always a counterproductive. So in order to avoid such kind of counterproductive acts by the terrorists, they must be brought to the court of justice and given a fair trial.
So just a follow-up question, if I can ask you if you think that there should have been a proper procedure to nab the terrorist, do you think it would have been an easy chase for the US forces there?
US has a capability to catch them. I mean, if they believe that they are incapable, then this is their fault.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So that was PTI spokesperson Abdul Yaqub giving his response after Zawahiri, who was eliminated by the US forces by a drone strike using Hellfire missiles.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack of 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. He carved a trail of murder and violence against American citizens, American service members, American diplomats, and American interests. And since the United States delivered justice to bin Laden 11 years ago, Zawahiri has been a leader of Al-Qaeda, the leader. From hiding, he coordinated Al-Qaeda's branches and all around the world, including setting priorities for providing operational guidance that called for and inspired attacks against U.S. targets. He made videos, including in recent weeks, calling for his followers to attack the United States and our allies. Now, justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The White House also tweeting there, saying that on 1st of July, President Biden met with his national security team to discuss the counter-terror operation to take out Zawahiri. At this meeting, the president was briefed on the proposed operation and shown a model of the safe house where Al-Zawahiri was hiding. So meet that was held on 1st of July. President Biden presided over this meet with his national security team to discuss the counter-terror operation that was carried out this weekend with respect to the elimination of the most wanted terrorist.
Just 13 minutes away from the Pakistan embassy in Kabul, a building allegedly owned by the Afghanistan Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani was struck by the US military. killing the Osama deputy Ayman Al-Zawahiri immediately. The house in which he was staying was reportedly owned by a top aide of the Afghanistan ministry. It is unlikely that the Taliban was not aware of his whereabouts. Designated as the most wanted terrorist in the world, Zawahiri, an eye surgeon, helped found the Egyptian Islamic Jihad militant group. He later overtook the leadership of Al-Qaeda following the killing by US forces of bin Laden in May 2011. Before that, Zawahiri was often referred to as bin Laden's right-hand man and the chief ideologue of Al-Qaeda. He is believed by some experts to have been the operational brains behind 11 September 2001 attacks. Bin Laden had talked about creating a base for a broader Islamic movement as if it were a mantra. He wanted an organization that didn't need him to survive, and Al-Zawahiri had kept it going in decades since bin Laden's death. While he lacked the charismatic leadership of bin Laden, he profoundly shaped Al-Qaeda and its terrorist movements with his writing and arguments. These airstrikes come after US found out about Zawahiri's presence in Kabul. This has raised questions over the Taliban's promise to not allow any of its member or other terrorist groups to use the soil of Afghanistan against the US and its allies. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Taliban leaders were called Quetta Shura.
Sure.
They moved into Kabul with the direct assistance of the Pakistanis. And I think Osama bin Laden was found in Pakistan in 2011.
True, sir.
And this time, Pakistan cannot escape that they didn't know where Al-Zawahiri was. The timing of the strike is very, very interesting. And it's also aimed to create, headlines ahead of the disastrous anniversary of the anniversary of the disastrous withdrawal.
So,
the Western press is saying that the Americans knew the location almost for the past several months and several weeks.
Sure.
So it was calculated when to strike.
So also, nobody knows better than you the area, that part of the world. You think the Pakistanis could have traded Zawahiri for an IMF loan, of all things?
You see, I have been saying for a very long time, based on hard evidence, circumstantial evidence, and the logical pattern, that for Pakistan, not only Afghanistan is a strategic depth, but Pakistan has always tried to monetize the situation in Afghanistan in its own benefit. And they have banked on the security interest of the United States in particular for the last at least 50 years.
Right.
Recently they have been, they were puzzled what part of Afghanistan could bring the monetary benefits. They first started to buy coal almost on token price, and the current Prime Minister of Pakistan went on the record and he said his government is saving $2 billion by purchasing coal on token price from Afghanistan. And of course, the Pakistani lorries that bring the coal to Pakistan from Afghanistan, they overload them. Next year, we will have no roads in Afghanistan because these are not, they do not operate based on any standard procedures.
Sure.
Secondly, they tried to somehow manage the foreign relations of the Taliban, and they created something called interministerial cell in the cabinet of Pakistan, government of Pakistan. That cell is basically managing the day-to-day affairs of the Taliban. So what you see in Kabul, they are not in charge. Because they don't have the manpower capacity, they do not have the intellectual capacity, they do not have the managerial capacity to run the day-to-day business of the situation. So Pakistan is helping them from behind the scene as a colonial power in a very strange way.
So, but if you're suggesting,
I'm coming to this point you are referring to. I'm not sure what was the content of the discussion between Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan and the IMF or the authorities in Washington. But it's but the timing is very interesting. When Pakistan asks for a loan and immediately a week later, Al-Zawahiri's location is compromised. Looking at the historical pattern, it tells you something, yes.
So if the suggestion is that the Haqqanis were protecting Zawahiri and perhaps the Taliban were not aware, in that case also, Doha Agreement clearly says that the Afghan soil can't be used for terror. Protecting Zawahiri, irrespective of the fact that perhaps Haqqanis were doing it, Sirajuddin Haqqani is the interior minister after all, there should be some pressure on the regime in Kabul.
You see, you have seen the public part of the Doha Agreement. The Doha Agreement has 4 secret annexes, and those 4 secret annexes were instrumental into turning Afghanistan into another geopolitical space, in which Pakistanis presented the Taliban as a useful tool to Western powers, particularly to the United States. Now, the question is, how much leverage can the West have on the Taliban in order to use them as an instrument? Now, you are saying basically whether the strike was done without the collaboration of the Haqqanis or with the collaboration of the Haqqanis. If the Haqqanis and the Taliban have become a new tool in the geopolitical game of the United States, this has been somehow with their collaboration, and they will deny it in order to retain and safeguard their radical credentials. But I saw the statement of Secretary Blinken. He is very soft on the Taliban, which indicates there is something behind the scene between ISI, the Taliban, and the Americans. And also, one should not forget that the Doha Agreement says United States wants the Taliban to collaborate on Al-Qaeda, and the Doha Agreement does not say anything about other terrorist groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba or Central Asian groups who are posing a direct threat to stability and state security of the regional countries. So if there is some type of cooperation from Pakistani side on elimination of Al-Zawahiri, that type of cooperation will not be extended to regional countries like India, like Central Asia, like Russia or Iran, to effectively eliminate their enemies in Afghanistan.
And our senior executive editor Abhishek is also joining us. Abhishek, if you could summarize the conversation you had with Saleh on the terrorist being eliminated by the US forces.
Yeah, Samiksha, so, not surprises there, but as someone who knows that region, that part of the world, that country, that capital, that city like the back of his hand, he was intelligence chief of Afghanistan for the longest period of time before becoming the vice president. Amarullah Saleh gives that, very bird's eye view as also a worm's eye view of what has happened. According to him, Zawahiri was brought into Kabul under the protection of Haqqani network. He is saying in the phone-in that in the interview that the area from where Zawahiri has been eliminated is an area which has been cleaned 10 times by Haqqanis, swept in terms of a security drill 10 times by the Haqqanis. Sirajuddin Haqqani happens to be the interior minister of Kabul. It's an area which is under their protection. It's a VIP area, and bringing him there, almost all the safe houses there are effectively in control of the Haqqanis, and to be keeping Ayman al-Zawahiri there obviously happens under the watchful eyes of Haqqanis and hence of the ISI. He goes on to say how Pakistan post the moving out of the Americans from Afghanistan is essentially using Afghanistan as a colony, in a classical sense, taking its resources like coal at the cheap and still controlling the government there to the extent that it has set up an interministerial committee to look into foreign affairs of Afghanistan. So in that sense, of course, Amarullah Saleh would be pushing across the Northern Alliance view of it. But then, as I said, he's someone who knows that part of the world like the back of his hand. He would provide substance also. In that sense, the news point that is coming out, Samiksha, of this longish phone-in is that Pakistan's vice-like grip over Afghanistan continues. A and B, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who has been eliminated by the Americans on Sunday, was essentially brought in there under the watchful eyes of the Pakistani ISI and of course under protection of the Haqqani network. So those are the two important points, news points I would say, coming out of that conversation. Of course, he also warned India of being on the guard given the fact that Taliban has not changed its colors, and organizations like the Daesh, the Islamic State, they are having, including Lashkar-e-Taiba, they are having their terror camps in Afghanistan, and they are actively recruiting in India. So those are very important news points coming out of that longish phone conversation that I had with the former Vice President of Afghanistan, Amarullah Saleh, earlier in the day. Samiksha.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us. We are getting more breaking news, I'm told. This one on Taiwan. We are told reports coming in from Taiwanese media that Taiwan's outer islands have entered a state of combat readiness. Readiness is what we are given to understand. The last time this happened was during Taiwan's trade crisis in 1996. So after 1996, history repeating itself, Abhishek, we are told that Taiwanese media, in fact, quoting this, that Taiwan's outer islands have entered a state of combat readiness. Help us read into these details that are just coming in, Abhishek.
Well, Samiksha, yes, so that's another flashpoint building up between China and the United States, in fact, over Taiwan. And the backdrop is the possible visit of the US Congress Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who's likely to land in Taiwan, Taipei, around 7 p.m. She's in Malaysia as of now. She's on a four-nation trip to the Indo-Pacific region to strengthen America's friendly alliances there. And that includes Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan. And in between, she is going to land in Taiwan. In fact, he had announced it earlier, but then the departure statement skipped mentioning Taiwan because of all the saber rattling that we have seen coming in from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the Chinese Defense Ministry. They have been saying, they've been warning of escalation to the extent that in the phone conversation that took place between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping on Sunday, Jinping did not mince words and said that you cannot play with fire. If you play with fire, you would die by it. I think those were dire warnings and some very straight threat perhaps given by the Chinese president to his American counterpart. It's only possible when the Chinese have really decided to go for the broke. And it is likely, Samiksha, that all these pictures that we are seeing of mobilization on both the sides, in fact, in the pictures in the present, we are seeing this mobilization is happening on the Chinese side in the Fujian province, which abuts the Taiwanese Strait in southern China, and a counter mobilization happening on the Taiwanese side. The reason is that if Pelosi lands at 7 p.m. in Taipei, in Taiwan, it would be a visit by highest dignitary from American side, someone holding highest office from the American government in the last 25 years. And that has clearly rattled the Chinese, and they really want to escalate it. We have seen how in November we had an American delegation visiting Taiwan, and as a build-up to that, the Chinese increased the use of PLA Air Force and transgressions into what is called the Air Defense Identification Zone around Taiwan with increased number of aircraft. We believe anything between 20 to 30 aircrafts going up to 35, 40 aircrafts. It's likely that when Pelosi lands, the Chinese might follow it up with even more number of fighter aircrafts from the
PLA Air Force, perhaps trailing the American military aircraft carrying Nancy Pelosi, or even, for that matter, crossing into the Taiwanese airspace. That's the threat that has been given. These are some of the possibilities. There could be one possibility of some maritime maneuver by the Chinese. Remember, there is a median line demarcated by the Americans in 1954, and the Chinese, of course, don't recognize it. So if as a protest measure or as an act of belligerence, if the Chinese so choose, apart from, of course, their military aircrafts going in, their navy could also see some action. Of course, that besides the fact that American presence of the 7th Fleet is always there in the South China Sea, in the East China Sea, in what is called the Indo-Pacific now. So a real flashpoint building up as we wait for next few hours for US Congress Speaker Nancy Pelosi all set to land in Taiwan at around 7 p.m. India time, and that should be about 10 p.m. Taiwan time or Beijing time. But what is important is that these pictures that we are seeing are mobilization happening on the Chinese side. The Chinese have made it clear that they would act against this provocation, or what they see as provocation, in a befitting manner. They are going to escalate it. There have been dire warnings to a level where not just the defense ministry in Beijing or the foreign ministry in Beijing, but the likes of a spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in India, in New Delhi, tweeting and saying that China is going to escalate its response if Pelosi still goes ahead with her visit. We have seen, for example, how after initially saying that she is going to go to Taiwan, the departure statement of Nancy Pelosi skipped mentioning Taiwan. Then we saw how the flight tracking software, tracking apps stopped showing the American military plane that was carrying Nancy Pelosi, because of which during a press conference the White House spokesperson was asked whether how would the Americans know when the US speaker has landed in Taiwan, to which the response was that she's traveling in an American military plane, so obviously they would know. I think the question was in response to the Pelosi plane not showing up on flight tracking radars, flight tracking apps on social media. Now, of course, it's just a matter of hours before Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan. It has been announced that she would. And the game of brinkmanship really on between the two sides. This is happening in the backdrop of increased Chinese belligerence, not just in across the Taiwan Strait, but we have seen how the Chinese have conducted themselves vis-a-vis India since April-May 2020, when they made those transgressions in Ladakh and the Galwan Valley clash. We have seen how in the month of May, when the Quad Summit was happening, a joint patrol of the Russian Air Force and the Chinese Air Force made a transgression into the air defense identification zone of Korea and Japan. This even as Quad Summit was taking place in Tokyo. So then we have seen how the Chinese have conducted themselves vis-a-vis the Japanese. So far as the Senkaku Islands are concerned, Chinese have been taking on the tiny Bhutan in the Himalayas, bullying them on some land adjustment deals. We have seen them doing similarly with Nepal, even as the debt that has been caused by Chinese makes nations like Pakistan and Sri Lanka struggle. We have Major General Kocher joining us over the phone. He's live with us, in fact. General Kocher, we are seeing, okay, he's on the phone. We are seeing a game of brinkmanship between China and the United States over the visit of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. What's your sense? How far would it go, sir?
Yes, I've also been following this report since morning. What is happening is that there is some kind of provocation which the Chinese feel, because they're quite sensitive to certain issues. One issue is that whenever Tibet is raised anywhere in any forum, or Dalai Lama is also being congratulated on his birthday or things like this, they are very sensitive to that. And similarly, anything which is connected with Taiwan, they are extremely sensitive to it. So this Pelosi's visit has created a kind of a situation in which they have directly warned the United States that this visit must not be carried out. Now, we have to understand that she's a Congress person, she's a speaker, and she's of the government. Whatever action she takes is in an independent capacity. It's not that she's been sponsored by the United States of America. So the first point is that has to be considered. Second is she's also visiting certain countries which are basically not on very good terms with China. So it is a provocation of that kind also. And if you look at her past history also, she has been extremely vocal about Tibet. So China is carrying out these provocative moves. I don't think China will reach that point that it will directly attack Taiwan or things like that. It is basically a show of strength, a messaging being done to America that it would be wise that you do not allow her to come to Taiwan because it can raise serious security concerns in that region. So possibly I think it is a case of posturing right now. And this kind of posturing China is quite used to being doing. Earlier also we have seen this posturing taking place in Ladakh. We have seen this posturing taking place in Taiwan where a number of aircrafts have included their airspace. And as far as America is concerned, America also has a significant presence of its navy in that area. They are already patrolling those South China seas. They have freedom of navigation drills which are on. So I do not think this will escalate into any major issue as far as this situation is concerned. But I would commend the United States to try to de-escalate this situation and see that if that lady Pelosi is somehow persuaded not to visit Taiwan.
Right, sir. So you're agreeing that this is a flashpoint but might not translate into a war?
Yes, I agree on that.
Also, sir, there's this. All right, there's a cyber attack that has happened on Taiwan, I believe, on the website of the president of Taiwan, and reports coming in of a cyber attack, origins of which are as yet unknown, but this is breaking news development, and we'll bring more details as the story evolves. What is important is, as a build-up to the visit of U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and ahead of Pelosi's visit, there is a cyber attack that has taken place on President Tsai Ing-wen's website. I think a message is being sent by the Chinese that they would shake things up. General Kocher, as in the case of all the saber rattling we have seen, so in the case of this cyber attack, the Chinese essentially sending a message that they would escalate things if Nancy Pelosi, as is expected, lands on Taiwanese soil.
Definitely, this cyber attack, as we all know, that as far as cyber warfare is concerned, China is quite advanced. We had a small example of that in Mumbai power outbreak also, and it was attributed to the Chinese at that point of time. So we are aware that China has the capability, it has the intention, it can carry out this. And this is only a website which it has targeted so far, and we are sure that it can go even further and disrupt the banking systems and the airlines, etc. All the major communication systems can be disrupted by China, and Taiwan does not have that counter cyber capability as of now to undo the damage. It may take a number of days for Taiwan to come out of this cyber attack. So I personally in my own analysis, I feel that in case Nancy Pelosi does visit Taiwan in spite of all these warnings, China is going to escalate, and the first area China is going to escalate will be in the cyber domain. They are likely to disrupt all these communication systems of Taiwan, which would actually lead to a financial crisis also in that country. So I personally feel that the phase one of the Chinese warnings getting translated into action would relate to cyber.
Right. In fact, Major General Sanjay Raut also joins us over the phone. General Raut, we are seeing pictures which look intimidating because in these pictures we can see massive mobilization of forces both by the Chinese side and the Taiwanese side as a countermeasure. You must have been tracking all these reports of Nancy Pelosi visit to Taiwan and the Chinese saber rattling. How close you think China and Taiwan, or even China and the United States, could be to war in case both sides escalate further?
In fact, I would say that the kind of resentment and the kind of anger China has shown over the past few days for the visit of Nancy Pelosi. In fact, there have been other visits also. There have been a lot of things happening. American warships have been moving around in South China Sea, but this is the very, very stern warning China has given, and they've used the words to the effect that don't play with the fire, and we are going to escalate. And yes, to what extent they would like to escalate is a question. In fact, will they go physically? Though, as a posturing, they have amassed their land troops. They are carrying out air flights near the border, and similarly, Taiwan has also carried out air raid drills, and they have put their forces on alert. So both sides are on very, very high state of alertness, and there's a high state of tension on both the sides. So a small any incident can really escalate, but both sides have to maintain, some sort of line has to be drawn. Line will be drawn. I'm sure that it will not go to the war. I fully agree with my previous speaker who said that the cyber attack is one thing, and the cyber attack which China has carried out on their website is a show of force. We can do it, and we'll do it at a much bigger state, much larger level, and this is one thing which is safe. But it also conveys the message to the Taiwan, we don't accept this, and you are part of us. We don't accept any interference in our internal affairs. They treat that visit by the Nancy as a interference in internal affairs. So China has been very, very strong in their words and now in actions, and they have shown their intent. But at present, I'm not sure whether they would like to go for war. They would like to still restrict there to the cyber attacks and posturing. Yeah.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for joining. We'll continue this conversation, sir, on the other side of the break. Be right back, viewers. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, China on war footing as mobilization happens across the Taiwan Strait on both the sides, Chinese and the Taiwanese side. Be right back.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13th to 16th. Indian Police Service officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States President Joe Biden makes comments confirming the US drone strike in Afghanistan that killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who took over as Al-Qaeda leader after Osama bin Laden's death in a US raid. He spoke about how the strike could act as one more measure of closure to families of the victims of the September 11th attacks.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं, उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
All right, reports coming in. China has mobilized its military ahead of the US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Taiwan's presidential office has confirmed, in fact, that there has been a cyber attack against it, a typical DDoS attack. And now Taiwanese media suggests that Taiwan's outer islands have entered a state of combat readiness. So the last time this happened was during the Taiwan Strait crisis in 1996. This comes following China's warning to the United States ahead of Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. China said that US representatives' visit would amount to interference in China's internal affairs. This even as pictures come in on social media and other platforms showing massive mobilization by China in its southern Fujian province, which overlooks the Taiwan Strait. Obviously, a game of brinkmanship is on. We have seen a counter mobilization happening on the Taiwanese side, and not to forget the presence of 4 warships of the US 7th Fleet, which is based out of Japan. And now these pictures clearly suggesting that brinkmanship is on. We will take a short break again on that note, but even as we continue to bring those pictures, after the short break, mobilization on war footing by China, by Taiwan, even as US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi makes her way towards Taiwan in what China calls a provocation, an act of provocation. On the other side, be right back.
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुंची, मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया। अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13th to 16th. Indian Police Service officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States President Joe Biden makes comments confirming the US drone strike in Afghanistan that killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman Al-Zawahiri, who took over as Al-Qaeda leader after Osama bin Laden's death in a US raid. He spoke about how the strike could act as one more measure of closure to families of the victims of the September 11th attacks.
My fellow Americans.
On This Is Exclusive, we get you the property dossier. 18 properties in West Bengal connected to Arpita Mukherjee and former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee. We get you the exact details. Why exactly are these properties now under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate? And also, we answer that big question, where did the money go?
Back as more pictures come in of Chinese mobilization. There are fresh ones of Chinese military aircraft, this time heading into the Taiwanese or near the Taiwanese air defense zone, and a mirror mobilization by the Taiwanese side. The pictures can be seen of Taiwanese Mirage fighters moving in. In the pictures we see in fact a ground mobilization of troops with tanks. I think this seems to be in the Fujian province. And in this case, now you see mobilization in air with the Chinese military aircraft, PLA Air Force fighters, essentially J-17s and some others, flying in air patrols and some formations. These are social media pictures indicative of the kind of mobilization that is taking place, even as reports suggest that China has announced import ban of more than 100 Taiwan firms from the food and agriculture sector. Essentially, escalation happening from the Chinese side because they see visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as an act of provocation. Pelosi's visit is highest by an American official in the last 25 years, and that is the reason why the Chinese are angry. And they are really showing their anger right from their spokesperson in the Indian embassy, in the Chinese embassy in New Delhi, to the spokespersons of the ministries of Foreign Affairs and Defense, and even the Chinese President Xi Jinping, who warned President Biden to not play with fire. That was as straight as that. We'll take a short break on that note. Coming up after the short break, this is exclusive with Shavan Sen. I'll hand it over to him, but after a break.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे। अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहां पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहां पहुंची, मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया। अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Top national stories ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant urges the participation of all in Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to hoist the national flag at home from August 13 to 16th. Indian Police Service Officer Sanjay Raut, who succeeds Rakesh Asthana as Delhi Police Chief on Monday, chairs meeting with senior police officers, taking stock of security situation in the national capital ahead of Independence Day celebrations. The CP on the first day in office instructs officers to be more vigilant during the period. Delhi court directs jail authorities to provide proper medical treatment to Khalid Saifi along with medication and tests after Saifi, accused in larger conspiracy of anti-CAA 2020 Northeast Delhi violence, moves application to Karkarduma court. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. And in other news, as the United States president...
The only thing still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, is eating of that banner and the Nishan of the banner is carrying.
और देखिए संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम।
Mr. Raut, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
Republic uncovers Partha Orpita joint property link, undeniable proof of the link out for the first time. "18 properties listed, detailed and located by Republic. Exclusive documents establish Partha Orpita link." As ED unravels neck-deep corruption in the Patrachal scam, Republic reports from ground zero to investigate how deep is the rot. $672 displaced, 1,000 crore rupees siphoned off. Patrachal tenants speak of 14 years of hardship. It's a scam of mammoth proportion. We've been tracking this story right from day one. We've seen towers of cash. We got you the first visuals from what was recovered from inside Orpita Mukherjee's residence. But all this while, the question that was essentially being asked, what was the money being used? What is the link between Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee? Those are the questions that were being asked. Over the last few days, we've got that undeniable link. For the first time, we are getting you full details of the link between Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee. Tonight, we are bringing you the property dossier, the properties of Orpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. But the clincher here is a joint property which makes it abundantly clear that Orpita and Partha Chatterjee were not just friends, but they were business partners. We're going to prove that. We've got images from across all the properties that we have accessed. This is the entire property dossier that has been accessed by Republic TV. 18 properties that we have gone through. But one property that I would like to specifically talk about, because that, ladies and gentlemen, brings out the details of the relationship between Partha Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee. For those who are asking the question that where did the money go? What was it being used for? The enforcement directorate essentially suspects that the proceeds of crime were being diverted to buy properties properties across Bengal in the name of Arpita. And it turns out, not just in the name of Arpita, there is a joint property of Partho and, for that matter, Arpita. Let's quickly take our viewers through all the properties that have been accessed and the details that we are getting you. Some of the properties that I'm given to understand, if you take a look at it, the sum total of the properties that have been in the name of Arpita and Partha Chatterjee goes into over 1 lakh square feet. That would be over 200 apartments that would be actually in the name of Arpita and Partha Chatterjee. Tonight, we're also getting you full details one by one. We're going to peel off every details of this particular case, because just to remind you that once the remand ends, the custody of Partha Chatterjee ends, the Enforcement Directorate would also be putting out details of their investigation. It turns out that these 18 properties are extremely crucial in this entire investigation, because they suspect that this money was being funneled, it was being used to buy properties. Let's take a look at all the images that we have. We have gone through all the properties, about 9 properties which we have tracked down. But I would like to first straight away begin with one property, details of which we have right now. We're not going to show the documents right away. We just take you through the details that we are getting. It's the property which I would say has nailed that link between Arpita and Partha Chatterjee. It's a property 7,300 square feet land that was bought in the name of Arpita Mukherjee, daughter of Minoti Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. This was sold by Lopamudra Banerjee. This property is in the district, in Birbhum district. There is a sale deed that has also been accessed by Republic TV, in which one can clearly see that this property was registered back in 2012. Exact date on 20th of January 2012. Now, it is very significant. This date is significant because that, ladies and gentlemen, will tell you what was Partha Chatterjee, or what was his role in the Trinamool Congress government. Let's not forget, he was the former education minister. Who was he back in 2012? Considered to be one of the most powerful ministers in Mamata's government. He was also the senior most member in the Trinamool Congress. I'll ask my producers to go with the pictures. Let's start playing out the pictures. Property 1, and then keep putting out the images of each and every property that we have come across. But I would like to first focus Ishan Dev, who's joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom. On your screens right now is property 1. I'll just read out some of the details before I bring in Ishan Dev, and perhaps we could go one by one with all the properties. First, I'll give you some details of property 1. Property 1 is again in the name of Arpita Mukherjee. It is roughly about, it's a land that was basically bought in Birbhum district, in Bolpur in particular. Let's move to property 2 right now. Property 2, the details that we are going to bring out. Let's just move to the second property. This too is in Birbhum. This is again, as you see, it's an apartment that is once again in the name of Arpita Mukherjee, but also goes by the name of a company called Iche Entertainment Private Limited. Let's take a look at the third property. The third property that we've got right now. And this property that you see is also once again linked to Arpita. It's a flat apartment, 911 square feet. It comes with a covered garage. And once again, this is in the name of Arpita, a property bought back in 2019. Let's move to property number 4. Property number 4 is in South 24 Parganas, is what I'm given to understand. This is again a 900 square feet apartment that has been registered in the name of Arpita Mukherjee. Let's move to property number 5. Let's move to the property number 5. This property is also in the name of Arpita Mukherjee. This is again, as you see right now, this is a nail studio, a studio that is in the name of Arpita Mukherjee. Let's move to property number 6. The property number 6 is also once again in the name of Arpita Mukherjee, and this is in South 24 Parganas. In fact, this is a land that has been in the name of Arpita Mukherjee. This was actually sold by a company based out of Kolkata, sold to Arpita Mukherjee back in 2012. This was on April 4th, 2012 when the property was sold. Let's move to the other property. This property too, this what you see right now is a land parcel that was bought by Arpita, bought from again a company in South 24 Parganas. Now that's the full details that we are getting you. Land plots, apartments, all of this, that what you see right now on your screens, that we have been able to track down. All of this indicates that large part of the proceeds of crime, they were basically being diverted to buy land, to buy apartments, which the enforcement directorate says that it's part of the proceeds of crime. For all those who were basically cheated, they lost their jobs, they did not get their jobs, even though they were the ones who were on merit. They were the ones who were supposed to get the land, they were the ones who were supposed to get the jobs, but they did not. What was happening in return? You had the former education minister who was building on his properties. Let me bring in Ishan Dev, who's joining us on this broadcast from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Now this is a joint broadcast also that we've had a short while back, a Republic Bangla sister channel which has been tracking the story very closely, on top of the story. In fact, we've got first the visuals, the towering towers of cash, and tonight we are getting you the property dossier, and I'll also explain why this property dossier becomes very crucial just ahead of Partha Chatterjee being produced before the court. Ishan Dev, you've been part of this investigation that we've put together. Take us through some of the details that you're picking up. The property dossier that has now been accessed by Republic TV has a list of 18 properties, but one property that I want to focus on is property number 13. A joint property of Partho and Arpita. It is in Birbhum district. We are given to understand that it is a land, and I'll also, while you speak on that, I'll also ask our producers to stay on that very picture, the pictures that we have now accessed. Ishan Dev, over to you.
Well, Shravan, as you were mentioning, that this property which has been detected there with undeniable proof at Birbhum, that property, the size of that property is more than 7,300 square feet, and the structure built there inside that premises is more than 1,200 square feet. So this is a huge property, and one thing should be mentioned and one thing should be noticed here, that this property was brought in the name of this property was bought perhaps in the name of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee in the year 2012. That means in the year 2011, Trinamool came to power in West Bengal, and only the next year they started doing all these things, and they were buying properties in their names and in the names of their close aides, which are now coming to surface as associated with this multi-million scam. On the other hand, Shravan, I would like to let you know that I am right now I'm here in front of Shukanto Majumdar, BJP State President Shukanto Majumdar's North Avenue, New Delhi bungalow, and we are here at New Delhi at North Avenue right now because we are keeping a close watch here at New Delhi, because the BJP's West Bengal leadership are amid an intense movement here in Delhi. There have been intense activities by two topmost leaders of West Bengal BJP today in Delhi. Shukanto Majumdar himself is here in Delhi, and Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, he is also in Delhi. Shubhendu Adhikari met Amit Shah. He had a long meeting, 45-minute long meeting with Amit Shah. Shukanto Majumdar after that met JP Nadda. Shubhendu Adhikari also met JP Nadda, and after that both of them faced the media, and they have said that among many other matters they have mentioned this multi-million scam in West Bengal, allegedly, which is coming to surface. About this multi-million scam, the central government, the central leadership of BJP should take steps. The central government and the central agencies should not let it go go in, should not let it go. Like all other investigations which are not coming to an end. This should go to an end, and this will be the final nail in TMC's coffin. Actually, at least the BJP leadership, top leaderships of West Bengal, they are saying so. This morning, Shukanto Mujumdar, in front of whose MP Banglo we are standing now, he met JP Nadda. He has said the same thing to JP Nadda, that they want to see the end of this. Shubhendu Adhikari, he has met Amit Shah and JP Nadda both.
I just want to stick right now.
He has also said that among many other matters.
Ishandev, I just want to stick to right now the details that we are getting in terms of the property. Since you've been tracking this story, I want you to just focus a little bit on why this undeniable link that we are talking about, the link between Partho and Orpita, which people in Bengal have been asking. Now, what is the proof? Tonight we are putting out that proof for all those who are questioning as to what was the link between Orpita and Partha Chatterjee. If there was no link, how is it possible that in this particular dossier that has now been accessed by Republic TV, there is a clear mention of the fact that property number 13 belongs to Partha Chatterjee and Orpita. So for all those who are essentially saying that, okay, look here, they could be friends, there is no connection whatsoever, it turns out that they were business partners also.
Exactly so, Shravan, because as you were saying that there are undeniable links have been found regarding this connection or nexus between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. So this property is one of the undeniable proofs regarding that, because this property has been bought in the name of, has been registered in the name of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee jointly. And though Partha Chatterjee, while facing the interrogation, was saying that he doesn't know whose money was there, whose cash was there inside Arpita's flat, and on the other hand, Arpita Mukherjee was saying that she doesn't know about the cash. The cash was being put into her flat, several flats for years together, but she doesn't know, and she did not have any right to this. But after these dossiers come to the surface, after these documents comes to the hands of Republic TV network, we can now say that no one can deny a connection between a nexus between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, because this huge a property which costs such hugely, that property is being bought in the name of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee jointly. Shravan.
Let me also bring in my colleague Priyanka. She's been tracking this story very closely. She was camping in Kolkata for several days put together. Priyanka, tonight what we are bringing for all our viewers is the big question that everyone wanted to know. The answer to that big question, that where was the money really going? Who was really using it? Towers of cash that was recovered. Now it turns out that this property, which was bought back in 2012, which we had a passing reference of it in our previous broadcast, but tonight we're getting the full document. This entire dossier makes a proper mention of that particular property, and it turns out that this property was bought when Partha Chatterjee was a cabinet minister.
Well, Shravan, let me put this simply. You know, the documents that you have really accessed from Republic Media Network, the documents that you are talking about right now, is really a clincher when it comes to the kind of links that the agencies have been trying to prove between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. Remember, Shravan, I remember having this conversation as well during the time that the Enforcement Directorate had also filed for the remand of Partha Chatterjee the very first time, in which they had also talked about how they have documents to prove that there were links between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. In fact, both of them, both the accused in this entire scandal, had been in close communication, that there were digital evidences to that point, and also that there was a property document that the Enforcement Directorate had gotten hold of, that had been they had claimed that both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee were the undersigned, they were the owners of a particular property, and that there were financial transactions that the Enforcement Directorate has also uncovered that really proves that there is a close link between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. And now, coming to the point where you rightly put, during the time, this timeline of this entire property is also now very, very crucial, now that we have seen that this document has come to light and what it really proves when it comes to the connection between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. Now we see that how Partha Chatterjee, when he was in power, when he was the education minister, this entire scandal had been breaking out, and we had been seeing since the very beginning that there had been a link that the agencies had been trying to establish between these financial transactions and the SSC scandal as well, during the scandal that had happened during the time that Partha Chatterjee had been the education minister. Now we are seeing that all of these links are really coming to light when it comes to the entire investigation, Shravan, and of course, more or less the details of the properties, as you have also listed out, the kind of properties that have been seized. This is something that has not been very surprising throughout the entire investigation of this entire case, Shravan, because we had seen from the very beginning inside of the courtroom that the Enforcement Directorate had alleged the reason for them needing the remand of Partha Chatterjee had been that there was several documentation that proved that there were properties that had been jointly owned by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, and that there were both of these accused, in fact, had been in cahoots together while carrying out this entire scandal. So, of course, more links that are also coming to light during the course of this investigation, not just close counterparts of Partha Chatterjee, but senior TMC leaders, the likes of Manik Bhattacharya as well, who has been summoned, had been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. He had in fact been questioned by the CBI earlier as well. So all of these links are really coming to light, and of course the documents that you have access, Shravan, really putting a clincher in this entire investigation that the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out right now.
Well, thank you very much, Priyanka and Ishande, for putting this into perspective. Once again, we are at the forefront of exposing this unholy nexus that existed, and a question that everyone is now asking, especially in the state of West Bengal, that whose money is this after all? Because Partha Chatterjee says, it's not my money. Arpita says, it's not my money. If that's the case, how is it that you really built about 18 properties altogether? Let's move on to the other big story that we are tracking. This is yet another exposing. Back in 2008, Praveen Raut of Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, MADA, and the Tenant Society signed an agreement. Now, this company surveyed and a proposal for a 40-acre plot was bought before the tenants. The tenant FSL was sold to a private developer. After 14 years of facing hardship, Patrachal tenants seek justice. It's 1,000 crore rupees scam. Now, how exactly is a politician like Sanjay Raut really benefiting out of it? It turns out that while the tenants were being duped, Sanjay Raut was actually being paid every month. In fact, details that we have is that he bought land in Alibag, he bought land in Dadar, that too from the proceeds of crime. The money that he was actually getting from the kingpin in this particular scam, that is Praveen Raut. Today, Republic was on ground zero, spoke to the tenants who now await some sort of a justice, because for all these years they were duped, they were given false promises, fake hopes for more than a decade. Here is the big expose.
Hundreds cheated, needy scammed, crores minted, but Sanjay Raut stays defiant. And even as he is in ED's custody till August 4th, to the cheated tenants, the justice seems evasive.
पूरा काम जो मतलब सेकेंड एग्रीमेंट जब भी खत्म हुआ रिन्यूअल, पूरा काम खत्म बंद पड़ गया और 16-17 तक सारे टेनेंट को जो भाड़ा मिलने वाला था, मिल रहा था, वो भी बंद हो गया। उसके बाद में फिर यहाँ के जो लोग थे वो विस्तार फिरना चालू, क्योंकि भाड़ा नहीं मिला तो गोरेगांव में रह नहीं सकते, तो कोई गांव चले गए। बाद में लॉकडाउन आया तो कई फैमिली ऐसी कि अभी भी गांव में रह रही है, क्योंकि मुंबई में आके रहना उनको नहीं पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि भाड़ा नहीं ना मिलने की वजह से वो लोग घर भी चला सकते हैं और अपने खर्चे भी नहीं कर सकते। कोई लोग तो ऐसे हैं कि बच्चों की पढ़ाई नहीं कर पा रहे, बीमारी आए तो उसका प्रॉपर से इलाज नहीं कर पा रहे, यहाँ भाड़ा नहीं पड़ता तो लोग यहाँ से आउट ऑफ मुंबई मतलब विरार, वैसे डोंबिवली, भाईंदर, इससे लंबे जगह पे गए। इसका कारण ही यही है कि घर मिलने की जो आशा थी उनकी खत्म हो गई थी।
And as the 1,000 crore rupees Patrachal scams unravels, Republic continues to report from ground zero, talking to the Chaul dwellers.
Republic is reporting from this exact Patrachal location. This is the same location which was brought in the project that was brought in 2008, where Guru Ashish Constructions Private Limited, Mahada and the Tenant Society, there was an agreement between the three, and it has been allotted because this land is something of 47 acres land. But the project that was came in, that was around a 40 acres project that was promised to the tenant society. It was said that at initial that there will be 3 portions of this land. The one portion that will be taken by Mahada, the other portion that will be taken by Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, and the third portion will be given to the tenants. If you can give me information, what project and what proposal with Mahada and Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited has come to the tenant society?
We were offered 650 plus 117 dry balcony area in 2008, and in 2011 again the area increased to 40 to 47 acres of land. Then they said we will give you some compensation money for furniture and all those things. That was settled between our society members, old society. Now we are the new elected society members. So we were just fighting for our home and our rent. For the last 5 years, we have not received a single rupee rent from our builder because
rent was given earlier.
From before 2017, we were getting the rent, but after that, we have not been getting a rent single rupee. We were getting 40,000 rupees rent for each tenant, and that time we were all 672 tenants. Now we are just 550 to 580 tenants.
किन किन एग्रीमेंट के साथ आप लोगों के सामने आए थे, क्या क्या बताया गया था, क्या क्या दिया जाएगा आप लोगों?
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है कि ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट था। ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट में बिल्डर, सोसाइटी और टेनेंट, म्हाड़ा सोसाइटी और बिल्डर था। अब इसमें कैसा हो गया कि जब भी ये हमारा जो रिहैब का ये जब तक कंप्लीट नहीं होगा तब तक बाजू में जो प्राइवेट बिल्डर के मकान बने उनको उसी मिलेगी नहीं, बराबर है। और इस बेस पे हमको कहा गया था कि 3 साल के अंदर आपको मकान मिलेगा, और उस टाइम से शुरुआत में भाड़ा भी शुरू हुआ था, अच्छी तरह से भाड़ा मिल रहा था। बाद में जब ये पता चला कि ये सब पूरा प्रोजेक्ट भेज दिया गया है, सामने वाले गुरु आशीष बिल्डर ने पैसा देना बंद कर दिया, और बाद में HDL आए। HDL ने भी उसमें दीवान, आपको तो पता ही होगा, उन्होंने पूरा प्रोजेक्ट का वाट लगा दिया, सत्यानाश कर दिया। वाट लगाना बोलने से क्योंकि क्या हो गया कि सफ़र हम लोग हो रहे हैं, आज पैसा कहाँ से लाए, आज बच्चे लोग पढ़ रहे हैं, बहुत से लोग जो यहाँ से मुंबई छोड़ के चले गए, और कितने लोग, 1-2 जन ने तो सुसाइड भी किया। मैडम आपको क्या बताऊँ, बहुत बुरी हाल है, कोई देखने को नहीं आ रहा है। आज जब संजय राउत जी का नाम आ रहा है तब सब न्यूज़ चैनल आ रहे हैं हमारे पास हमको पूछने के लिए। हमारी एक ही मांग है, हम इतना ही कहना चाहते हैं कि भाई हमको हमारा भाड़ा और हमारा घर, अभी से भाड़ा 40,000 रुपये भाड़ा देने का पहले आश्वासन किया था, अब 18,000 रुपये हम लोग नहीं तैयार नहीं है। 1 मार्च से भाड़ा मिलना, तभी तक भाड़ा मिला नहीं है। काम शुरू किया करके बता रहे, देखिए अभी आपको दिख ही रहा है कहाँ क्या 10% भी नहीं काम शुरू हुआ है।
This was one of the tenant who was actually expecting a flat from our developers that was actually promised as it's a tri-party agreement that was made in 2000.